Happy Sunday? Happy post-Easter Sunday? I don't know. What is the Sunday after Easter? Is there a name for that? Is there a name for that, or are we like out of the realm of names? Are we into the unknowable? How is everybody? I wonder something. The last time I was playing the lo-fi on like Media Player, and the problem was that Media Player wanted to like respond to when I was pausing the video, which is really annoying. Oh my god, I can't even there. Is this it? No. I'm looking for something, chat, in Discord. I'm wondering if I run this on Discord, will I be able to play it without it? There it is. Alright. Hopefully that is stable. We'll see, though. We'll see when we get into the React content if that actually works. We're using space to pause. No, actually I was using function F6 to pause, right? So space to pause only works when you're, I think, on the YouTube window itself, right? And like when I'm streaming, I'm usually on my streaming software. Rather, you still can't hear me. What? That's weird. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? If you can't hear me, there's problems, okay? Because I'm looking at my screen. Can anybody hear me? No. Woody can hear me. Zira, fix your audio. It started playing and then stopped. Oh, you can't hear it. You can hear me, but you can't hear it. That's what you were saying. Yeah. No, I just turned it down is all. I turned it way down. There we go. Now it's there. So yeah, for once we're gonna have a relaxing Sunday stream. Usually there's like drama on Sunday. Oh my god. The only drama right now is the fact that my headphone is impinging my butterfly clip. There we go. Drama solved. Drama's resolved. Hi YouTube chat, how are you doing? Just for anybody that's new to the stream, even though you can't see yourself on screen due to a glitch with OBS, I can see your chat. So feel free to speak up. And feel free to hit that like button, because that helps us out enormously. Oh yeah, what is the other thing that I always do? Butterfly versus headphones, which one wins? Apparently Butterfly. Apparently Butterfly is victorious. So the other thing that we always do... Oh, it doesn't... okay, interesting. I literally can't do... I mean, it works, but I literally can't do anything else with Discord. At least I think it works. So hopefully that'll work, yeah. The Mario movie situation is weird. A year ago, conservatives were complaining about it being woke, and now they are praising it for not being woke. Yeah, they're actually doing both. They're actually doing both. Depending on which conservative you talk to, the movie is either a piece of woke girl boss propaganda, which propagates the mythology that women can be effective in fighting situations, which apparently is a very dangerous thing to be teaching our girls. We should be teaching our girls to be homemakers and to stay at home and make Mario a sandwich, right? And that Mario goes out and does the fighting. But in the movie, Mario tries to go out and do the fighting, and he's like not super effective all the time. And that's another element of wokeness, right? So I'll give you the Mario's woke argument. This is it, right? Princess Peach is too much of a girl boss, right? They're doing this girl boss thing where they're making it feel like women are awesome, and that's really bad, right? Because if women feel that they're awesome, they might get themselves into a dangerous situation. A much safer situation is sitting at home, waiting for Matt Walsh to open the pickle jar for them, right? And making a sandwich for Mario, right? That's how you fight King Koopa. If you're a proper tradwife, right? Tradwife Peach would fight King Koopa by making Mario a sandwich, right? And then Mario powers up with a sandwich and kicks Koopa's ass. But this movie is showing Mario is kind of a bumbling, stumbling stew. Did I forget about the Super Princess Peach game? Wait, which one is that? Like, what? Oh my god. There's so many Mario games, and I've played like 2 of them. If that. And 2 of those, no. I feel like all I've really played was Mario Kart. I don't even know, have I ever actually played like a Mario? I've played Sonic before, and we found out that I'm not very good at that, but... So anyway, that's the, as far as I understand it, that's the Mario is too woke argument, right? And you're gonna get that from certain people. You're gonna get that from certain conservatives, right? Other conservatives are sure that Mario is a movie about 2 white dudes, and therefore the woke people must really hate it. And the fact that it succeeded, the fact that in spite of the fact that Rotten Tomatoes gave it like a 56 or a 49 or whatever they gave it, right? It's a scandal, right? It's a terrible scandal. They did not rate Mario Brothers high enough. YouTube chat, wake up! Wake up! I need you for this, YouTube chat. I need you awake. Yeah, we're talking about Mario. We're talking about Mario Brothers. So some people have seen this. Some people, personal, admission, confession, I have not seen this. I generally do not have time to see movies. Deem Stars, no. Deem Stars is like, I refuse. That's a very Rohan thing to say, Deem Stars. That's a very Rohan, it's like, but I refuse. Like, what are you gonna do with that, right? The Mario film, yeah. So the conservatives were sure that the woke people hated the Mario film because it was 2 white guys, right? And apparently being woke, I hate white guys. And if there's 2 of them, then I must hate it twice as much, right? So because Princess Peach is not the lead, then it's anti-woke. And the woke people, the SJWs, the no comment chicks out there just hate it. I saw the video where the guy said the reviewers scored Mario low because they didn't recast him as a black lesbian. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. It's not woke enough unless Mario becomes trans or is black or is gay or something, right? And since that didn't happen, Mario Brothers are Italian, not oh my god. We're into a very specific discourse right here, right? As usual, an ally gave the right talking point and started a discourse about something that they didn't understand. Wait, this is from an ally? Because like I'm talking about chuds here. I'm talking about your Paul Joseph Watsons, your Tim Pools, your Steven Crowders, people like this. Mario, yeah, exactly. YouTube is now woke. What's up, Joseph Roman? No? Oh my god, I don't even remember what I said. So you could be saying no to so many things. And you're probably right. Maybe. I don't know. Mario should be Maria. Maria. Yes. That's it. That's it right there. But yeah, there's a disagreement in the chudosphere, in the conservative atmosphere, the conservative ecosystem, over whether this movie is like a woke movie that's teaching little girls to be girl bosses, or whether this movie is actually anti-woke and that all the woke people are mad about it. So yeah, it's basically Schrodinger's what do you call this, like Schrodinger's S-Lord? God, I gotta be really careful. I've been getting demonetized. Chat, do you want to know what got me demonetized on the last stream? Or second to last stream? Like, I was good. I was really good. I've not been saying the F word. I've not been talking about my P word. I've been like really good. I've been really, you know, Matt Bender started a big thing on Twitter about drag in Mario. Really? Okay. Anybody have the links to that? Yeah, I feel like drag is kind of a thing in Mario, isn't it? Isn't that usually how they sneak by past? Don't they always have like they like disguise one of the Mario brothers as Princess Peach or something? Yes, juice the tweet. That is very helpful. That is very good. Right-wing infighting equals arguing if a movie is woke or not. Well, they can't decide. Ah. They cannot decide. Oh yeah, YouTube, why don't you juice the chat to the thread too? Boom. There's the thread. And whoop. And there's the pin. There isn't any drag, but he said the dude in a princess costume is drag instead of a costume disguise, which is what it was. I beat you. Oh, Buffy beat you to it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that help. Juice the tweet, and if you're on YouTube, hit that like button. It's amazing. What are we talking about? P-buckets here? Is that why the React people... See, I can't say that. I don't even know. Do you want to know? Do you want to know what got me demonetized, right? Like, I was good, okay? I was really, 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 really good. But we were watching that Leftist Mafia versus the versus TYT thing, and you know, like the first thing you'd think is maybe the intro to Leftist Mafia is a little bit violent, right? It's scenes from movies. It's scenes of all the Leftist Mafia doing violent acts. Like it basically, you know, you put their heads on like Kill Bill and all kinds of violent movies and see them do badass violent stuff to show how bad butt. There we go. No, I'm pretty sure I can say ass, right? I can say ass, right? Is it okay if I say ass? I think I can say ass. This cursed thumbnail is the best. I love the thumbnails, Era. I absolutely love the thumbnail. Pauly and others tried to correct him. Last count, he had tripled down weight. So he was mocking the right wing for liking the movie with drag in it, and they don't understand. So it's a disguise, right? They're sneaky. They're sneaking past Koopa by disguising themselves. Someone gets... Yeah, somebody has some bad stuff happen to them in the intro that I'm not going to say right now. But it's not that. It's not that, because I was smart this time. I watched the Leftist Mafia before. I got hit by that stuff. And so this time I was like, I'm going to be smart. I'm just going to scroll right past the intro and get us into the actual thing. So I skipped it. So I'm good, right? Nope, I'm not good. I'm not good, because guess why? Illuminati. Blair, of all people. What's up, Strudel? Blair of Illuminati, of all people, like brings up something that Jink talked about a long time ago, which I can't actually say, because this is literally what got me demonetized last time. I will not talk about what Blair said, right? But if you know what Vosh is most famous for, right? If you know the equestrian act that Vosh is most famous for, that's what it was, right? Apparently TYT talked about a criminal who had gone to jail for being a little too close with a horse, right? That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. And then he went to jail a second time because he got out of jail, and then he found the same horse and he did the same thing with that horse, right? So Jink had talked about that. Jink had joked about that. Jink had, I think, might have even said that he thought that that should be not a crime, all right? And Blair of Illuminati was talking about all the stuff that you know, because here's the deal, right? If Blair is your friend, you know, Blair is pretty chill, right? If Illuminati is your friend, Illuminati is pretty chill. But if Illuminati is your enemy, well, get ready to be researched, right? Because that's what Illuminati does. Illuminati literally does research on corporations that are doing some not so great stuff, right? And she'll go into their history, right? So if you want to have your history gone through, do what Jink did and pick a fight with the Illuminati. So yeah, they Illuminati brought back, you know, some not so great things from TYT's past, and that's what got me demonetized. Blair. No, but I feel like I blame TYT for that, right? And I knew it when it happened too. Like, you could see my face. You could see my face when that happened. Like, just be like, you know, because I knew I was owned. I knew I was owned, and there was nothing I could do about it, right? And TYT and Jink had gotten me, you know, had gotten me demonetized, which is terrible. What is up? We're just trying to stay monetized. Why are music videos with swearing monetized? Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that, but I know what you're talking about, Deemstars. There's a different standard, as far as I understand, for music videos and acts or words which are used in those in the songs and the lyrics, right? Versus something that I talk about on stream or something that I react to on stream. Yeah, it's very different. I heard TYT changed sides. Wait, are you just now hearing about this? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, I was confused for a minute because I was like, did they change sides again? No, I don't think that they're gonna take. Yeah, so yeah, TYT came after Leftist Mafia in a pretty big way, and it turns out that wasn't a great move. It turns out that like, you know, when you're not just picking a fight with like one of the Leftist Mafia, right? It's not just Matt Bender. It's Matt Bender. It's Illuminati. It's Olaimi. It is so many people, right? And you got them all on your butt now. I could say butt, right? TYT's edgelord phase was pretty bad. As much as people like to say you can't say things nowadays, I kind of appreciate people not. Oh yeah, that's right. They had a special affinity, let's just say, for words that start with the letter N, and one word in particular, which can end in a soft A or a hard R. And TYT always loved to find an excuse to use the hard R. So this is all true. This is 100% true. There's a funny clip of Jink and Anna arguing. Anna just snaps at Jink like, I don't give an F about tax. Oh yeah, I think I saw that one. Yeah. Like, what? Oh, I'm trying to remember. It was about cars, right? I'm trying to remember. It was something about electric cars. Nuggets, indeed. That's definitely the N-word I was talking about. But yeah, we got kind of a relaxed stream today, and I'm gonna try to, if I can, like, I wanna show you what I'm up to in Minecraft, right? Because I've look, God, I'm from the old school. Okay, as far as Minecraft goes, like, I remember names like Good Boulderfist, like BOO, like, oh my God, what's his name? What is his name? I can't remember his name. The dude that lives in like Hungary, and he's like, oh my God, I can't remember his name. I actually follow him on Twitch though. I can't remember these people's. I thought I remembered names, but anyway, just to tell you, like, Yogscast. Yeah, no, that's not what I was thinking of, right? The Hermitcraft guy. Who's the Hermitcraft guy? Who's the guy that is the reason that Hermitcraft is called Hermitcraft? Does anybody know? Friend of Joe Hills. If you know Joe Hills. There's another old name, Joe Hills, right? I was around when UHC 1 went down, if that means anything to anyone. Now, that is not the kind of content that gets clicks, that gets views, that gets anything on YouTube anymore, right? The meta has changed so many times since then. You can see how they handle music videos differently in this document. Wait, Zara posted this, right? Please note that context is very, very important. Artistic content, such as music videos, may contain elements such as inappropriate language, references to soft something use, non-explicit segs themes, and still be suitable for advertising. Okay. Whatever, I don't know, they hate me, that's all it is, right? But look, listen, at least I'm not a Nintendo modder. Do you all know about this? Something else that's been going on with video games, right, is that Nintendo has been coming for people Nintendo has been serving takedown notices from people. And just as I say that, I realize that we have like a Nintendo property on the thumbnail. I hope that it's really clear that that is transformative content. Like, right, that is the epitome of transformative content. The thumbnail that Zara made for me this morning, right, with the woke Mario and the MAGA Mario. Magario, as it were. Nintendo loves to do, yeah, Nintendo's famous for kind of this stuff, right? So, you know, this was somebody who mods, I guess, Breath of the Wild, and like, I don't know, like there's a lot of mods for Breath of the Wild, right? That's like a big modder thing, right? Like, but Breath of the Wild, there's lots of things that you might want to mod in Breath of the Wild. They sell decades-old games at full cost, and they still have not lowered the price of the Switch. I hope this drama dies down soon. TYT has always sucked, and this seems like all kinds of superfluous. Times like these are what really tried people's allegiance, and my money is on TYT moving further right. I think you're right. I think you're right. Oh, no, I didn't think you meant me, Raven. Should stop making content. I mean, look, as long as it's relevant, like, I don't know. I do feel like they're kind of playing us, though. Like, if I'm gonna give my honest reaction, I think that TYT is picking fights with people on the left, like the people on the leftist mafia, right? In order to ingratiate themselves to the right. If you watch my Bad Bunny video, the cost of crossing no, sorry. Kira Chats, God, I'm still... Sorry, Kira Chats, Keffals versus Kira Chats video, right? The cost of crossing Keffals. You know, we talked about the reason that Keffals might want to burn somebody like Kira, and it's more than just like a conflict that they had or something that Kira subtweeted, right? Keffals wanted to do that in order to signal to the commentary channels out there that, hey, look, I am attacking somebody that you hate. Maybe start thinking of me as one of you. Also, I like to say the R slur. I love to say the R slur. R slur, F slur, R slur, F slur, R slur, F. Yeah, love to say that kind of stuff. Love to use slurs. Don't be politically correct around me. I'm Keffals, right? So, you know, it's a way for people to kind of, if you throw somebody else to the chud mob, I guess, then, you know, they might like you better. And I don't think it worked, but maybe with a few people. Wait, who does Keffals? Keffals did get Tipster and, oh my god, Nicholas Diorio. And maybe Augie, although it's hard to tell. I don't think the Augie thing was for real, but they did make peace with Augie, Vosh, Keffals, and Xander Hall, right? Augie's a friend of, I think, Vosh and Xander Hall's, and, you know, Keffals had gotten into some kind of argument with them, but, right? So this is like, it's kind of like the same thing. If you can attack somebody to the left of yourself, you show yourself to be like not that far to the left. You show yourself also to be useful to the right? They don't like, you know, I mean, I don't know how much the right knows the people on the leftist mafia, but I guess they do now. Pokemon and Fire Emblem fan games were very popular. Yeah, so are you cool with Keffals? Look, I have no problem with Keffals. I wish Keffals a, you know, recovery, a good recovery, and, you know, all the best things out there. There were a lot of things that happened earlier this year with Keffals that were not great, but you know, there was also you know, some healing that I think that Keffals needed to do. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see, you know, what goes on with Keffals, what Keffals is about when she comes back. But yeah, I'm the last I talked to Keffals, she was on here and she wanted to debate me. She wanted me to come on to her stream to debate her about something, I guess. And I kind of, like, I had a friend that Keffals had hurt, and I wanted Keffals to apologize. So I tried to leverage the fact that Keffals wanted to bring me on to stream in order to, oh my god, three watches in a row. Good job, Gatsby. I totally understand. Yeah, you understand that. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I gotta say it in the right way. Like I don't hate anybody. I don't wish anybody ill or anything like that. There's some things that Keffals did that were really not great. But in the past, Keffals and I were friends, right? A long time ago, we were friends, and apparently she still remembered that we were supposed to debate sometime, and it would have been easier to do if she hadn't like hurt my friend, right? So I was just trying to say, hey, you want me to come on and do content with you, I will do that, but I need you to like kind of back off of my friend. So, and she never really got back to me, but it's sort of understandable because everything just like kind of like that was right when everything just kind of went down, right? And so, yeah, Keffals is hopefully getting the help that she needs, and hopefully will be better when she comes back. I don't know. It's weird how much she didn't seem to care about apologizing. Yeah, for lying about somebody. But I mean, like, I did what I could, right? I couldn't in good conscience go on and do content with Keffals, when she had lied about a friend of mine, and I thought this person was owed an apology. I do think part of Keffals' behavior has been motivated by contrarianism. I mean, do you think? Yeah, because this is an interesting subject, actually. I thought of this the other day. I don't think I mentioned it on stream, but when I'm thinking about Anna Kasparian and what she's doing, like, right, and what it like reminds me of, you could compare it to a lot of things. You could compare it to Bill Maher, you could compare it to Dave Rubin. Like, there's lots of leading the left kind of people. You could even compare it to some more right-wing people who were never really on the left to begin with, but like, sort of leveraged the fact that they were perceived as being centrist or being, on the left or whatever, as like oh my gosh, this social justice stuff, this wokeness, it's too much for me, right? I'm leaving. And it's like, you were never there to begin with, right? But the actual best comparison that I can think of is Keffals, actually. What's up, Quills? Remember when Keffals started streaming? She's a lot different. Yeah, no, Gatsby, I'm right there with you. Like I said, Keffals was a friend. Or not like a close friend, but Keffals and I would have done content a long time ago, except for the fact that, oh my god, do I need a new cable? This is so frustrating. I do. I hate only getting like sound in one side of my ear. Like, it's not in this ear, it is in... I don't know why these cables do this, like, right? I used to get decent cables, and I used to be really irresponsible with them. And this one, I have treated it, like, really nicely, and yet it still broke. So I don't even know what's going on. Sorry, I hate having sound in one ear and not in the other. Anyway, yeah, I was friends with Keffals back in the day. Keffals was very, 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 very different. Back then, and a lot has changed, and she's been through a lot. In some way, like, her like fall down the Vashite rabbit hole is something I can sort of relate to, although I don't think I ever got that like bad. Like, right, we're both intersectional leftists. We were both intersectional leftists when we started. And I got a little bit off track just in doing content with some people that it turns out weren't great and weren't there for... I was there for them, right? But they weren't there for trans people. They weren't there for me. And when I had a problem with something that they did, they all attacked me, right? So they were cool with me as long as I didn't say anything about how they use their platforms in a way that harmed trans people. But then once I spoke up about that, right, there were... And Keffals never really got to that point of speaking up about, you know, any problems with the Vosh network, so... Vosh went after Anna. I mean, that's the weird thing, is you got people like Vosh and you got people like Anna. There's problems with both, right? But they're different. Like, my issues with Vosh and his content, the things that, like, what am I trying to say? I think I'm trying to say that the things that Vosh is good about are the things that Anna's bad about. I don't know if the converse is true, too. Anyway, I've been edging you for long enough. We should get into this content here. We're gonna start off with Jack Black. No, we're not. We're gonna start... Jack Black is in the Mario movie. Jack Saint. There we go. Not Jack Black. Let's take a look at this.
Type.
What they are doing is they're trying to brainwash society to think that that's how women are supposed to be. And this is dangerous because then we have women who go out there who think they're men and they wind up getting hurt, they wind up getting raped.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to be talking about Super Nintendo releases their wokest movie yet. There are only two sides to this war. Pro-woke or anti-woke. Although there are also three primary sides to this conflict. Three factions have formed within the online right. On one end of the spectrum, we have the true believers, represented here by the Knights Guild.
Holy crap, this is freaking going woke.
It is.
I'll take my kids to watch. Now I was like, no, like I don't support subversive woke crap, all right? Peach is an insufferable Mary Sue girl boss. Bowser is a simp.
Subversive. It's weird though. It's weird though. Like, to hear it like codified as subversive is really strange to me, right? Because like when you hear this woke discourse, right? Sometimes you hear it that woke represents the corporation. Woke represents the power structure. Woke represents like the way things are, the accepted establishment viewpoint, right? But you just heard that it was subversive. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is like a generational thing or something? These people are super weird. Yeah, I agree. The Mario supporting conservatives are radlibs of YouTube, right? Wait, what? Why are these people thinking so deeply about Mario? That's a really good question. I don't know. One idea might be that in order to make content work, right, you gotta have something that people are really interested in, something that's hot. And trying to talk about politics is difficult. Now, if the politics are like, you know, Ron DeSantis just did something, Donald Trump just did something, there's an election going on, there's like, this is in the news, right? It's pretty easy, right? You can get views off of that. But when you're talking about something as meta as like the concept of wokeness, right? That might not in and of itself sell. Like if you did a video, why society is too woke, right? That might not be a good video. But if you did a video that's like, why is Mario too woke? And Mario's in the news because there's a new Mario movie. Maybe that actually works. New Moral Panic just dropped. Perfect example of the incoherent, ideology of these people. What's up, Nabil? What's up, Aradak? What's up, Bread Bro? Smartest man in the world. So yeah, this is they're making something of this, maybe because this makes content work. This is they want to talk about wokeness, right? But wokeness by itself doesn't sell. But if you ask the question, is Super Mario too woke? Or if you ask the question, Are the woke people mad at Mario? Do the woke people hate Mario? Is Mario a box office success? And this is making the SJWs cry? Then that gets people's attention. So I think it has something to do with that, if that makes sense. The other thing about this too is it's a way to, like, when we talk about like radicalize a normie, right? Popular movies are kind of a normie thing. This is how the right thinks. The corporations have been so subversive about their message since woke is not organically popular. They believe that it's not organically popular. Oh, okay. It's still kind of silly to think deep and bring politics into the Mario franchise. You know, it's funny because at various times that is legitimately the right's critique of the left. Why are you making it political, right? In other words, if you have a video game and you know, one of the characters is gay, one of the characters is a woman, one of the characters is trans, etc., etc., etc. Now it's political. So we see, like, but if you have a character that's male, if you have a character that's white, if you have a character that's straight, that is not considered to be that's not considered to be political. So like, this is what Innuendo Studios said. There are two genders, male and political. There are two two sexual orientations, straight and political, right? Anything that is not, you know, isn't associated with privileged is therefore political, and they'll criticize people for bringing politics into whatever there is. Now, I mean, like, there is an element of that in there, right? If anybody's ever seen Anita Sarkeesian's videos, right? You start off like talking about video games, you start off talking about tropes within video games, and the way that those tropes kind of reinforce a patriarchal view of society, right? If you make a little dude, this is the simplest example, little yellow dude with a mouth and he goes around eating things, you know, that's Pac-Man. You don't have to know that's a guy, right? Little dude eating things, that's a guy, right? You want to make that little dude eating things a girl? Then you gotta add some accessories. You're gonna need like eyelashes, you're gonna need a bow, you're gonna need to signify that that's female, because default, you know, assumption, right? Even going back to like when you know, they didn't really have you know, the pixels to really depict a realistic character. Default is basically considered to be male, right? And then, you know, the other things, like the other tropes are things like the princess in the tower. Women are helpless. Women need to be saved. There's never an issue where the men need to be saved by a woman. It's always the other way around. You know, sometimes if you want to establish somebody as an evil character, then what does that character do? Well, you can't have the character, you know, unalive the hero and put the hero in the refrigerator, right? Because then the hero won't be able to like come back at them, right? But you have them do that to the hero's girlfriend, right? The women in refrigerators trope, right? So I mean, like, there is some cultural analysis to be done here. There is stuff to be looked at within movies, even silly movies like Mario Brothers, right? I really love her YouTube videos, and Feminist Frequency is amazing. Nice. Anita is a con artist, really? See, I feel like here we got a great example, because I don't think that, like, I don't think that Anita would get called that if she was a guy. I'm pretty sure about that, right? You're talking about a situation in which somebody made a Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter got more money than was initially anticipated, right? And I feel like it takes a lot more to, like, you know, paint like a guy as a con artist for something like that. Like, I hate to throw the Yogscast under the bus, right? But if you want to compare Anita Sarkeesian and her Kickstarter to what the Yogg's cast did with, what was it called? Yogg's Quest or something? Anybody remember that? Like, Yogg's Quest ended up being, and I don't think it was through like Simon and Lewis's fault, right? But Yogg's Quest ended up being vaporware. Like, it never materialized. Oh my god. Are we saying that she pulled a Keffels? I don't even know. Like, that's definitely not for today, like, to go over, right? I just feel like Anita gets all kinds of crap from people.
And Mario is a punching bag.
The Knights recognize the Super Mario Bros. Movie for exactly what it is.
Okay, so wait, this is Knight's Watch?
Heretical, obscene trash.
Bowser is coming.
That was total mainstream Hollywood girl boss voice.
Jack, it's Night's Watch.
I'm calling it the Knights Guild. Mario is a woke film filled to the brim with
Insufferable girl boss.
wokeness and woke messages.
Thoughts? Traditional male hero being made look like a goofy idiot.
Traditional male.
So there's an element, right? They're seeing politics in this. They're seeing politics in, like, now, like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the character of Mario, like, he's not known for his, like, bravery, his precision, his, like, technical know-how, right? Mario's kind of bumbling. Like, he's a bumbling, lovable hero that despite all of his faults, that despite all of his silliness, that despite all of his mistakes, ends up getting the job done, right? That's Mario. Am I right about that? Like, it's not like, and you know, you're gonna hear another example. You're gonna hear another idea of what is woke, like what wokeness represents in media, right? And it's change, right? So you got the Little Mermaid, all right? You got the Little Mermaid. She has red hair and she, you know, like, it's white, right? And then flash forward and you have another Little Mermaid and she's black, right? Well, that's change, and that change is woke, right? So there's another, you know, example. So like, I don't know where they're getting that Mario being bumbling is woke when Mario was always bumbling. That's, you know, in some ways Mario's best quality, right? It's you know, doesn't get it. It doesn't make us dislike him. It doesn't make us like look down on him. We're not always like constantly like disappointed with Mario or like, you know, thinking Mario's jeopardizing the mission, right? We still like Mario, but yeah, he's a little clumsy. He's a little bit clumsy. He's goofy. Yeah, this is not a change. This is not anything different.
Hero. Mario.
This film would have worked so much better and actually have legitimate investment if they made Peach more helpless.
Why does Peach...
Whoa. What? Now that's wild.
Need to wear trousers?
Like, I think this is the thing that frustrates me with this outfit in particular. I believe it's from Mario Kart Wii. And then, as you know in the movie, they're riding on the carts. So she's dressed up to ride a motorcycle, which is a bit...
If we just made Peach a little bit more helpless, like, right? I mean, so that part is like a nod to the original Mario Brothers, right? In fact, I think that Mario Brothers might have been something that Anita Sarkeesian talked about in Tropes Against Women. I think that the princess is in another... It was I think there was like a literal episode called The Princess is in Another Castle, right? That was all about like the Rapunzel motif, right? The princess is captured. She can't free herself. She needs the hero. She relies on the hero. If it's not for the hero, then she's going to have to deal with Bowser. And that's not going to be pleasant. That's going to be horrible. Disney could have made Suki and the mermaid, and they did not. They hate that she has pants on, right? And there's another element of change. Yeah, when Princess Peach is a playable character, part of her power is in the fact that she's wearing a dress, which somehow causes her to float, right? Not realistic, but you know, it's a video game. Peach has been a playable character since Mario 2 for the NES. Peach wearing pants isn't sexy. She needs to look like the green M&M. Yeah, there we go. We gotta have the, yeah. Then the alpha males like Tucker Carlson can get, yes, exactly. Talk about Lilo and Stitch? Did Anita talk about Lilo and Stitch? I don't know which Lilo and Stitch thing we're talking about. She's one of the strongest characters in the second Mario Brothers game, right? But like, yeah, but even when she's shown as strong, that part of that strength is like, you know, her skirt, her dress, right? That she can float because of her dress, and yeah, I mean, they don't like the change. They don't like the change, right? Here, this is like a Peach that's built for action, and they don't like that. They cast a white actress for a role of a dark skin. Wait, what does? Suki and the Mermaid is basically the Black Little Mermaid, but it's a much better story. That's a power of hers from Super Mario 2. Is that only in Super Mario 2? I feel like I've seen her float other times. And by Super Mario 2, you mean Doki Doki Panic, right? Because there is no Super Mario 2, if you don't know. It's just Doki Doki Panic reskinned, and you should play the original. No, I've never played the original. I don't know what I'm saying. She has that power in Mario Land 2. YouTube chat, what do you have to say about this, right? You're very quiet today. I hope you're hitting that like button, right? Because that helps me out immensely. What are we on as far as likes on YouTube? Yeah, Doki Doki Panic. Before there was Doki Doki Literature Club, there was Doki Doki Panic. Yeah, just imagine if they meet Metroid Prime movie starring Brie Larson. Oh, that will piss them off. Yeah, but yeah, that's the funny thing. Yeah, Metroid was always, it's canonically female. I'm sorry, Samus. But you don't find out what until the end of the video game. Peach wearing pants isn't sexy. Yeah. Princesses in Another Castle is from the original NES game. They've never played Super Princess Peach. There are a couple of games where she's playable. That's what I thought. Yeah, they super hate the pants for sure. YouTube chat, what's going on? Are you okay over there? Why are desert people wearing sandal high heels? Oh god, yeah.
It's difficult to do in a dress. It's pink! It's pink! What?
It's also form-fitting, you know, and she has like a
She has
fairly
curves.
yeah.
She has curves like a real woman. So it's like, what's the problem?
She's wearing heavy makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's literally angry.
Yeah.
Why is Mario now a beta male?
And if they show it that this is difficult, and then Mario nails it because of his natural ability, and then he gets the power-ups on top, she's like, you could actually save us, Mario, we need your help. See how it's building his character now? She needs to be saved.
On the other side of the spectrum, we have the heretics themselves, represented here by Paul Joseph Watson and Steven Crowder, who actually believe that the Super Mario Brothers movie, Super Feminist Sisters, the movie, is in fact anti-woke.
Global opening? Yeah, not so good.
So this is the discrepancy, right? On one side, Mario Brothers is too woke. And we saw that with the Knights and the... Is it just Night's Watch that said that? It's like, this is what confused me. I wanted to talk about this last week, but I was a little confused. Because the first thing I heard about the Mario Brothers movie is that it got a bad score on Rotten Tomatoes critics score, right? And the right wing has this thing where they're like, yo, the critics are messed up, right? They're all super woke and they don't score things right. They'll give something a bad rating just because it's not woke, right? So this was another issue of that. And they were complaining about the fact that the critics gave Mario a lower rating than they gave Cuties, right? Which is kind of messed up. Like, I actually, like, Cuties is a messed up movie, okay? Like, I gotta say that. But, like, for probably different reasons than the right wing thinks. But, like, right, so they were mad about that, and they were complaining about that. They were like, you know, people like the Mario movie, the critics don't like the Mario movie, but the Mario movie's doing well anyway. So, basically, this is another example of woke people trying to do a boycott, just like they were doing with Hogwarts Legacy, you know? Citation needed. And the public has overruled them. It was successful anyway. I don't remember Gerudo wearing open-toed sandals in Breath of the Wild. Those are the same people who were upset over Captain Marvel making over $1 billion for Disney with Brie Larson, yeah. Peach is wearing motorcycle clothes, just like Trini in the Matrix series, and Peach also has dress float powers in the movie. Why can't it be both? Yeah, exactly. When she's not Mario Karting, why can't it be both? If I was a multi-millionaire, I would get a traditionally animated Suki the Mermaid movie done. I think the dominant perspective is that Mario is not woke, and that's why Rotten Tomatoes hates it. So most of them feel like it's not woke. Just like YouTube chat, which is apparently completely asleep over there. Maybe not completely. What's up, Hulmandra? Everything is work. Your opinions are for sale.
And Mario did 377 million?
Some would say that's more.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody knows it's going to be endless lecturing. That's why Top Gun did so well.
Yeah.
Because Mario and Luigi are white men.
Here's Mario and Luigi, two white men. Record box office figures. Maybe diversity isn't such a strength after all.
See, I was supposed to do a video about the whale this week, but then this conversation happened, and now I just can't. Ever been borderline non-functional one day and wish someone sent you a giant box of things to cook so you didn't have to choose between the grocery store, overpriced takeout, yours today? Two white men battling the tide of worldwide cinema, a worldwide push against the white man represented by Mario and Luigi.
Two white male cartoon characters.
Yet still, they pushed back. Despite what the critics said, despite what the critical cabal said with their message.
Wait, which jabroni?
That they want everyone to listen to.
This is a good example of, there's a disconnect between the critics and between the average viewer, right?
Observe again the two worlds that we now live in, where cultural commissar official movie critics savage the film, presumably partly because it refuses to be a vehicle for the message, while ordinary punters who actually vote with their wallets by going to see the film in the theatre love it.
I'm definitely not dog whistling about any particular thing. This is a Mario Brothers film, and there in the center and the enlightened ones, represented here, of course, by Tim Pool.
It is in line with what you'd expect from feminist, leftist perspectives in movie writing. In fact, there's a point in the movie where Peach literally says Mario is nobody and they cheer.
Now, Tim recognizes that there is some wokeness in the Mario Brothers movie. He rated it a woke 6.
In terms of how woke the movie is, I'd give it a 6.
When he was talking about his friends after, they were saying like, oh, this was like a good movie or whatever, and then he was like,
still a jabroni, but not a bad one. Like, they could actually read the reviews from the critics. One said the movie was gonna do well because nostalgia and gamers, and that he even had fun with those, with it for those reasons. But that as a movie, it was bland and too easy, and Mario had no personality. Nothing woke about these reviews from the critics. Mario is indeed not woke, and I hate it for that.
I mean, okay, woke 6.
We were all talking about this afterwards, and I've seen the people writing online that in the end, Mario and Luigi saved the day. Well, first and foremost, Princess Peach was the one who was fighting Bowser the whole time, who was leading the people. Mario was a nobody who was incapable of doing anything. He was the goofy sidekick who kept going when failing. And what I hear is like, well, but it was a team thing, I'm like, dude, come on.
At a certain point in his review of the film, Tim Pool seems to slowly switch the definition of woke into the definition of different.
So who actually wanted to recast Mario though, besides like a random Twitter user with 4 followers? So they were acting like that the woke mob wanted Mario and Luigi to be like, what would you do with Mario to wokeify it? No, the difference here is that the critics watch thousands of movies a year, whereas the average fan goes to like 12, if that. Yeah, God, I go to like 0. Critics expect quality, fans expect to have a good time. Yeah, that's the thing, is nostalgia can really make up for like a lack of a plot, a lack of good filmmaking. Nostalgia can really do a lot of work, right? That's why people do remakes. That's why remakes happen, right? They are easy things to make. You don't really have to think too hard about it. All you have to do is find a franchise that's popular and then, you know, kind of hype it up and be like, hey, the new Mario movie, it's gonna have Jack Black as Bowser, it's gonna have this. And, you know, like, there was a lot of hype around it. Of course the movie's gonna do well, right? I don't think... They're trying to use the performance of a movie as proof that America is not on the side of wokeness. It's just like, oh, HBO Max is gonna do a reboot of Harry Potter, a series with J.K. Rowling. Yeah, it's a fairly easy thing to do, although that one might be a little bit harder, actually. When you think about that, you've got iconic films that you're now trying to supplant with a new cast, and in a new format, too. You're taking books and turning them into seasons of a show. So, I don't know. Like, we watched Council of Geeks talk about the Harry Potter series, and Vera's conclusion was basically that this is a Hail Mary pass. This is them trying to do something with the property that's going to make some money, in spite of the fact that it's fallen off. It's really fallen off, and part of that is due to J.K. Rowling. Part of that is due to, you know, just like the sequels not being what they wanted them to be, right? You know, do you think you got more movies in you, J.K. Rowling? She says sure, and she, you know, steps up to the plate and just strikes out, right? So after three swing and a misses, right, you kind of gotta say that, okay, well, you know, there's not gonna be a new like Hogwarts World series, like, you know, a new series in the Hogwarts world or a new movie in the Hogwarts world. What can we still do with it? Well, we got the original series. Problem is that Daniel Radcliffe hates J.K. Rowling's guts. And, you know, most of the rest of the cast do not want to have anything to do with her, do not like being dragged into her political rabbit hole, and just like, you know, they're not going to reprise their role in any significant way. So saving that, what can you do? Well, you have to do a Hail Mary and try to redo the series in a way that people are going to like on a equal or greater level than they did the original movies, which are iconic. So that's really hard to do, right? Those movies are smash hits. I mean, after the credit scene tells you there is more coming, here's my take. Instead of casting someone as for Mario, they should have had his dialogue be nothing more but sound grabs from the games. Yeah. Have everyone around him be developed characters. That would actually be cute. Yeah. Actually, Dak, that sounds wacky, but I think that might actually work. He wanted Mario... Wait, who wanted... Somebody wanted Mario to be a Latino? Council of Geeks makes a convincing case that Warner Brothers spent a lot of money on the franchise, and it's been delivering less and less. True, yeah. Does he hate... Well, I don't want to over-characterize it, but what I mean is he doesn't want anything to do with her, right? I don't know if it's... I don't think it's personal or anything. John Leguizamo Leguizamo criticized the Mario movie for not being diverse, and all the YouTubers made videos about it. Okay, I missed that part. Oh, how long ago was that? They have been teasing us with this movie for a while now. Like when all the chuds were pushing everyone to buy Alita Battle Angel tickets because Mad Max was way too feminist. That was a while ago. Sometimes I wonder if it feels miserable to constantly do things or support things because you hate other people. Well, ask the people that are drinking ultra... What is it called? What is the beer called? Like, is it called Ultra Maga beer? Do you know what I'm talking about? Somebody made a beer to supplant Bud Light because they're off of Bud Light now. John Leguizamo is such a legend. Yeah, he's pretty good. It was earlier this year they made those videos about John Leguizamo. Ultra Right, thank you. Yeah, you're right. It's Ultra Right beer. I wanted to say Ultra Maga beer, but that didn't sound right. Ultra Right versus Bud Light. That's... Budweiser is a major Republican Party donor too. That's hilarious.
Kind of just explains things about the film that are different from things that had been pre-established.
And I mean, it's been brought up. You've probably heard this before from other people, right? But the Republicans thinking that beer is their thing and that beer companies have been catering to them and exclusively them. They don't know what's going on. They're not aware of they're not aware of the fact that they have never been to a gay bar, in other words, right? Because if you ever go to a gay bar, you're gonna see, like, you know, whatever beer is, you know, has a deal with that bar, it's gonna have a sign that's like rainbow colors with that beer's, like, you know, logo, right? They've been catering to a gay crowd for a long time. Because yes, gays also like to drink alcohols. Just like Jeremy's Chocolate versus Hershey. Oh yeah, wait, was it Jeremy, what was his name? Jeremy Boring? Is that who it was? The guy from Daily Wire? Make alcoholism great again, right? Cirrhosis is your body rejecting the woke mind virus, true. Just like in Super Mario Brothers, you can find a rainbow. Yeah, the Rainbow Road, right?
In the Mario Brothers,
like that should settle it right there. The fact that Rainbow Road is a thing should settle it. That Mario is a woke movie, and they should not patronize it. I don't hate when adaptations contradict their original source material or when sequels contradict previous movies. I think no matter what the real answer is, none of the main Harry Potter cast will ever associate with her publicly again. At least not the main trio. True.
Franchise.
And after Mario fails, she says, "You were close enough, I guess." No kidding. Mario fails. No joke. Literal.
What's up, Hungry Husker? What's up, YouTube chat? Mario is indeed not woke, and yeah. If Tim Pool is enlightened, then I'm a quasar, leaving the collapsing black hole. Well, what Jack Sane is saying is that Tim Pool is the enlightened centrist here, right? Tim Pool is, you know, that's I guess it's a meme more than anything. You remember the John Leguizamo stuff? Maybe we should look at that because I missed it somehow. Wait, who's 87?
Plot point.
Then he gets on this other track that's more like woke is like just when Mario fails in some way.
The scene which stood out to me is when we're on the Mario Karts and they lose. Mario loses. He only defeats Donkey Kong in battle because he gets a cat suit. Only through the power of magic are they able to actually get anything done.
So I think Tim doesn't think that Mario uses power-ups. I don't know if Tim thinks that was something that...
YouTube chat, we are on 15 likes right now. Let's see if we can get to... So it's almost 1:30, right? Let's see if we can get to 20 by 1:30. Like, right, so we got 12 minutes. Can you do it? Can you make it happen, YouTube? I need your help on this.
Was introduced in the movies, but he seems to be upset by the idea that Mario needs to use power-ups.
In every Mario game, let's talk about Mario 64 or, Mario Galaxy or whatever. Mario doesn't accomplish things through power-ups.
What? I feel like power-ups are, like, integral to the game.
There are stars that you can't even get without power-ups. What the fuck are you...
Just the most basic lie. There's so many criticisms that I thought maybe I would encounter, but the idea that Mario uses power-ups was just not one I expected. The woke Mario movie is one where Mario...
Yeah, we're on 15 likes right now. Let's see if we can get it. We got like 11 minutes here to get it to 20.
Has flaws.
I think he should fight a giant ape, but...
You think that Tim Pool is joking? It does... That would make more sense than what I'm seeing, yeah.
Can't use any tools, because that's cheating.
Tim Pool isn't Mario. He's not perfect like Mario is. The player failed, but in Tim Pool's eyes, Mario has never failed. And on the other side, of course, we have people like good old Geeks Plus gamers.
I'm tired of the marketing. I'm tired of the wham and respect,
Twig of Yoo-hoo for the working man.
He needs his chocolate milk before he can react to the Captain Marvel trailer.
You are boring as hell, bro. Like, it's...
I miss some of this discourse. I gotta admit, I was never around for the whole, like, Brie Larson hate, the Captain Marvel hate, you know? Like, but this has been going for a long time. Wait, who is known for this, right? So you got Geeks and Gamers, you got the Fandom Menace, right? There are certain people that are just known for this kind of content. Oh yeah, Mecha Random. Oh wait, is Mecha Random part of the Fandom Menace? I think she is, right? Does everybody know my friend Mecha Random 42? Prolific Brie Larson hater, Mecha Random. Quartering made like 200 Brie Larson videos. I feel like Mecha Random has made at least 150. Mario uses power-ups. That's basically telling kids that, yeah, steroids are okay. Great messaging for the kids. Yeah, the plumber, that's dangerous too, right? Lead pipes, lead, that's bad. Don't forget Overlord DVD. Wait, what? Wait, are you talking about like the anime Overlord? Oh wait, or is that that's a channel? I don't know that one, Genghis Khan. Not anymore. Sissy allegedly got kicked out because Zack Snyder's daughter hate. Oh, Brie Larson didn't do herself any favors though. Wait, what does she do? I don't know anything about Overlord. DVD is a YouTuber. Okay, so you're not talking about a DVD of Overlord.
Seriously bad. Jack Saint, whatever his name is. And unfortunately, he's just not entertaining enough to hold anybody's attention. Is this why you're a male feminist? Is this why you can't get laid?
Who like the movie, but also feel that, it's neither on any extreme of the spectrum. It's not like a profoundly woke movie. It's not a profoundly anti-woke film. Sorry, I hit the vacuum cleaner.
Families are looking for something to take their kids to that they can enjoy without having agendas all thrown into it. Hopefully this can put a slow end, maybe a quick end, but at least slowly start to end the woke nonsense we're seeing and get us back to basics of simple yet effective storytelling and honoring the fans.
It's just good old-fashioned, wholesome family entertainment, despite what the critics said. Unlike The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi destroyed fandom. Star Wars is still dead. Star Wars is beyond dead. It is irrelevant, and I don't think it's ever coming back. You have a 96 from the audience. And again, that is the complete opposite of something like this.
Brie Larson tried to talk for POC a few times and made it very cringe. Yeah, I don't really know anything about the whole Brie Larson discourse. So it turns out that maybe Brie's not that woke after all. It's just so weird how they pick somebody just because of what she represents, right? And turn her into something. The conservatives love Chris Pratt since he is Christian and conservative. Okay, that could be that makes sense.
It's been years and years of hell.
Which, Jeffrey, if you're listening right now, it's been 6 years. Please. Your family needs you. I can't say I don't know how it got to this point. At the end of the day, there's always been...
Brie was never woke. She's just a normal woman on YouTube. And wait, Brie has a YouTube channel? She's not a bad person. She's just not someone you want on a live. Yeah. You can't take her anywhere.
In this contingent that will really just look at media not as media, but more just as this sort of culture war ball to toss. And it could be interchangeable with absolutely anything. You know, we could be talking about candy bars right now. Could be talking about M&Ms.
Well, M&M's putting its woke spokes candies on hold.
Wait, so is that why Brie Larson gets like the attention of the right wingers? Is because of her commentary or her YouTube videos?
The candy giant most notably changing the green M&M's white go-go boots to sneakers. Remember that last year?
We could be talking about shoes right now. None of it really matters.
As conservatives, we're constantly getting hit in the face, left and right, by the woke mind virus. The last place we want it.
Not the woke mind virus. Quartering was super angry when she made her first YouTube video because she immediately got more subscribers than he had. I didn't know that.
Is in our beer. That's why
I know about her acting. I just don't know about her YouTube. So she was an actress first and then started doing stuff on YouTube. And obviously because of her fame, maybe, you know, got a lot of subscribers quick. It was probably the MCU that caught the Chud's attention. Wait, so is there something about Marvel that's particularly, like... Or is it the character? She was sponsored by YouTube to create a YouTube channel, and the Quartering responded to every single video. They hate her because she's a woman in front of the camera. Oh, because she's like a lead.
Kinds of like political analysis in some way.
The scene which did or you know, Mario Galaxy or whatever. Mario doesn't accomplish things through.
Not like a profoundly woke movie. It's not a profoundly anti-woke film. Sorry, I hit the vacuum cleaner.
Families are looking for something to take their kids to that they can enjoy without having agendas.
Because it's no longer all about white male characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now. And that right now they hate it. It's so pathetic that I have to hate watch enough of these videos to know their argument. Yeah, I don't even know this stuff, right? But I do look at this though. Okay, so look, this is Geeks and Gamers, right? Now, like, in the past, I have had my socials on like either the bottom or the top of my stream, right? Like, but what is it about the right-wingers that they are always doing like this setup? They always do like themselves in this top window and then like, right, this whole thing, right? And now usually this wouldn't be like Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, right? This would be like Parler, Rumble, and True Social or something, right? Usually they'd be like, it'd be the right-wing sites, right? Kick maybe instead of Twitch. But they always have this set up with their socials like right under them. I feel like the Quartering does too. They were angry when the trailers for Captain Marvel came out and she looked powerful. And then they were angry because she thought there should be more women and POC as directors. Then they were angry because she made a YouTube. Then they were angry because ... She's literally a conventionally attractive white woman playing a U.S. Air Force pilot hero. The standards of wokeness are out of control. Red Letter Media also had a field day making fun of Brie Larson for being generally unpleasant. And that's not gonna help matters. Like, is that true? What's up, Shakespeare? What's up, MSE? To be fair, celebrities are cringe as a general rule. I mean, you're not wrong. What's up, V? I noticed his shirt is unbuttoned. Years and years of hell. This dude has never suffered a hardship in his life. He would break down crying, begging to go back if he had to live a day in the life of a trans person with all the hell that we go through. Remember when parents took their kids to watch Deadpool because they thought it was a safe kids movie? Oh my god. What a mistake. What a mistake.
all thrown into it.
Oh my god, we're like 1 minute away. Where are we as far as likes?
This can put a
Can
slow end, maybe a quick end, but at least slowly start to end the woke nonsense we're seeing and get us back to basics of simple yet effective storytelling and honoring the fans.
It's just good old-fashioned, wholesome family entertainment, despite what the critics said. Unlike The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi destroyed fandom. Star Wars is still dead. Star Wars is beyond dead. It is irrelevant, and I don't think it's ever coming back. You have a 96 from the audience, and again, that is the complete opposite of something like this. It's been years and years of hell.
Which, Jeffrey, if you're listening right now, it's been 6 years. Please. Your family needs you.
We did it!
I can't say I don't know how it got to this point. At the end of the day, there's always been this contingent that will really just look at media not as media, but more just as this sort of culture war ball to toss. And it could be interchangeable with absolutely anything. You know, we could be talking about candy bars right now. We could be talking about M&Ms.
Well, M&M's putting its woke spokes candies on hold. The candy giant most notably changing the green...
Yeah, it's definitely helpful. It's definitely helpful. I love it when Twitch people jump in there and help out YouTube. Look, YouTube takes some time. Like, if you look at the graph of, like, where YouTube's numbers are versus where Twitch's numbers are, Twitch, you know, kind of shoots up faster and then plateaus, right? And then YouTube, like, builds and builds and builds. So, you know, they're still building. They're still working on it. There's a message from me above the highlight. Is a highlight? How did I miss your highlight? Mecha Karen bunch of numbers, is that it? Yo, that's a Mecha Random and Mecha Karen are not the same person, but I haven't really thought of how similar their names were until now. Who even is Mecha Random? Kind of like nobody. I don't even know if she makes videos anymore. She's just like somebody... She's one of the first right-wingers that I did a video about, basically. Right? And we had a little back and forth on Twitter, although she was always too pathetic to, like, go to war with, right? Oh my god, thank you, Sarah! Gift sub to, or gift membership to somebody. The Ron chocolate pudding ad. Wait, where? Show the Ron chocolate pudding ad? Wait, is there a chocolate pudding ad for Ron DeSantis? Because the far right, yeah, they want to have the green M&M, but only if she's wearing go-go boots, right? When is the last time? Are go-go boots even like that seems like some older fashion. Did you hear Graham Linehan was banned from Twitter? I did indeed. Yeah, Graham Linehan apparently is like making threats at people. That ad is icky. Wait, there's a chocolate pudding ad for Ron DeSantis? Wait, what?
M&M's white go-go.
Linehan is banned again. Yeah, not over anything woke necessarily, just over making threats.
Boots to sneakers. Remember that last year?
We could be talking about shoes right now. None of it really matters.
As conservatives, we're constantly getting hit in the face, left and right, by the woke mind virus. But the last place we want it is in our...
Send it to me on Discord if you can.
Beer. That's why I created Conservative Dad's ultra-right, 100% woke-free beer.
Buy yours online in 42 states at ultrarightbeer.com.
My favorite part about it is like anytime this happens and this like a brand is like boycott Bud Light and it's like I'm gonna be drinking Rolling Rock instead. And it's like they're owned by the same company. So Americans have a very important and valuable lesson in learning that like most of the stuff that they like has been consolidated into a few companies.
Did you see that? I'm sorry. The tea is very hot. I'm so sorry for slurping it. Like, I don't think anybody hates you for slurping the tea. I think you did it on purpose. It's something that people like. People enjoy that, right? It's not anyway. Anyway, like when you're running like B-roll of you editing the video, like, right? Don't tell me that it's not on purpose that you got yourself slurping the coffee on stream. Why can't DeSantis fight Trump? It's like he doesn't understand how to take. He doesn't understand his own base. The funniest thing is that it was the opposite. That they added feminine stuff to the green M&M. They would be saying that the pervert elites are trying to sexualize everything. True. Well, do you remember the discourse about the vein in the Snickers bar, right? Do you remember when Juniper made that tweet about the woke people are taking the vein out of the Snickers bar because they hate masculinity so much? And it's more masculine to have a nice and veiny Snickers bar, not an unveiny one. Yeah, they added the vein, yeah. Also a TYT link, but that's the best I could find.
Everything is just kind of like assigned a value, like for instance, woke or anti-woke, which is sort of just a vessel for whatever you happen to agree or disagree with.
Only 7% of Americans consider themselves very liberal, and probably fewer of them consider themselves to be woke. And so,
would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So,
the ad, who's it an ad for? Is it a DeSantis ad or is it a Trump ad? I didn't even know it was a thing until I told you. Yeah, I told Stream that. The funny thing about the woke-free beer is that the product isn't even ready. Oh no, it's vaporware! Yo, I thought we were gonna attack, Oh, it's attacking DeSantis, right? I thought that, you know, if DeSantis was smart, he would try to make the chocolate pudding thing like work for him somehow. Like, you gotta own it. 23 on YouTube. Yes, it's coming up. It's coming up. See, like, that's what I told you. I told you YouTube, just wait a little bit on YouTube. YouTube's got this. Let's take a look at what let's take a look at this ad here. No. Oh my god. Oh, it's Patriot Takes. I know this Twitter user.
Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements. Like cutting Medicare, slashing Social
This commercial goes hard. This commercial goes hard. Now that's weird, because as far as I know, all the Republicans are trying to cut Social Security. So yeah, Ron DeSantis used to be in the House of Representatives before he was governor of Florida, so this makes sense that he would vote to Republicans are trying to cut Social Security. This is such a weak ad for Trump to make, though. Like, right? Trump, you know, I swear to God, if they put that on his desk, Trump would sign it. But yeah, this ad goes hard. Look at this. I gotta see this again, okay?
Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his...
Okay, so can I confess something? Can I confess something to you? And I promise, like, not to judge me. When I was a kid, the way that I would eat pudding is that, like, you know what? It comes in those little it comes in those little plastic, like, things, and you, like, peel off the lid, right? I would always, like, slurp it. Like, I generally would not, you know, because you should get a spoon. That's what you should do. That's how adults are supposed to eat pudding. But as a kid, I can remember like squeezing it and treating it like Go-Gurt, even though it's not Go-Gurt. Meatball Ron really likes to finger. Oh no! Well, yeah, you keep going. Well, that's what I'm talking. I'm just trying to enjoy every little bit of this, right? This is like I said, this is going hard in a number of different ways, right? But we got the, he's gross. We got the he's grabby. He's sticking his fingers in things, right? Oh, Iron Orchids. I was trying to put my finger on it. I was trying to put my finger on it. Did they hire Will and his channel to do the glorping? Well, no, but Jack Saint did hire Will to do the slurping tea sound, right? Because nobody does it better than Will. Somehow, every time I see a political ad in the U.S., it looks shitty, like a shitty 1980s commercial. This one literally looks shitty. I didn't even see the gay subtext. I guess. I had spoons. I just felt really cool that way. You did it too? I would fold the lid back and make a little spoon. Oh, that's so smart. I wasn't that smart of a kid, but if I was a really smart kid, I would have taken the lid and like rolled it into a straw and drank it. Like that would have been the smart way to eat pudding. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Dirty fingers all over senior entitlements. Like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security.
Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely supposed to look like poo.
Even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Ron DeSantis loves sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding. DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements. Like cutting...
It doesn't look like DeSantis, though. It doesn't look like DeSantis.
Medicare.
Like, the actor that they got looks younger than DeSantis.
Slashing Social Security. Even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers...
Yeah, it looks like some kid.
...off our money. Oh... And somebody get this man
Somebody get him a spoon.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
He's sloppy.
Ron?
Okay, nope. We're not watching it another time. That's enough. Trump made comments about DeSantis partying with his female. Oh, yeah. He did make comments talking about DeSantis, the fact that DeSantis, like, what, as a principal? I think he was like a high school principal and he would show up at parties, which is kind of creepy. DeSantis won't go after them for attacking him because he's afraid of the... getting the Trump supporters against him. Like, there's footage of him eating pudding with his fingers? Wait, really? There's footage of this? Seriously. I gotta see it. Is this real? There's footage? Okay, there's the ad. Wait, where's the... God. Ate chocolate pudding with 3 fingers, but where's the picture? Where's the footage? That's the ad. Come on, I want to see it. Well, it is, as far as I know, it's just a story.
Republican presidential hopefuls are swarming Iowa nearly 11 months before the nominating caucus. It's still, of course, very early, but there's only 2 candidates that are polling.
We'll go back to the Jack Saint in just a second.
Double digits. Donald Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And while only one of them is currently facing the possibility of indictment, there are some new worries about the other one. The Daily Beast reports that, quote, the governor's aversion to pressing the flesh and his concern over the risk of unexpected interactions with the public is already so well known that early primary state players are working to DeSantis-proof their events. All the chatter is stirring old concerns about old stories.
What is he wearing? What is he wearing? Makes you want to throw away the chocolate pudding in the refrigerator. I'm sorry. Pudding Ron. Yeah, or Meatball Ron. Now, does anybody... Yeah, what's going on with this? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's got his pants, like, pulled up and kind of bunched up here. What is he wearing? Are these just socks? Is he just, like, in his socks? Was he wading into the water? don't know what's going on there. The other thing I want to know about is Meatball Ron. Why do they call him Meatball Ron? He's looking like a complete buffoon. Knee-high boots? I can't tell. They don't look like boots. They look like socks. It's boots. Knee socks is what they look like, or just the whitest dude on earth. Yeah, those are not his legs, I don't think. I don't see toes, so there's something going on there. Those are white boots, says Adadak. Yeah, but most people seem to think it's boots.
About new concerns about the governor's social skills. One ACT staffer saying, quote, he would sit in meetings and eat in front of people, always like a starving animal who has never eaten.
Chat, I should probably never run for office.
Before getting stuff everywhere. According to two sources familiar with the incident, during a private plane flight 4 years ago, DeSantis enjoyed a chocolate pudding dessert by eating it with 3 of his fingers. I'm joined now by David Plouffe, who served as campaign manager for Barack Obama's 2008 bid.
I mean, look, I don't eat things with like 3 fingers, right? I don't do that. I don't like to get messy, right? But I do get really hungry. And you've probably seen me wolf some things down on stream. In fact, I might wolf down some hummus later on stream today. I itch my nose a lot. I don't know. I feel like I'm awkward. I'm socially awkward too. What do you think, chat? Am I socially awkward? A little bit? Their boots, they're actually inspired. They've actually inspired a series of headlines about him last year. Damn, we're going for the low blows on DeSantis. This is what happens when you run against Trump, right? You're socially awkward too?
Senior advisor, President Obama, and Sarah Longwell, the publisher of The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just...
I as a person who eats like an animal...
Maybe it's just my social anxiety. Maybe I'm not as awkward as I think.
Every time I eat, I find this
right, me too. Yeah.
I don't... Pudding with the fingers is a bridge too far.
It's a bit much.
But I do wonder, David, generally, so many rules of campaigning have been thrown out, whether interpersonal, unscripted interactions, press...
The absolute state of political prowess today. We need experts to come on and talk about how an adult baby eats his din-din. I don't seem awkward. 3 is too many fingers. It's gross, right? Okay, I gotta ask though, chat. Let's say that you ate your pudding. Okay, let's say you're alone, okay? And you ate your pudding with your spoon, right? But there's still like a little, like how there's like a little bit of pudding hanging out and you can't get it with your spoon? Do you go in with your finger for that last little bit ever? If you go against Trump, you have to go all out right from the start, or it's because he's got his hands on you, he's not letting go. The ad is massively hurting DeSantis. Is it really the ad? I felt like DeSantis was kind of not doing well before the ad even. Lick the edge.
The flesh, the traditional stuff of campaigning still matters, do you think?
I think it does, particularly in a state like Iowa.
Normal people just slurp pudding like a cat. Black Phillip. That's exactly where I am. Yes, I am a normal person apparently. I slurp the pudding. I'm a pudding slurper. What can I say? I treat it like Go-Gurt. I wish it were Go-Gurt. I wish they just gave it to you in little pouches, right? That would be so much easier. Do you ever feel weird eating Go-Gurt though? Like it's a weird thing to eat in front of other people. You're just like you're sitting there, they're talking to you and you're like, just slurping it up. We are all socially awkward to a certain extent. Okay, so that's like a human thing. Eminem's go-go boots on Eminem go-go boots Ron. Arrest warrant for being in drag in public. Wait, I thought that was a Tennessee governor. Did DeSantis do that too? I mean, it's worse. Pretty much everyone I know has a story about a creep teacher. Yeah, DeSantis was the creep teacher for sure. One friend had a teacher that married a student when their dad died, which was disgusting. I had a professor who met his wife when she was a student in his class. Now, the story that they tell is that they didn't date until she was no longer in that class, right? But everybody in the school talks. Everybody in the studio. Did they just say, just hire, yeah, the glorping? Strawberry might have been better. Yeah, Strawberry might have been better. Desist playing the advert. I'm sorry. Was I squicking people? He would text them and be racist in front of them too. So there's text messages. Damn. Putting slurper sounds like a weirder specific insult. I don't think about the ad as a sane person. I think about it like a Trumper and Floridian. Oh, or Floridian who likes DeSantis. See how bad it is. Okay, you liked him, but now you're like, oh, he's not a pudding slurper, but he's like, yeah, I guess that's gross. Yeah. Oh, here's what it is. Even if you haven't seen it, you can imagine it. You know what DeSantis looks like. You know what he does. You've seen people eat pudding like that before, and now you imagine DeSantis being like, oh boy, pudding. Right? And it's gross. It's gross. It makes people associate Ron with elderly embarrassments? Really? Trump is like, oh yeah, that's the thing. It's Trump. Like, how do you think Trump eats a Big Mac? Right? Like, I bet there's some messy ways that Trump likes to eat his food, too. What do you think? Like, I feel like Trump's the kind of guy that, like, when he gets a burrito, he, like, bites into it, but then he, like, slurps. You know what I'm talking about? A burrito slurper? I'm a burrito slurper too, sometimes, though. Maybe I'm not anymore. Maybe that's just when I was a kid, right? Or like a juicy Big Mac, right? You know, you bite into it and there's like a whole bunch of Thousand Island sauce in there and you just kind of slurp. Like, as you're biting down on it, you like slurp right at the end there. Spiro? Wait, are we talking about Spiro now? As a foul genius, we rarely have seen Spyro! Oh, Spiro T. Agnew. Yeah, this was the Nixon vice president. And I only know of him because in Futurama, he's the body that's carrying around Nixon's head. You're staying out of this. Oh no. Alright, well, like, look, I'm not that... Linehan's back on Twitter already? Of course. Spiro Agnew was Nixon's attack dog. Or was this war dog? He should have owned the pudding thing somehow. Somehow he should have just owned it. It's too late now. New Futurama season is coming out. Wow, Steaks Not Speaks. Wait, where's the stakes? He crafted most of Nixon's memes. So you're talking about like memes like the silent majority, tough on crime, that kind of stuff. I had a department head who hated pretty much anyone who wasn't a white dude and was always trying to get them sent down to the office. Oh, Ron should make an ad about overcooked steaks with ketchup. That should be illegal. That is not. Look, I'm a vegan, and even I know that's not how you eat a steak.
You know, on the Democratic side, it looks like that's not going to be our first state. It will. But now listen, Trump, weird culinary habits, not a particularly...
Yeah. So Pluff is on this.
Warm retail politician. He liked the theater of the stage, not the intimacy of diners and, you know, main streets. So that worked for him back in 2016. But I think for DeSantis, you know, if
he's doing the Nixon
run
thing.
A winning campaign and run the gauntlet of primary states, you know, generally it's like at
he
the
does that a
Capitol.
lot.
You may not have to be the best at every event, but you've got to be good at all the different skills. And in politics, that's giving speeches, that's debating, that's retail, that's having a decent social media game. So I think it's hard to win states like Iowa.
I'm gonna pee. I will be right back.
You know, South Carolina, if you don't have some basic humanity, it's a very transparent process, Chris, running for president. It's like an X-ray. People can see who you are. And if it looks like you're not enjoying the process, you're enduring it. If it looks like you really don't enjoy people, you're enduring that. Generally, that's something that becomes a headwind to your candidacy. Again, Trump was not skilled at that. But I think given that that's not his game, you would think DeSantis would want to find a way to up his retail skills.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting, from more details from this, Sarah, that several former staffers for the governor told Daily Beast almost everything he does is scripted, that reads, just watching him. Coupled with an aversion to small talk, general pleasantries, any unplanned interaction with the public make him difficult to manage ahead of events. What do you think to the extent that there are undecided DeSantis-Trump voters, right, who are the kind of key swing constituency in a place like Iowa or in a place like New Hampshire, what do you think matters to them, given that you talk to these folks a lot for your focus groups?
Yeah, I mean, the thing to understand about the voters in DeSantis is that they like DeSantis right now. They like what he's done in Florida. They like the culture war stuff. They like how he was on COVID. But their relationship with him is very shallow. Yeah, they've seen him on TV yelling at teenagers in masks and fighting with Disney, and they like all that, and they think he's good, but they don't have a deep relationship with him. And that's the difference between him and Trump. Trump, their relationship with him goes deep, right? Good, bad, ugly. They know it all about Trump. It's baked in, and he's still holding on to at least a very hardcore 30% of the party. And while there's a big chunk that wants to move on to DeSantis, he's got to live up to the hype. They don't really know him that well. He's got to perform on the national stage. And I'll tell you the most interesting thing that I've been seeing among these voters is I asked them, what happens, if DeSantis kind of flames out? What if actually turns out you don't like him? Do you vote for somebody in the field, Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, or do you go back to Trump? And the most common answer is they go back to Trump.
I mean, that's not surprising to me at all for exactly the reasons that you described. I do think, to get back to your point, David, I am someone who thinks it's good that the Democratic Party has moved out of Iowa in the first state and redone the calendar just because of the nature of the coalition that makes up the Democratic Party. That said, having covered candidates in Iowa and in New Hampshire, there's something great about someone who wants to be literally the most powerful person on earth in a barn with 200 people, in the snow, getting asked all sorts of questions and having to just be there and be present and answer them. That to me is actually kind of at the core of what it really means to have a democracy. And I think that is an important testing ground.
Yeah, well, Chris, back in 2007, 2008, Barack Obama would literally call high school seniors and beg them to caucus for him, okay? So you definitely get down to the basics. I will say this, so in our calendar, Nevada and South Carolina are not huge states. They have a history of retail politics, particularly South Carolina, barbershops and beauty salons and factory floors, so you're still gonna have some of that. I will say this, so retail skills is I still think important, even though
Retail skills? This is a really interesting thing. So, we're getting wonky here, right? Chris Hayes, if you don't know, he's fairly far left for MSNBC, right? But not really, not really reliably left, right? Kind of establishment. Maybe used to be more left than he was. This is the whole thing. If you really want to get in, if you really want to keep your job, if you really want to be in corporate cable network politics, you cannot be who Chris Hayes was coming in, right? And he's definitely changed to adapt. But his interests are kind of wonky, kind of nerdy, and this is David Plouffe, an Obama advisor. Also, we're into a wonky, nerdy sort of analysis of retail politics. From my understanding, what they mean is the way that candidates go to the first few states on the primary list, right? And they'll go in and get their hair cut, They'll go into a barber shop and be like, oh, I was here in Iowa and I needed to get my hair cut. Let me sit down and get right? They do stuff that makes them seem relatable. They do stuff that makes them seem human. They do stuff where they interact with people. This is where Hillary Clinton, isn't this where Hillary Clinton drank the beer Like she was trying to like, right, because they're here the epitome of what we're talking about here, like, is the idea that Americans want to vote for a presidential candidate that they could see themselves having a beer with, right? And Hillary Clinton is somebody that it's kind of hard to imagine having a beer with. Hillary Clinton would never have a beer with you. Or anything else, right? It's not about beer, but like, you know, Hillary Clinton is an establishment figure that, you know, that's, you know, hard to relate to, not charismatic, right? There's a million reasons why Hillary was a bad candidate, and that's kind of getting to the, you know, heat of it, right? So Hillary Clinton hears, okay, so Hillary, they like you, they know your name, you got great name recognition, and the Democrats, you know, they think that you got next, right? So you got some support out there, but the problem where we're falling down is that Obama, they see him and they're like, hey, he seems cool, I could hang out with him. They look at you and they're like, I couldn't hang out with you. What do you think, Hillary? Could you maybe go in and have a beer, right? And she does that. She goes in and like drinks, like performatively pounds of beer. And it's just like the weirdest, most contrived, like fakest thing that you've ever seen, right? And that's part of where she fell down. She impressed me going on SNL and making fun of herself, getting criticized in the skit, and agreeing. The only time I'd ever imagine Hillary and me having any amount of beverage is like her waterboarding me nice and trying for daring to try and nationalize healthcare. True. Romney, he sucks, but he's not like Trump. I just hope it splits the ultra right wing vote and the normie Republicans. A normie Republican sneaks through and wins the primary by voters sick of the culture wars and Dragon Princess. Like, normally I would say no shot, right? But you might actually be onto something. There has been some polling of Republicans, and some Republicans are tired of hearing about how everything is woke. So yeah, they're a broken record, and they're starting to, you know, kind of annoy even the Trump base, right? Even some of the Trump base is kind of annoyed by how much wokeness gets brought up. I miss Hillary. I liked her. She's my ideal mean grandma. Yeah, okay.
I think Trump in his race was not skilled or very interested in that. But being weird.
Ew, I don't want to have a beer with anyone. Beer is nasty. Low-key agree. Although, listen, I don't know why this is, okay? I halfway think maybe I just don't like, maybe I just don't know good beers. But every beer that I've had is kind of gross. Like, and like the only beers that I can even tolerate are the ones that everybody says it's like water. Like if they call it pea water beer, then that's usually the beer that I can tolerate, right? A beer without much taste to it is preferable to a beer with body or whatever the hell. I like beer, I just don't like getting drunk. See, here's the thing, I think it might be the hops. It might be the hops that I really don't like. Because the hops are what makes it kind of taste bitter and stuff. But the weird thing about hops is I have had drinks that have hops in them that are not alcoholic before. And there was like I could imagine liking something like that if it was less strong. Like if it was a more diluted hopsy drink. Like I didn't entirely hate the taste, I just felt like the taste was way too strong. I like Coronas because they have little flavor. Also, Ba Ba Ba? I haven't heard of Ba Ba Ba. I like beer, I just don't like, yeah, I didn't like her, but that's from personal views from the 90s of her as a woman role model. I was proud to vote for her, but knew she was the wrong one to run for first female president. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like a Thai beer, Ba Ba Ba. I would rather, oh yes, a Slurpee with alcohol. A Slurpee with vodka, a Slurpee with tequila, a margarita even would be perfect for me, right? I liked Corona with a lime. Yeah, anything with a lime. There's some good fruity beers. You just have to know. That's the thing. I only drink beer when I'm out with somebody who knows beer, right? Because I literally have to have somebody recommend something for me. Same thing with wine, right? I actually like some wines, but I don't know how to pick a good wine, like from a bad wine. So I always end up with a bad wine. Or I just like order, if I have to get something, I'll order, ooh, boozy ginger beer. It sounds delicious. If I have to order, I'll order like the House Cab. Is that what it's called? Like the basic red wine? Is that the house? What is it, like the House Cab? I like sweet wines. Sweet wines are pretty good. Yeah. Anytime I've ever had sweet wines, they're like a port. It's pretty good.
Generally doesn't work. So if there's more things about DeSantis coming out, you know, the way he eats, the way he treats people, you know, that stuff, particularly with the power of social media and memes, can definitely stick. So I think that's my personal view is, you know, and Sarah's focus groups, I think, capture this, which is, you know, this is probably DeSantis's race to lose narrowly, but he has not much margin for error. So that's the thing about retail politics, whether you're talking about a small size state or a medium sized state, it's harder and bigger.
Sky, big mood, big agree, right? I almost wish, wait, they do make drinks, don't they? They do make drinks like that, yeah. You know what I really like? And I can't afford it, right? Because it's one expensive bottle of Sody Pop, right? But when it's Sody Pop infused with the, how do I say this and not get demonetized? Sody Pop that's infused with the... There's gotta be a word for this, right? There's got to be a word for this that I can say without getting in trouble. I got demonetized last time, and it wasn't my fault, okay? It was because of what Illuminati said about Cenk Uygur's weird horse stuff, right? Scooby Snack water, sure. That's not, okay, no, the only thing about that is it makes me think of dog food that's wet, and that makes me think of the, you know, the kind of dog food that you pour water on it and you let it sit and then you let your dog eat it because it's like it's gravy. You know what I'm talking about? It's probably better for the dogs, right? Because like I always felt weird about like giving like normal dog food is like dry cereal, and that can't be good for a dog. Like that cannot be ideal, right? The dog just crunching away at that, right? That cannot be good. Mouthfeel? Well, no, I'm talking about like the substance in the Sody Pop that makes it not alcoholic, but like the other thing, right? That gets you faded.
You got to put together an organization, and people want to work.
A lot of people add water to dry food. Well, I think it looks gross. Like, I mean, it looks like not appealing if you just take normal dog food and you put water on it. But there's certain dog foods that if you put water on them, they'll like produce like a gravy, right? And as a dog, I could imagine eating that, right? Although I gotta say, like imagining eating dog food, although I'm sure I did it as a kid because I thought it would turn me into a dog. It sounds gross. It sounds really gross. Oh, the worst is milk bones though. You know what I'm talking about? Like dog treats. I cannot imagine eating that. Like I've never eaten one, but just smelling them, it seems so gross. I heard it's not healthy to only feed cats dry food, so I guess it's the same for dogs. It seems like it would. Yeah, dogs do eat a lot of things. Like they are gourmets of a certain sort, right? When it comes to tasting one's own brand. Oh,
for somebody that they believe in, that they know, that they've met, that's been friendly with them.
I love doggy chow from Showgirls. My brother used to eat milk bones as a snack. Some people do. Some people really do. Some people like that. Puppy girl moments. Story of a lifetime. My dog hates milk bones. Interesting. My dogs love them, but like to see them eating those things, it's so gross, right? I'm trying to even imagine how it would taste. Like, right? It's like savory, but with no salt or something. I don't know. It just seems bad. A little bitter. Wet cat food tastes like nothing. Not that I would know.
And if DeSantis is going to have to, if he's going to be Donald Trump, he's got to be firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
Yes, candidate performance, but also that organization. And when you're kind
You don't remember what it tasted like? If I recall correctly, milk bones are pretty bland. Yeah, that's what would gross me out, right? It's like the blandness of it. I don't know why I was disgusted by bread rolls, but cat food was apparently fine. Oh, as a kid. Oh, you ate dry cat food. I feel like I ate a lot of things. Like high lemonade, there we go. I supplement the dry dog food with fresh veggies and stuff like lentils. Oh, okay, that's right, because dogs are omnivores. Makes sense. I didn't like tomatoes, but a dog bone? Yeah, let's eat that. Yeah. I feel like I probably would have eaten. I know as a kid, like, look, I almost kind of am mad at my parents. Because as a kid, I distinctly remember drinking water out of a fish tank, okay? I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I was a little kid and I don't know what I was thinking, but that, yeah, I had to have me some of that fish water. And it's not that they let me have it, it's that they weren't paying attention. I could have been doing anything. I could have been chewing on an electrical plug. I could have been playing with knives. They just weren't paying attention. And that kind of makes me a little bit mad. Onions and garlic are poisonous to dogs. Oh, yeah, good point. Okay, yeah, there are avocados too, right? Dogs shouldn't have avocados. Dogs shouldn't have chocolate. There's a lot of things that dogs should not have. But one thing that you should have, if you want to avoid the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad break on Twitch, is a little Persona 2 character right next to your name. Now, how do you get one of those characters, right? I'm going to go over several strategies by which you can attain just that, and you can avoid the ad break, right? So the first strategy is, let's say that you've got Amazon Prime, and you've never thought of hooking up your Amazon Prime to Twitch. You can do that. You can do that. You can hook it right up to Twitch, and it gives you a free sub, right? And you can park it right here if you want to get out of our ad breaks. Second thing you could do is, if you have $5 to spare, not $5 that you need. If money's tight, I understand that, and I want you to hang out, and I want you to be here anyway. I am by no means trying to shame anybody who cannot afford to do this, right? But I will remind you that it's only $5, and that might be better than watching an ad for you. If it's a good deal, and you have $5 to spend, that's another way you can get out of it. The other way that you can do it is hang out and be active in chat and make a positive contribution to the community, and chances are somebody at some point will see you doing that and they will give you a gift sub, right? So those are the three ways that we get out of the top of the hour ad break. So yeah, see, I'm getting better at that. I trying to work it into the stream a little bit more.
Jerk, and don't show much interest in people, almost like you need to be for me. They're not going to work hard for you, is my experience anyway. And that's very much different than a Florida campaign. DeSantis is going to have a much stronger retail operation in a bunch of states around the country, different than he's had in Florida.
Yeah, and I wonder,
Hi, Julia Pixel. Welcome to the stream.
Charm is a weird thing, and it's morally neutral. There's like odious people who are charming, and there are amazing people who are not particularly charming. So it doesn't really matter when you're rating a person in any ethical sense, but it does matter for politics, and it's a hard thing to pin down. I have, Sarah, never found DeSantis particularly charming. There are other Republican and even conservative politicians who I do think are quite charming.
Oh yeah, Dragon Princess is pointing out that our emotes alone are worth the $5. Mention how bad advertising is for your health. I've heard that advertising can be not so great for your health.
And Donald Trump, who I think is odious in many ways, is also charming in his own weird way. But
okay, what do you think about that? Because, like, to me, Trump is odious, right? Oh my god! Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the gift sub to Joya Pixel. See, it does happen. It can happen just like that, right? That's why it's worth your while to say something in chat, and you know, eventually, right? Eventually, somebody might, out of the kindness of their heart, get you a gift sub to get you out of that ad break. Because I know it's a lot, right? It's twice an hour. It's at the top and the bottom of the hour. So, and it sucks you right out of your immersion, right? It breaks you right out of that. Whatever I'm talking about, if it's eating pudding with the fingers, if I'm talking about eating milk bones, why am I talking about so many disgusting things today? If I'm talking about, speaking of disgusting things, if it's Donald Trump, I don't see it, but I'm not a chud. I wonder, if I was a chud, would I look at Donald Trump and have like a warm feeling? Would I be like, aw, would I just want to snuggle up to him? Would I be like, come here, you big... Wait, what are they... I don't know. Would I want to put my arm around Donald Trump? Would I want to cuddle Donald Trump if I was a chud? DeSantis is not going to beat Trump. These people have lost the plot. I mean, it's hard to imagine that happening. Yeah, somebody at least, I don't know if it was Pluff or Chris Hayes, but they were acting like that it's DeSantis's to lose. I don't buy that. I don't see people abandoning Trump. The only way that DeSantis wins is if Trump drops out. If Trump can't do it. If Trump is too busy in court to run for president. Hard to run for president when you are currently on trial. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It doesn't, I do wonder like how much that matters. Whether the
ad exposure has been directly linked to weight gain, poor self-image, overspending, and debt. Ooh, so it is bad.
Culture war animus papers over some of those traditional, like,
oh my god,
do you
thank
want to
you,
have a beer
Kira
with
Safira.
stuff? Do you find them approachable, relatable? Like, can you just, does that not matter anymore?
Thank you for the super sticker.
Because if you have the right enemies, that's what matters.
Yeah, that matters, but I do think this point about...
And I love Shibu Inus are adorable. It's too bad that Elon has like adopted that meme. Elon and Nafo and all of those people, right?
Charisma, right? So he's going to be compared head to head with Trump. And so I agree. I find Donald Trump repellent, but Republican voters found him electric. Yeah. And I think that the question is when you sort of size up.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Republicans are not terribly put off by Lindsey Graham. Republicans are not terribly put off by Ted Cruz. Republicans are not terribly put off by Mitch McConnell, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, right? There's a lot of like just gross people that Republicans are like, yeah. So I guess I just don't have the ability to look at, you know, candidates the way that a Republican would. Maybe I just don't know. They're all a basket of deplorables to me. Funny how the way Robert DeSantis could win over Donald Trump. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Trump may not be running at the end of the... I actually think there's a stronger chance than is being given credit to of Trump, like, dropping out. He might even drop out at a very inconvenient time. Like, for Trump, it's all about him. It's all about his life, and it's never about anybody else. It's never about the Republican Party. It's never about the voters. It's not about MAGA or whatever the hell, you know, kind of movement that people think that he's building. It's all about Trump. So if it's convenient for Trump to just, like, say that he's running up until the point where it's going to be hard for somebody else to get in there and then drop out, he'll do that. He will absolutely do it. Remember how much Trump talked about Hillary being under investigation? Trump has been indicted.
Donald Trump and his ability, and maybe he doesn't still have this, but if he can still fill stadiums with people and be funny, and people just decide they still like him more, and DeSantis gets on the national stage and seems kind of prickly and unfun, and even though he's always complaining about culture wars and people, you know, agree with that, doesn't have the same, you know, frisson of danger or...
They've overdone the woke thing. They really have.
Fun that Donald Trump...
I don't think that works for them anymore.
Trump could bring to it, and I think that charisma was what carried.
Trump won't drop out. He would have to. Oh yeah, the one thing that might keep Trump in the presidential race, right, is that winning the presidency again might be the only thing that could keep him out of jail. He would have to pay own legal fees, and he wants to be out of the range of punishment. Yes, as a sitting president. Trump pay for something? Yeah, never, right? I've worked with advertising houses for years. I don't work anymore. That attack ad is doing the rounds in certain spaces, though. DeSantis does not need a miracle. He needs Trump to be unviable, let's just say. Yeah, don't envy him this position. Trump will never fill a stadium again.
Trump through, and I think if head-to-head, you know, DeSantis looks like a real dud, that's what I mean. Right now, DeSantis, you know, there's a lot of hype around.
Watch your drink around those ads.
Him. You know, he has to hit certain expectations. And if he fails to meet those, if he fails to meet the hype, then like he could crater really early with people just saying, you know, I thought he was going to be different. He's just not as good as I thought he was going to be.
Also, those Iowa voters are like hilariously picky and kind of like, you know, this is my 7th event with him, and I'm, you know, I'm coming around. We're gonna do 7 more, see where I end up. David Bluff and Sarah Longwell, thank you very much.
Okay, back to the woke war Mario. Meatball Ron is so different. Can somebody explain the meatball thing? We haven't done enough of this. We haven't done enough, like, I need to know where the Meatball Ron thing came from.
There was a piece in the New York Times.
Body shaming? Really? That's what he's doing? DeSantis is Italian. Oh, God. So wait, it's not that he ordered a meatball sub or something? Meatball is just old school slang for Italian. Okay. Is that what that is? Okay. Somebody said body shaming. Said he looks like a meatball?
That is outlining Ron DeSantis.
Trump? I mean, does Trump not look like a meatball, though?
Having trouble figuring out how he goes after Donald.
Trump is like an Arby's sandwich of a human. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to body shame or anything, but it just seems like Trump is throwing in a glass house, throwing rocks, right? Trump thinks he's beautiful. So did Ben Garrison.
Trump. And, you know,
get to it, Meatball Ron.
Right. Nick Cohn had a piece, you know, I think was it today? Yes. Arguing that Ron DeSantis is not Scott Walker from the perspective of...
Yeah, wasn't Scott Walker supposed to run for president? Did he end up running at all? Did he run during, in 2016? It's a dig at his weight gain since being governor. Okay. I think you guys are thinking about it too much. He's just... alliterations. Yeah, Meatball Ron, but that's not an alliteration. Like, it sounds like it goes together. I guess it's like branding or something. It's like negative branding. DeSantis does look like a pit bull with severe allergies. No shade. Oh.
Of like a polling standpoint. Because more people in the Republican Party want DeSantis to be president than did Scott Walker at this time. And the only, you know, I'm sure that's quite true. It is, but he sort of misses the real point about this. He has a graph up. In fact, do you guys have this link? Let's put this graph up. I'm going to send it to you. It's just scroll down. You'll see it. The funny thing about these people is that they don't really pay attention to their own sort of like data. It is the true. No, go down, scroll down a little bit. Right there. Yeah. Here's the.
We can't have these non-white Italians running the show in America. That's right.
Problem with this. It's rare company. They're saying that and these data guys don't pay attention to.
Wait a minute. Has the U.S. ever had an Italian president? So, like, I remember hearing about JFK being somebody that they thought might not become president because he was Catholic, right? That people thought that JFK, I guess, was as Irish Catholic, and like somehow all the other presidents were WASPs. Papists, yeah. They said that like if JFK was to become president, then technically the Pope could tell him what to do, right? That Catholics have to defer to the Pope or something. I wish he would start a trend and kick us Italians out of the whites. We aren't called white in most parts of Europe. In Europe, you are white. Okay. Anti-Catholic sentiment is real. People voting for Irish. This is not my America. Yeah, right. But like, the United States has never had an Italian president, right? Granted, JFK was Catholic before before Vatican II. So yeah, this is Vatican II is where they officially took they're blaming Jewish people for the unaliving of one Jesus Christ out of the doctrine that all Jewish people were somehow guilty for Jesus no longer being alive. It's never had an Italian president.
Here, Ted Kennedy, 1980, 47% wanted him to be presidential candidate. Well, Ted Kennedy lost in the primary to Jimmy Carter. George W. Bush, 2000.
Wait a minute. Jimmy Carter was running for re-election.
44%, fair enough.
In 1980.
Hillary Clinton, in 2008, 35% wanted her to be.
What happened then?
She did not. She lost, incidentally, to Barack Obama, 20%.
Oh, that was 2008.
But here's the one that really should be telling. Rudy Giuliani in 2008, 33%. The dude did not make it out of New Hampshire. I covered that up in New Hampshire.
My Irish Catholic great-grandpa had a heart attack over Vatican II. It was a full fiasco. I wish they all called me Mediterranean. It's part of the family lore. My Italian relatives in Italy say it's not a thing much over there. They are Mediterranean.
The Republican primaries. And it was
Vatican II, the reckoning.
It's unbelievable how few people showed up.
The battle pope will not have mercy upon your soul.
To see Rudy Giuliani in New Hampshire. And
has the U.S. ever had a Jewish president? No. The U.S. has not ever had a Jewish president. And it's weird because, people, I feel like people sometimes discount the degree to which, anti-Semitism is still a thing. But it's still there in subtle ways and in not so subtle ways, right?
I know there's no way to measure lack of enthusiasm, but it felt more real than
By the way, welcome to the stream, Telefo.
You could almost touch the lack of enthusiasm for Rudy Giuliani. And the thing about Ron DeSantis, there may be interest in him, but none of it is a function of a single word that anyone's heard him say. It really is just all the super wokeness or anti-wokeness articles that are written about what he's doing.
I feel like people would really not like having a Jewish president in the U.S. Yeah, I feel like they'd get hate that was that would cloak itself behind other reasons for disliking them, right? That they would be seen as overly, there would be something else. There would be some code word that would get used against them that would basically be people, kind of, like a dog whistle towards their Jewishness, right? I feel like that would happen.
And how much he's got people up. And the fact is, when this guy starts talking, in the same way with Giuliani, his whole thing was built on 9/11, and he was America's mayor, and et cetera, et cetera. When Ron DeSantis gets in front of a crowd, he's Scott Walker.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, well that's like just straight up the dual loyalty thing, right? That's like that would be that's a dog whistle for that, right? Shakespeare, that absolutely would happen. I mean, look at how they reacted to a black president. True.
The fact that he's still struggling to respond to Trump is telling just in and of itself. Trump is calling him a groomer, a pedophile. Now he's calling him Meatball Ron, making fun of him, which is an improvement on Ron the Sanctimonious. Although honestly, both are pretty decent. But like, yeah, I mean,
Here it is. Pop this up.
Yeah,
this
put
is
this up.
in the story. Since November, despite the criticism he faced at the time, Mr. Trump has periodically hit out at his potential rival.
We need one more like on YouTube to get us to 25 before the bottom of the hour. Can we do it? Can we do it, YouTube chat?
Albeit to a relatively small audience. He posted his most recent innuendo about the government on Truth Social, where he has just under 5 million followers. That innuendo, I guess, was about him photographing him partying.
Now this
with,
is wild, right? Meatball Ron apparently dig at his appearance, or shut down Ron, a reference to restrictions the governor put in place at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. Isn't Florida known as one of the states that did the least to fight against the coronavirus? Isn't like they kept like tourist stuff open, they kept beaches open. That is wild that he's getting hit by Trump for corona stuff, right? Like Trump was, Trump proudly, or not proudly, but like, he said that he got vaxxed, right? That should be I don't know. It's kind of weird. They both wear the same 5X boxy suits with a red tie. Yeah, it just seems like, everything, all these criticisms that Trump has of DeSantis, like, seem to apply to him. You snuck over to the YouTube to like, thank you, that's really sweet of you. We got to 25. Did we get to 25? I think we did. 25, yay.
some teenage girls?
Yes, which was documented by the Times as well, where he was a 23-year-old teacher at this high school, and he would go regularly to parties with the seniors.
I don't think that's necessarily just an innuendo.
Yeah, no.
Trump thinks that Ben Garrison's idea of him is the real him. Look, that's not even Ben Garrison. Not even Ben Garrison thinks that anymore. Ben Garrison flipped on Trump. I don't know if he flipped back, right? But you could see it when it happened. When Ben Garrison stopped supporting Trump, his Trump, I don't know, he gained 20% of body fat, right? His body composition immediately changed. Ben Garrison drew Trump like he was ripped, right? And now he draws Trump like he's Trump.
Right? I mean, there's also should a 23-year-old be partying with his 17-year-old students, even if nothing else happened? I sort of think, no.
Hey, what's in the butt?
Shut down Ron as opposed to, oh my god, and as opposed to, Trump causing unaliving of people due to...
Meatball Ron.
Well, this is the thing, though. It's they both suck in terms of their, public health responses and their instincts, But
then he's insulted Mr. DeSantis in casual conversations, describing as Meatball Run. And then they write an apparent dig at his appearance, or shut down Ron, a reference to restrictions the governor put in place at the beginning of the coronavirus. Now, shut down Ron.
Not as good.
Not as good. But Meatball Ron is a dig at his appearance?
I don't quite think the Times has got to the bottom of that one.
Yeah. No, I feel you, V. If I was in high school and a teacher, let alone a principal, showed up to that party, I'm not hanging out there.
I think it's more just anti-Italian.
No matter if the teacher turns his baseball cap around backwards and pulls up a chair and wants to have a heart-to-heart with us, I'm not falling for that. To be honest, Brandon hasn't been much better At COVID, or yeah, true. Trump used COVID against Ron. Ron can put out an ad that of all the compliments that Trump gave him over COVID. True. There's so many people on the right convinced that Ron is a huge gay liability. Where does that come from? Are they saying that he like vibes gay? Mario movie is woke. Is it woke BS? I want to know more about how woke the Mario movie is, right?
Of other reporters on there.
Yeah. Just do an analysis of his physique and then see if it's close to a meatball.
Yeah, meatball run di spaghetti.
DeSantis.
Yeah, maybe it's an anti-Italian slur.
What does that mean, DeSantis? What is that last name?
But the fact that this is happening, like there's been months now of Trump going after him and he's still quivering, not sure how to respond. I'm above this. I don't attack other Republicans. We're not just saying that he doesn't have the juice just because we think it's funny and Trump's a good trash talker. It's because that is not going to play well in a Republican primary. We know what the base wants to a degree.
But he's boxed in too because he has to be like the above it guy because that's his like sort of.
So wait, does that mean if Pauly ever starts playing Minecraft, will Pauly be like an NCC copycat?
That is the
reason,
key.
but you lose that.
No one
Do I own Minecraft?
wants that.
Here's the problem that he has. In addition, the problem is exactly what Matt says, is that he's supposed to be Trump without the baggage. And if he starts calling Trump, little tiny hands Trump or something.
No, honestly, I think people like it when me and Pauly copy each other.
Which is actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a positive thing, though.
Tiny Trump or tiny hands Trump or whatever it is, or, has been or whatever it is. Then
We've definitely both influenced each other. Pauly in Minecraft would be an NCC clone.
It starts to look like the same drama queen that Trump is.
But then she'd have to do like really deep dives and stay on like one story for like way too long to properly do NCC, right? And jump on a trampoline.
And he's not going to do it as well. And then he just becomes like with all of Trump's baggage, but none of the pizzazz.
I think Pauly on a trampoline would be cool, though. Honestly, I think, yeah.
But the other problem he has is that, like Emma says, it's not even been since he's attacked. Like DeSantis has known for a year or two that he wants to run against Trump, and so the first meeting you would imagine would be like, okay, we've got all the horrible anti-woke policies that we're going to follow. What do we do when we actually start running against Trump? Like when he said,
I see what you're saying. The consequences of an outfit malfunction. Yeah.
When he comes up with the
I
nickname.
can see that.
Tiny Peanuts Run, or Meatball Run, or
I'm still gunning for Rip-Off Ron.
You don't think she can stay on the same subject for too long? I do think she could handle. I think so too. Yeah.
Off Ron, Mini Me Ron, Mini Me Ron, whatever it is that he comes up with. What are we going to respond with? And they go, well, just seem a little bit hurt. Yeah. And pretend you're Ronald Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I follow Reagan.
That's pretty much it.
That's
pretty much it.
And like if he brings up Reagan, this is what the Republican Party is going to say. Who? Because they disappeared Reagan for 6 years. Like Ronald Reagan was like literally was like a saint. Like when Ronald Reagan died, like Peggy Noonan wanted to run and throw herself in the coffin. I mean, they were so.
Peach is a girl boss? I mean, does that threaten you though? Like, are you okay with that? Like, don't tell me you're threatened by like women who are strong or like proficient or I don't know, beat you at something, right? That's not like, you're not like that kind of person, right, TJP?
Oh,
it's not like
with
that,
this guy.
Right?
And then Trump shows up and they're like,
well, I mean, like, look, Mario is a random nobody. That's part of his strength. He's the everyman. He's the every plumber, right? I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing, right? Mario is a bumbling, stumbling mess but he gets the job done somehow, right? So we love him. I don't think that's not like a deviation from like how his character is in like the games, or I guess I haven't really seen the movies. Wait, there's a movie from the 80s. And then there's that show the movie's from the 90s, right? And then the show is from the 80s. Yeah, he's a goofball. Have you ever seen the show? He's like, I'm Mario! Whoa! You know, that's Mario. Have you ever seen the 80s show? He's like, do the Mario! Do. And he does a little dance. He's like, something like that. Meatball Mario, covered in spaghetti sauce. Delicious. I don't know. I don't think they're a chud. I think they're cool.
Forget that guy.
Right,
that was the
TJP?
weak stuff. We've got the purest form here.
But I think the big issue.
Canonically, Peach doesn't die as often in the games as Mario. It's established canon. The old show, yeah, he's all like, he's like, oh, Luigi, what are we gonna... I don't think I've sat down and watched an episode. I did see, God, what was it? It was like a YouTuber did a video talking about how the old Mario show, like they had the guy from Ghostbusters, like they had one of the Ghostbusters on, right? Because it was during Ghostbusters. That was like the time period that it was on, right? But they couldn't say Ghostbusters, but they had him come over and he had like his Ghostbusters pack and everything. He basically was they were busting ghosts without saying that they were busting ghosts. It was basically Ghostbusters, right? So I am familiar. I have seen it through that. And then the other thing that I've seen of Mario is like there is apparently a cornucopia movie. There's a cornucopious movie themed around Mario, right? And like it's lost media. And people are trying to find it. People wanted to find it. People out here taking Mario seriously, like it's a grim dark series. Practical effects. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Like it had a funny name too. Like it had a very cornucopic name. Rule 34. Yeah, no, it was like legit. And guess who played Mario? Ron Jeremy was Mario, okay? And this was lost media until I guess like did something awful find it? Did something awful end up digging up? He's a bumbling everyday hero, falls but keeps trying. Yeah, we love Mario. What's this grimdark thing that we're suddenly talking about? I don't even know. Like what? Like Ron Jeremy sucks? What does he do? Well, I wasn't like lauding him or anything. I'm just saying like that canonically he was in the movie. Like that was who played Mario. I don't know who played Luigi. They did, yes, they did a cornucopic Mario Brothers. True.
DeSantis has on the other end of that is not pissing off the Trump tankies too much when he does decide to do anything sort of combative towards Trump. Because
Ron, many women, including Kat. Which Kat are you talking about?
And it is like the don't want to piss off the civility-minded or normie-minded voters, but also if he thinks, oh, I do have to get tough on Trump, I have to be the belligerent one too. There are probably going to be Trump voters who are mad at him for doing that.
Well, that's why they all stayed away from him in the last election. And the thing is, too, is that, you know,
wait, Kat Black?
It's just countdown.
Really? Oh my God! No, I've heard about the stuff that Ron Jeremy did, right? But it's okay. I misremembered it. It wasn't actually Ron Jeremy. It was somebody much less problematic. I believe his name was Buck Angel. Just kidding, chat. Just kidding. No, it was actually Ron Jeremy. And yes, Ron Jeremy's a creep. But that was who played Mario.
Until Trump says like, I don't know if I could support him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I could support Biden, but I also got to say like.
Also, Joe was looking great.
Wait, God, that's terrible.
The speech.
What's the difference between?
I didn't realize that happened to Kat Black.
Biden and DeSantis.
Jill is very beautiful.
Jill's
it's Greece
just like I like it.
I don't know. Meatball Ron.
Someone far less problematic. One Buck Angel.
What meatball Biden? What's the difference?
The Republicans, by like going along with Trump's election lies, like kind of box themselves into, because the easiest thing DeSantis could say is you lost, you're a loser, you lost to Biden, one-term president.
Right, except for now, like I think Ron knows a little better than that. Real shame that all of a sudden Ron DeSantis thinks that we can trust the Democrats to run. Maybe didn't hear about the acid-washed servers in Germany.
What? Yeah, you don't think you think Biden won? Oh.
Okay, so Trump debuted his new.
I gotta see what this is. Chapo Trap House. Definitely not my favorite show, but I'm curious what they have to say about Meatball Ron.
Ron DeSantis put down where he's calling him Meatball Ron, which is. It's pretty good, but I'm gonna need to hear him say it a few more times in public. But someone pointed this out that like Trump, he needs to it's like Rocky IV when Rocky like trains in the Russian wilderness and he's like carrying logs up a mountain and stuff like that. Trump needs to get back into training and insulting celebrities because that's how he sharpens his put downs of.
So they're saying that Meatball Ron isn't a good sharp insult.
Politicians is he's got to be doing catty put downs to Rihanna for being for being bad, or he's got to be doing like put downs of divas. He's got to be like teeing off on celebrities is how he's getting his fastball back as we approach the 2024 election.
It's like boxing. You know how in boxing, like a guy will compile like a 37-0 record fighting just like
tomato cans.
The toughest guy from like a restaurant chain in Cleveland, Ohio. Like if you look at like any great boxer's record, their first 20 fights are against guys who have won one fight in a 35 fight long career. That's just because it's like that's how they develop talent and like build up a record and like protect like a prospect boxer because they're so
Yeah.
I get Trump has to kind of do that. I guess he should like go against like Shawn Mendes or something like that.
They should lower Bette Midler into his enclosure.
Yeah.
Like the Jurassic Park reference, I think.
Trump has become very agitated when we introduced the when we introduced the Social Security age song and dance lady into his habit trail. He's slamming his head into the enclosure walls. He's become very excitable.
I thought Meatball Ron was good though.
It's pretty good.
It's better than Ron DeSanctimonious. That's pretty
Why
clear.
Bette Midler? I guess because she's she's actress, she's a Hollywood figure, and she's isn't she like Democrat?
Sanctimonious is fucking.
It's just like a average target of Trump's insults, right? Chapo were the first people to successfully hurt Jordan Peterson's persona, but making fun of him instead of calling him scary.
Shit, that was like the swamp rubbing off on him. That's something that like a Bush tube holder.
Did Virgil actually come back? As far as I know, Virgil is off the show, right? So like they're if anybody doesn't know, Chapo Trap House is a leftist podcast that started probably before the 2016 election, and they were the quintessential dirtbags. They got known as the quintessential dirtbags. They were like Bernie supporters, and they sort of took the Hillary attacks on Bernie supporters a little too personally, to where they started to like internalize, right? So Hillary's thing about Bernie supporters were like, oh, this is a bunch of dude bros. These are a bunch of frat bros, right? The Bernie bros. We got the Bernie bros, right? And Chapo was like, hey, we are Bernie bros. What's wrong with that, right? And instead, so they just kind of like double down on all their worst tendencies. And obviously Virgil Texas was a member of Chapo who did some grooming, right? And then they did get rid of Virgil. They also had Amber Frost, and Amber Frost was close with the Red Scare podcast, which is that's where Dirtbag and like Nazgul meet, right? And that's the fear with dirtbags, right? That's how bad it can get, is that there's a dirtbag to Nazgul pipeline, and we've seen it go off. We've seen it suck some people down before. Yeah, is Virgil on? I don't hear Virgil's voice, but maybe I don't remember what Virgil sounds like. It's been a while.
Said to him, Meatball Ron. I mean, you look at Ron DeSantis, and he's not like particularly fat, but you're just like, oh, he's a meatball.
His head is like
his head is very
sitting on
Yeah.
his shoulders.
It's really good too because a lot of like the pro DeSantis people have been like, actually,
I'm trying to remember Crooked Hillary, Crazy Bernie, Lion Ted. Oh, that I love that one though. Lion Ted was great.
every woman I know has told me they've been jacking off to Ron DeSantis.
yes, Felix. I mean, like that's how I know that that they are the only two contenders because, like, I mean, it shouldn't be a shock as like of what I don't know, what turns on conservative women because like there are so many women who think Donald Trump is like the most handsome man on the planet.
No,
but DeSantis has his fangirls too.
Really?
Felix, I know I think you saw the same one I saw where this lady was just like, who are they talking about? Ron DeSantis is handsome as all get out,
yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Like, I really stand by this idea that like even if it's not Trump, it's not going to be DeSantis because he has so many political Madden curses all over him. But like, that's one of them. I mean, like that was like the selling point for fucking Beto in 2019. I don't know if people read our boy Edinger Medden's amazing.
Oh yeah, I hope I explained the lore. They're just like they're dirtbag leftist. There are some things though that they've done recently that people oh my god, what's his name? Norm Finkelstein came on Chapo and just like kind of dirtbagged out, kind of like hogged out, right? And then there was some other dude that I don't really know much about this person, but he's like a pollster that they brought on that had said something about like transphobia doesn't matter. I don't really know what's the
Substack piece, The Art of Losing on Beto O'Rourke, which was a great read, can't recommend it enough. But he had some really funny throwbacks in there because I had forgotten how funny the Beto presidential hype in 2018 and 2019 was. And there is so much
Beto O'Rourke, right?
Much stuff in there about how much people harped on Beto's handsomeness in compared to other politicians.
The calf cramper himself.
The calf cramper.
It doesn't help you.
He was
making presidential politics.
He was making so many pussies squirt. He had to fucking campaign with a boogie board.
I'm sure we're talking about cats there, though. I'm positive that we're talking about cats there. Anyway, God, there was a reason there's a reason I don't watch Chapo, and there it is.
I mean, woke is sort of the idea that this is going to be one of those moments that goes viral. It's hard to explain in a 15-second soundbite.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that this makes it to the audio of the stream, all right? Ron Jeremy, despite being in the Super Mario Brothers cornucopia, and you can tell I don't actually mean cornucopia there, movie, also is somebody who violated multiple people's consent. And, I can't get into exactly what went on, but I just want to make sure that we're on the record for that. That's why people are like, squicked by Ron DeSantis, or not Ron DeSantis, Ron Jeremy. That's why Ron Jeremy is particularly gross. I don't want to, there's certain things that I can say and certain things that I'm not allowed to say according to YouTube's standards, right? So I'm trying to stay away from the things that I can't say, but you understand that if there's something that I can't say about Ron Jeremy in terms of how he impacted, other people in terms of their consent, that it's pretty bad, right? So I hope that gets, hope that's clear.
But yeah, look, time.
It's something that's like definitely frustrating for me personally, because I do like to do these kinds of like political analysis type things of media. I think there's a lot of fun that can be had with that. You can end up maybe like getting a new perspective on something, maybe learning a thing or two, but while doing something.
The Finkelstein interview sucks. Doesn't like Finkelstein kind of suck in general? Felix Biederman, because Hassan has him on a lot. Yeah, true. Felix is
talking about something that's actually
I don't know. I always try to find the least bad Chapo, and whenever I think I found the least bad Chapo, it turns out they did something that I'm like really not cool with. So
kind of entertaining. And if life can be a little bit more interesting and entertaining while we are still maybe thinking about certain things, that can be cool. That's why, for instance, if you ask for Jack Saint's opinion on this, he'll probably say something like, it is a fundamentally imperialist film. Peach's power rests on a monarchy, and it's suspiciously on a racially based hierarchical monarchy, in which she seems to have power purely because she's a human among toads. And this goes unquestioned throughout the film. I don't believe there's even any question of democracy through the film. These unquestioned assumptions are, of course...
Oh, Biederman's got a good taste on... Oh, or is this Norman Finkelstein has a good take on Palestine?
Hidden by the fact that this is a fairy tale setting. Because we are dealing with a mushroom kingdom, we can kind of entertain this very deeply regressive society that we're being shown. Yet at the same time, the film kind of hypocritically presents Bowser as this evil colonialist, this evil imperialist. There's this whole question of the people of a land consenting to their takeover, where it seems to be that in the case of Peach's Mushroom Kingdom, we're meant to be supportive of her endeavors, while in the case of Bowser, they are the...
Also, like, did you see that whole, like, the way that they're, like, so Bowser's Jack Black, and, you people like Jack Black, and like, it almost makes it look like he's got this Phantom of the Opera thing going, like... Oh wait, what is the song? What is the song that they have from this?
Bad King. It's very clear in Mario himself how things could have gone in a much more revolutionary direction, but sadly he's been woke cucked into a beta male, and the fans didn't ask for that. And that's why the critics actually organized it so that audiences would think that the movie was financially successful, so that they could push their message that it was actually not very good, so that people would watch it and think that because it was woke, it was good. I'm severely dehydrated right now. And to be clear, I think the Mario Brothers movie is pretty good. I understand that most of the people watching this probably also enjoy it. So, why would I say any of that? What view does it sort of support? I just think it can be valuable to pick apart a thing, and the trouble is that I think for a lot of people they become jaded because for the most part all they really get is stuff like...
So exactly, the banks have weaponized the media like a kamikaze is going to be destroyed, but it's a weapon. So they don't mind destroying the NBA, the NFL, all these bank digital currencies are in, and once they have those ESG systems in where everything is tied to your behavior, it's mark of the beast, total control. It's game over.
Well, it's because of the ESG, right, score, and because of the, what's the other name, a component of the ESG, the index, where it's basically about BlackRock, Vanguard, right?
Jack.
We have a clip. Here's the clip there.
Okay, I'll show you it next time.
And they start to get this attitude that really any attempt to meld some kind of like cultural or political analysis onto a piece of media is just that. It's just team sports. Hey, here's why this thing that I like supports the politics that you believe in. You can gain something through understanding something without just trying to distort it to fit to your own warped narrative. Who are these critics and what is their message?
It's not that the elite always says the thing is good or bad. It's that the elite will have the wrong opinion. The elite decides the wrong opinion on purpose. They say, no, The Last Jedi's good.
Okay.
No, the Mario movie's bad. Even though the audiences know better.
The Super Mario Brothers movie is a colorful, albeit thinly plotted, animated adventure that has about as many Nintendos as Nintendon'ts. What?
Is the Mario movie apolitical? And, like, not really, because there's not really any media that is truly apolitical. There's always something that you can kind of read into it based on the context of the society that it was produced in. But it is inoffensive. Is Peach a girl boss character? Well, I mean, throughout the film, she is shown as being fairly competent, as she is shown.
Is anything apolitical? I mean, all right, I'm gonna try to balance this, right? No, nothing's entirely. Wait, could something be apolitical? We're talking about like media, right? We're talking about like in terms of media, we're talking about like movies, etc., right? Pretty much. I'm trying to imagine something. Like a documentary, a dry documentary about like volcanic rocks, maybe. Could be apolitical, but in most of the time, right, when you're talking about like a depiction of human life, then no, it's not going to be apolitical. However, it's also possible to read a political intent, a political message into something that isn't really there, and it is possible to kind of get into a mode of looking at media and only seeing the politics in it and missing, you know, other aspects of it. Is that a satisfying answer? Probably not. I always fall back on the personal is political. Yeah. I guess it depends on the distinction between politics and political and ideological.
In a lot of the games, Mario is shown as being kind of a bumbling slapstick character, or also, as he is often shown, it's maybe...
But by that, like, you gotta also look at the fact that, like, any, like, old books or stories, even, you know, oral tradition was, like, political. Like, who is telling the story? How are they telling the story? What are they emphasizing in the story? And what are they de-emphasizing, right? Like, because, like, I mean... If you go back to like, oh my god, thank you Simon J. Thank you for the sponsorship, meow. If you go back to like the story, like, you know, where we think that like story comes from, it's like an oral tradition of humans, like, you know, telling stories maybe around the fire or something like that, right? And, you know, who gets to tell that story? Who gets listened to, right? You have to be a man to tell the story, you know, well then you're gonna get like a male perspective on the stories that you're hearing. You know, it is, you know, political, right? Whose stories are allowed to survive and whose get censored is a factor too. Yeah. So it's really hard to take that out of it. And like, though the stories that are told and the storytellers that are chosen, it's gonna affect the next generation. You know, because like, right, if it's a story that was told that is like something that like the people actually experienced, well, the people who were there experienced it, and they might have a perspective of it that agrees or disagrees with the storyteller. But the you know, the children that were not born at the time or whatever, they're not going to know anything about that history other than through the story itself. So when conservative media pundits say political, what they actually mean is that they believe the movie has a message that can be tied to a contemporary party politics in some way, or culture. I mean, like the culture wars, I guess. Which kind of is oral tradition. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of oral tradition, it's become a new part of our oral tradition for me to remind the viewers on YouTube to hit that like button, because it really does affect the it affects the reach, let's just say, of the story that I'm telling right now. And if this is a story that you can get behind, I would encourage you to hit that like button and let YouTube know that you're behind this story and you want more people to see that story. There we go. Like, it's how colonists tried to control people by not allowing them to speak their native languages and share their oral history. It happened in New Zealand, Australia, and other colonies. Sorry.
be a little bit of a different characterization, but different isn't automatically a criticism, right? To turn that into a specific criticism, you would have to just sort of think that women should be shown in subservient roles. And obviously nobody here is actually arguing that.
Kids will respond, they naturally subconsciously respond to these tropes. Boys love to be the heroes, okay? They love to save the damsels in distress. And girls, guess what?
Do girls not love to be the heroes? Do girls not love to save the day? I mean, like, are you gonna say that girls love to be saved? Girls love to be... Essentially, the way that the Princess in the Tower trope works is that the girl is the football for the boys to score with, right? You gotta intercept the pass, get the girl, and then run her down the field to your end zone, right? And it's not really about her safety, and it's not really about her welfare, and it's nothing like that. It is, she becomes a symbol, a status symbol, if you will. And the man's, like, manhood, essential, like, worth, is derived from the fact that he's taken the football, he's caught the football, and he's run it down the field into the end zone. Like, you know, right? It was bad, and now it's really good. And it's not, you know, it's not because it's good for her. It's not because she's, like, out of danger, and this person, you know, she can trust, whereas the other person, she couldn't. It's like, it's all about turning her into an object. But yeah, go on.
They also love to be saved, all right?
Whatever political perspective is kind of packaged within the film, there's just such a clear effort to put that together in a way that the average moviegoer is just going to kind of accept passively without much questioning. For it being a successful film, Illumination and Nintendo came together to make a kind of fairy tale narrative with tons of like goofy slapstick, and it's tied to a massively popular franchise. That was the goal there.
I was the hero when I played Pretend. There's John Howard tightening gun control after Port Arthur, and other than that, it's mostly just an undoing of the thing that Labour, the Conservative Party, okay, in Australia, want us to teach their party's accomplishments in school, but almost nothing they've done is historically significant. John Howard tightening gun control after Port Arthur. They're sitting around cosplaying in their pretend chainmail and talking about animated movies. That is kind of funny. Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that they had that on. I mean, it wouldn't be especially funny if they were goofy, but they seem to want to be taken seriously. Yeah, they're super serious.
It wasn't to necessarily do some like really creatively original thing where they sort of take elements from the Mario franchise and try to like integrate them into film. Whenever I imagine a Mario movie, I always imagine something that was very sort of dialogue light, something that was very much more like old style animation, focused more on long stretches of just slapstick and lots of goofy things happening, very Looney Tunes. But the movie that I'm talking about would not have been inoffensive. It would have been a little bit strange for an audience of kids that have mainly been primed by other Illumination films. You know, you can do creatively interesting things, like Puss in Boots 2 is phenomenal, but the risks that it's taking are of course like inch steps.
I've been told that I really need to see this.
It's an interesting use of animation techniques. The story maybe goes to some places that you wouldn't necessarily expect from like a DreamWorks animated film. It's still a Shrek franchise film. Super Mario Brothers, the movie, overall, on the spectrum of Nintendo weird to Illumination film, it's probably erring more towards the Illumination side. But at the end of the day, that was probably the product that was always going to succeed. An inoffensive product is not the same as an apolitical product, because at the end of the day, what is considered to be inoffensive is always based on a political reality. That kind of absurdity is a big part of why, for me, it's been so fascinating to watch the kind of online right split when it comes to the Super Mario Bros. Film. I really felt that it was such a specifically packaged, inoffensive product that
there's like so many things that I need to watch though. Oh, there's Jack Black.
You couldn't possibly read any more into it than just it's a crowd-pleasing family fiesta. It's like having these strong political opinions on Minions. It's like having some kind of strong political opinions on...
So that's what I'm trying to say, is that like, while everything is political and there's like a political aspect to everything, and like, I mean, I guess there is a choice made of like, you know, how you're going to portray Peach. I think that if they had made the movie the way the conservatives want it, Peach is in a tower, Mario is dashing and daring, and he goes and saves her, right? I don't think that's as interesting of a movie. I think that's kind of a crap movie, and also we've seen that movie before. We've seen that movie so many times in so many ways before, right? I don't even get why anybody would want that.
Like Disney's Cars 2. Products that clearly have no real ideology, but
very short movie.
Besides whatever's going to more comfortably usher the families into their seats. And again, I do think that there is something interesting in this weird conflation that a lot of the more negative critics have with woke.
Wait, what is the super cursed Minions discourse?
And different. As if any kind of variation...
Wait, there is a Minions discourse. I haven't kept up with Minions enough to know what the discourse on Minions is. Conservative art is never as good. Just look at Kid Rock, true. It's a very short movie. That was literally the 1990 Super Mario movie. I mean, that's goofy, though. That's goofy. We do have... I want to look at the Leguizamo thing, right? We might have to have sort of a short stream today. I'm not sure. Where are we at? Yeah.
Any kind of updating of the material in and of itself...
I do have more content, but we might have to get to that tomorrow.
Indicates some kind of seedy woke message going on. The idea that Mario can't be like this goofy Chaplin-esque slapstick guy who's constantly like tripping over himself, and this being some kind of like coded anti-masculine or like pro-woke thing.
You got Peach just taking charge right there, like right at that moment right there. When I saw that, I was thinking Bo Peep from Toy Story 4, Ray Skywalker. But it is impossible to not be alarmed by these things in current day Hollywood. It's absolutely impossible.
It seems like a powerful brainworm.
Look, like right there, she just has this confidence. You know, she's just standing there with all this confidence.
So if people are wanting to see a longer stream, you know, it's you know, if we can get to 9 subs on Twitch, I will continue with the some TYT stuff and actually some Sunny V2 stuff that we didn't get to yesterday. Otherwise, we'll just leave it to Mario and Mario only, which will make for a thumbnail that makes a lot more sense. But it's all up to you, chat, if it's valuable for you to have like a stream that goes a little bit later on Sunday, then the sub goal is there.
Again, I hope I'm wrong.
I think it's important to understand that we can talk about the sort of cultural or political connections that pieces of art have to the world around us. I think you can sometimes get some interesting things out of that, and that we should avoid being sort of overly jaded by these grifters, these people that have no authentic interest in any...
Okay, so wait, the Minions discourse is they flock to the largest villain in the world at any time. So where were they during genocides? Oh, really? Okay. Specifically in the 30s, men are allowed not to have to take charge. She's royalty in that world. Of course, she's confident.
The things that they're talking about.
Men were a mistake.
Even when the thing is Mario, a thing that is kind of on the same level as liking pizza. I think it would be Alex Jones who put it best when he said,
No, you need help, Mario.
Okay, let's just. This is
You
you're
damn
good.
drug pusher.
You're
Get
good.
the hell out of here.
Okay, all right.
Son
Well, you know
of
what?
a
We've
bitch.
learned our.
some time ago on this channel, we were talking about the film
Because of the mushrooms.
Captain Marvel. You might not remember because it's a video where I decided to do an impression of the YouTuber Sean for the entire run, for no discernible reason.
You are boring as hell.
Here we go.
And in that video, we
Okay.
talked about the sheer volume.
We got 1 out of 9. Thank you, Geek Prime. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Anonymous, dropping those subs. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous.
Volume of videos and channels dedicated to trying to just rip apart that film
They're just fungi, right?
for the woke monstrosity that it was. Ugh, I didn't even like it. I didn't even like the film. Condemning it for its standard lib feminist politics, assuring us that this military-funded film was a woke menace that would, of course, go broke, as it had gone woke. Now, that movie...
It's so weird because when they say the whole go woke, go broke thing, it's like what they're really trying to say is that marginalized people aren't real, right? Women don't have self-determination. Non-white people don't matter. Gay people aren't real, like, or they don't have the numbers or something. Like, basically, it's just saying that like what they're trying to say is that marginalized people don't matter. That's what Go Woke, Go Broke is about, right? Anything that doesn't cater to people with privilege is like somehow delusional, or like, right? It's just like, it's weird.
Wound up making well over $1 billion. I don't consider that any kind of win because I don't care how much money Disney movies make. But once you take a piece of media and you kind of rip it from its place as being, you know, a piece...
Yeah, there's no organic support for marginalized people, right? So in other words, it's not market-driven, it's agenda-driven, I think is what they're trying to say.
Piece of art to be discussed on its own terms and turn...
That's why I won't eat mushrooms, because they are fungus.
...it into just this cultural football.
Well, think of it this way, they're the fruit of fungus, right? I mean, not like a fruit. They're not a fruit. They're actually, they call it a fruit, but it's definitely not a fruit. But they're what happens when the fungus wants to reproduce and like spread its spores around. It creates a mushroom, and that mushroom starts off with all the little spores like kind of like locked in these gills, right? And then when the time is right, it releases its spores. Yeah, a fruiting body, there we go, that's what it's called. It releases its spores, and so then the fungus or the mycelium, the mycelium spreads further on the top and then kind of penetrates down there. And the neat thing about mycelium is that like when you look at a mushroom, you're thinking of like, what is the mushroom? Okay, the mushroom is clump, there's the mushroom, right? That's the mushroom. Not really, right? That's the fruiting body of the mushroom. That's the reproductive organ of the mushroom. But the mushroom itself is actually like deep underground. Like the organism itself could be stretching for like miles and miles and miles. So instead of like, you seeing like, 3 mushrooms on the ground and thinking that like these are all different organisms, here's one, here's the other, right? It's in reality, it's all one organism, and that organism is you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. My autism causes mouthfeel issues. Yeah, you know, mushrooms can be pretty gross in terms of mouthfeel. I will, especially the ones that have effects on your consciousness. Those ones have a particularly unbelievably foul taste, mouthfeel. Everything about them is just that's the, and I don't even know, like, right, because you can get them dry and they're crunchy and gross, or you can put them in a tea and then they're wet and slimy and gross, and they're just gonna be gross no matter what. You could even like try to extract it with like alcohol, and then you got gross alcohol. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, like their effect is undeniable.
People on woke or anti-woke, and then point it at whatever direction serves you at that time. Once you do that,
dark chocolate can cover up that taste. I could see that. Yeah, it's definitely better than the other ways. Like the tea one is particularly, like, I always thought the tea would make it easier to take, but it turns out it doesn't.
Understand how deeply you are now trapped in an endless cycle of getting genuinely mad about. You will be trapped in an absolutely endless cycle of arguing about whether a random company's product is going to be financially successful or a financial failure. Companies that you have no real relationship with. Companies that just want your money. It's not a revelation to find out that for the most part, studios will produce products that will make them money.
And looks like we're 3 away from 30 likes on YouTube. Can we hit that marker? Can we hit that marker by the bottom of the hour? It looks like we got 11 minutes. Try to get to 30 likes here.
And the political views that you espouse might inform the culture surrounding the thing being made, but that there's no war to be fought here for you. There's nothing for you to win. This is a Super Mario Brothers movie. Obviously, I'm not actually appealing to any of the kinds of
and there are also things that just like they don't really have. Like because the thing about the way that right-wingers want to look at things, they want to divide the world into like woke and, I don't know, woke and folk, let's just say. And they want to see everything, you know, as representing one thing or the other, but there's some things that like they don't belong to like the left or the right, and I feel like Mario Brothers is like one of those things. It just doesn't really have like it shouldn't really have like a horse in the race. When I was young, I couldn't handle the mouthfeel of mushrooms. Now I don't mind. I was really surprised when I found out I could suddenly handle them. They always want to have a clearly designated enemy. Yeah. I mean, that's a very right-wing way of looking at the world. You know, the children of darkness, the children of light.
People that I'm talking about in this video. I think most of them are well aware of exactly what they're doing, and the fact that they are themselves just feeding an audience that wants this content. They are themselves products of capitalism. They are corporations who just want to make money, less expressing sincere beliefs as expressing whatever it will be that will pull an audience at that particular time. The audience they think will be the most lucrative specifically. I don't doubt that some of the people I've talked about genuinely just hold the opinions.
Wait,
I'll take my kids to watch now. No, like I don't.
On terms and turn it into just this cultural football, scribble on woke, go broke, they are corporations. To find out that for the most part, studios will produce products that will make them on. We have a lot of.
Okay, I don't even know where we
There's
were.
nothing for you to think about whether a random wound up making well over $1 billion. I don't consider that any kind of win because I don't care how much standard lib feminist politics.
I have no idea where we were.
Understand how deeply you are now trapped in an endless cycle of getting genuinely mad about. You will be trapped in an absolutely endless cycle of arguing about whether a random company's product is going to be financially successful or a financial failure. Companies that you have no real relationship with. Companies that just want your money.
So somebody mentioned like sports, right? Somebody mentioned like sports as a metaphor for this. Like, right? Do you like the Eagles or do you like the Falcons? Do you like the Saints or do you like the Bears, right? It doesn't matter. They're sports teams, right? And that's what this whole thing reminds me of, is like that you take a thing, you decide if you like it or not based on some cultural indicators. You define it as being woke, which you hate, or being folk, which you like. And, you know, if it, and you either cheer for it or you cheer against it. And then you read the tea leaves of like how much money did it make, as like, hey, everybody agrees with me, like, right? And it's just so much cope. It's pure cope. It's literally pure cope. It's pure like trying to. Oh my God! Thank you, Anon. Thank you, Gatsby Cat 22. You just got a sub.
It's not a revelation to find out that for the most part, studios will produce products that will make them money. And the political views that you espouse might inform the culture surrounding the thing being made, but that there's no war to be fought here for you. There's nothing for you to win. This is a Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh my God,
obviously
we're
I'm
one
not
away.
actually appealing
make
to
this happen.
any of the kinds of people that I'm talking about.
We can absolutely make this happen. One person is all it takes to get us to 30 likes on YouTube.
In this video, I think most of them are well aware of exactly what they're doing, and the fact that they are themselves just feeding an audience that wants this content. They are themselves products of capitalism. They are corporations who just want to make money, less expressing
I honestly think that part of it is like, okay, so like I said before, you know, everything is political, but at the same time, it's easy to read too much politics into any one like cultural product, right? It happens all the time. Why does it happen all the time though? That's the question, right? And I said it earlier, my theory about why it happens is that the cultural product becomes the vessel for an agenda. So what the right wing is saying is that these cultural products, these movies, are like a vessel for the agenda of the woke establishment, which is trying to be subversive and shove a view of society down society's throat that they don't necessarily agree with, that isn't organically arising. But at the same time, they're just trying to make money. They're just trying to find an audience. This is money for them. But the right-wingers who are doing this, they're the ones with the agenda. They're the ones using something that's popular, this cultural product that's popular because it's fun. Not because it's conservative, not because it's liberal, not because it's anything, not because it's got Brie Larson in it, not because of anything like that. It's popular because it is capturing of the imagination. And what they're doing is they're the ones that are sort of like hijacking that, right? It's not not the other way around. I think the media is trying to prime people to adopt certain value. They think that the media is trying to prime people to adopt certain values or beliefs. Yeah. Look, I mean, if there are any values or beliefs that are shoved down your throats, it's that you should be okay with capitalism. Everything's going to be fine. Things are going to get better. Work hard. Don't complain. Don't rock the boat. That's the only message that's being, you know, shoved down people's throats. And it's not universal. Because in order to make that cultural product, they need an artist. And some artists are, you know, in fact, a lot of artists are privileged, right? So it's easy to kind of get that message out of there. Or even one that like sort of pretends to be subversive, pretends to be revolutionary, but at the end of the day doesn't really rock the boat. But at the same time, artists have been known to rock the boat. So yeah, it's really a mixed bag.
Beliefs as expressing whatever it will be.
Everything they do has an ulterior agenda, so they can't imagine that not everybody else is doing the same thing.
that will pull.
I mean, the main ulterior agenda is making money, right? It's
audience at that particular time. The audience they think will be
like, I think that capitalist morality reproduces itself in art, but I don't think it does so consciously. I don't think the studio's like, yeah, you know, we liked your script, but can we make it more so that, like, at the end of the day, like, capitalism saves everything instead of the hero, instead of people pulling together. I don't think that, like, you know, the studios are doing that. I don't think it's ever, like, conscious. It's just that, you know, you've got somebody who is able to, because let's be real, a lot of people want a career in art. A lot of people want to be a writer. A lot of people want to act. A lot of people want to be involved in the creation of cultural projects. But so many so that it's not a reliable way to earn a paycheck. And because of that, the people who end up doing that more likely are the people that have something to fall back on if it doesn't work out for them. So there's like a disproportionate amount of maybe privileged people creating cultural products because it's easier to, you know, there's less risk in them going into that field in the first place, right? But that doesn't mean that they're never going to say something, you know, that's somewhat revolutionary. Conservatives pushing agitprop, it's usually that a director has the ability to take minor creative liberties, and most artists are left-leaning or liberal. Conservatives suck at art.
The most lucrative.
I mean, they're liberal in a way, but like, aren't they more like socially liberal? Like, I mean, there are definitely artists who are economically left-wing. They're definitely artists who are, you know, there's definitely like some Marxists mixed in there with, you know, with people creating cultural products. But for the most part, you know, the revolutionary tendencies of that group of people are gonna be more along like social lines rather than economic ones.
Specifically, I don't doubt that some of the people I've talked about genuinely just hold the opinions that they hold, and it just happens to be that an audience has coalesced around them as a result.
They are literally wearing chainmail. I didn't even notice that. I just thought they had weird hoodies.
Oh, that's kind of where...
That's literally chainmail.
Channels like mine sit anyway. I haven't yet done a video where I just say something I don't think, because I think it's what my audience thinks.
Yes, 31!
No, I don't think so. Like, I've never been like, I think this piece of media is good.
Good job, YouTube chat. Even though you're really, 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 really quiet right now, you are definitely hitting that like button, and I appreciate that very much.
Because my viewers like it. I said Undertale sucked in like my last video. I didn't say that it sucked.
Wait.
I just said I didn't personally...
Just as I say that, YouTube chat sounds off again. If you work hard enough, you can be a millionaire in capitalism. Yeah. Tons of conservative actors and artists, and a lot of conservative failed actors and artists who were conservative too. Yeah, I mean, like, they're...
We really shouldn't talk about this. Kind of lost the thread here. But I really,
like I said, it's a mixed bag.
Just urge anyone who might end up being pulled into these kinds of things.
Like, if you're unsatisfied with society, maybe you're more likely to go into art, right? Because you know that politics and everything else is like downstream of culture. But at the same time, you know, that it represents a leap of faith for you. It's a little bit more difficult. The consequences of not succeeding are like worse, as opposed to like you know, somebody like a Michael Knowles or a Ben Shapiro who like tries their hand at art, and when they're not successful, they've got other enterprises that they can, you know, that they can go right into, right? They're not hurt for it. I think artists tend towards liberalism in that they're in a community that pushes them to try and create something new. It's because it's a place that marginalized communities can sometimes make a living when they're frozen out. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're yeah, because like that's a funny thing to think about. So the way that we look at art, you know, now is that it's a field that everybody wants to be in, whether it's music, whether it's movies, whether it's whatever. Like, everybody wants to be involved. It's exciting, it's fun, it's flashy. There's status there, right? If you are like, I wrote the script for this movie that you're watching on Netflix right now, you feel pretty good about yourself. It wasn't always that way. even in like, you know, William Shakespeare's day, even in the day of William Shakespeare, sorry, I had to do that. Even in Shakespeare's time, society looked down on artists. Society looked down on actors. Society looked like this was not a enterprise which was attached to a lot of status, right? So it hasn't always been this way. And yeah, there have been times where, you know, people that are involved in arts are more are like groups that are cut off from other avenues to privilege or success because of that, you know. So in fact, like even like maybe like at the inception of Hollywood, it wasn't even it wasn't like a status thing to be part of it, right?
To just take heed, to really be careful, because there's a lot of people out there that really...
Conservatives still look down on artists, even if they want to be them. It's mostly because they see it as a vehicle for achieving something else, like fame, wealth, or power.
Want to spoil your ability to really talk about the Super Mario Brothers movie, and I really don't want that for you. And if you liked the video, please consider...
Okay, so I said I wanted to take a look at I wanted to take a look at the Leguizamo Mario Bros. Wait, wasn't Leguizamo in some iteration of Mario Bros? Seth Rogen, John Leguizamo bashed the others Super Mario? Wait, I don't know who some of these people are. John Leguizamo doubles down on boycotting? Wait, he was Luigi in this one, in the 90s one? Yeah, I don't know who this John... Well, that's like... John Gaming Fun Time did a video apparently about this, but there was a Seth Rogen, John Leguizamo back and forth. Saber Spark is the new Super Mario Brothers movie, The Downfall of Western Civilization. Make him gay. Woke media has meltdown over Super Mario Brothers movie. Oh, it's Yellow Flash. Oh my god, this guy. Woke elites get destroyed. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I just want to see what was Leguizamo's original take. This is another so Yellow Flash is doing this. Yellow Flash is up in this, right? Super Mario Brothers 20th anniversary message. Okay. This isn't it, though. This is 9 years ago. Is there any way that right winger is super mad about woke Super Mario movie? Is there any way to just see like what Leguizamo Okay, let's look at the Leguizamo doubles down. I didn't realize that there was like a boycott.
Are you going to be watching Super Mario?
Oh my god, are we gonna get in trouble for watching TMZ? I feel like we might. He played Luigi in the original movie. There are tons of conservative actors and artists. No hunger or homelessness, but an animated... Yeah, that's what they're mad about, is an animated movie. Okay, this is from the Onion AV Club. Now, I'm guessing this is not like a satirical article, even though it's from the Onion. John Leguizamo has been very vocal about the Super Mario Brothers movie lack of diversity. On one hand, Mario and Luigi are two famously Italian characters, aren't exactly being whitewashed. On the other hand, it is accurate to say the new film falls behind 1993's Super Mario Brothers in casting Latino in a lead role, where Leguizamo is drawing a line. No, I will not be watching. They could have included a Latin character, he recently told TMZ. Like, I was groundbreaking, and then they stopped the groundbreaking. They messed up the inclusion. They disincluded, just cast some Latin folks. We're 20% of the population, the largest people of color group, and we're underrepresented. The cast of the Super Mario Brothers does include Anya Taylor-Joy, who was raised in Argentina and has Argentinian heritage, though most have agreed she would not be classified as a person of color. Leguizamo has actually taken issue with the term POC itself, arguing recently in The Daily Show, he hosted The Daily Show, that the term is exclusionary of Latine people. In any case, Leguizamo may not be counting Taylor-Joy's Princess Peach as one of the leads, like he was in the 1993 film. The directors Annabelle Jankel and Rocky Morton fought really hard for me to be the lead in the last, because I was a Latin man. And the studio, didn't want me to be the lead, he previously said. They fought really hard, and it was such a breakthrough. For them to go backwards and not cast another actor of color kind of sucks. Leguizamo further argued that he was the only one who knows how to make this movie script-wise. A bold but certainly intriguing claim. In our B review, AV Club admits there's not much fresh or new in the way of the story or animation. In the Super Mario Brothers movie, one wonders what Leguizamo's take on the material would have been. Okay, so this is just like the synopsis, the cast.
Oh, the Super Mario one, great.
Oh yeah, I heard that movie might be all right.
Really?
I've heard it might be all right. I think that it's probably going to be everyone's going to say the same thing. It's all right, except for Chris Pratt not doing the Mario voice, which to me makes it not all right.
Yeah, because most Argentines are white. Latinx is not a race, for fuck's sake.
Right. So.
Well, I mean, is it not all right?
He hated the movie. He's spoken about being constantly drunk while making it because he didn't respect it.
Like the ironic.
Wait, Leguizamo hated the original movie?
Brandon viewing way, or is it not all right in an actual cinematic way?
I personally don't think that a movie that's just like Nintendo making Mario into like a movie, it can be ironically enjoyed. I feel like that just like that premise itself is like too corporate to be ironic, but that's just me maybe.
The main problem with this movie is that Princess Peach is turning the young girls of America into feminists.
Oh, so Princess Peach read.
He was vicious about the original Mario Brothers movie. Wasn't it like kind of a just, I mean, like, I don't know. I never saw it. What, I mean, a POC is literally a term for politically organizing, and it's literally about, it's not literally about or focused on color.
Lean in, and now she's a boss bitch.
That is the fundamental problem that we're dealing with.
All right, go off, Queen.
They should have made Mario black. That would have been really what we need.
I think so. As a society, that would have been good.
Then John Leguizamo would have watched the movie.
Now you might be thinking, Anna, who cares? It's just some dumb movie. But you should care, and here's why. Because what they are doing is they're trying to brainwash society to think that that's how women are supposed to be. And this is dangerous because then we have women who go out there who think they're men and they wind up getting hurt, they wind up getting raped, they wind up getting, because this is, who's going to consume this content? Well, young kids, right? It's a cartoon. Adults, unless you're a loser, you're probably not going to want to watch that, right? So, unless you're watching with your kids. But the reality is...
Oh, yeah, wait, didn't we watch this? Wrong thing.
This has actual ramifications on society. Young women see stuff like this, and it just brainwashes them to be a feminist, to be a badass feminist, and it's not realistic. Women are not as strong as men. Women aren't the ones who are going to go out there and be like, watch this, let me kick ass. This like badass bitch culture is actually ruining women, and it's ruining society, and nobody knows where they stand anymore. So actually, it has real consequences. I'm sick and tired of seeing unrealistic things like that. Please make her a helpless princess again, okay? That's a lot more fitting for Princess Peach. Sorry.
You know, I feel like we've really like lost some ground since also Charnel Charm, thank you for the follow, and Easy Sash, thank you for the follow. I feel like we've lost some ground since Anita Sarkeesian, right? Because at the time, right-wingers weren't saying that we need women to always be the princess, always be rescued, always be helpless, always be the it was like an unconscious thing. Like they wouldn't argue for that. They wouldn't argue it needs to be like this. They would argue against somebody like Anita Sarkeesian pointing it out. Like their whole thing was like, well, that's just the way it is. In some movies, you know, the girl's strong. In some movies, the girl needs help. And you know, why are you making it political? Now it's like they want to make it political, right? It feels like we've lost ground, and I mean, like you can tell that, right? By the fact that you've got like, I mean, like look at the online left. Meow. Look at the left online and look at how readily a part of it accepts misogyny, right? As long as it's misogyny that comes with like a side of trans rights, it feels like Vosh's fans are totally, you know, cool with it, right? It feels like they're gamergaters. Like they are like gamergaters that are like not entirely chuddified. Like lefty gamergaters is basically what it feels like. There's a part of the left that is like anti-feminist. It feels like you know, it's you call yourself a feminist, that's chuggy or something, right? There's something kind of messed up here. And obviously feminism can be appropriated and used as a weapon against trans people, and you know, TERFs, you know, basically try to use feminism as a wedge issue. But the answer is not to reject feminism. The answer is to embrace third wave feminism. But it feels like a lot of people on the left have kind of like lost that. Some of them were I feel like they still are gamergaters. Speaking of Gates, if you could, this is my tweet for today's stream, if you could jailbreak that, right? Because it's gotten an exceptionally low number of likes on it. And the way that Twitter works is that they don't show people a tweet that has a link on it unless it has like a certain amount of likes on it. So we're going to game the system, if you will, if you can help me out here. I'm going to put it in YouTube chat as well. If you can help me kind of game the system and give that some inorganic likes in order to get it past that threshold where they start showing it to people. Because I feel like if they start showing it to people, people are going to say, hey, that sounds like a pretty good stream. I would like to check that out. And, it helps out the YouTube algorithm when we have something like this, which maybe not as algorithmically friendly as my usual fare. It would mean so much to me if you would go and like and give that a retweet. Meow.
I have to say, tell that to Gina Carano. I mean, I thought that was your new buddy, guys.
Some people main Peach in Super Smash Brothers. How dare you? She's been kicking ass for 20 years.
Who gave this woman a mic? Who gave this woman a mic? I don't listen to women. Are you kidding
Apparently
me?
Wrong Think.
Wrong Think with Anna Perez on Live from America TV.
No, she's not a man. Opinion discarded. She shouldn't be espousing her opinions. Back in the kitchen. We don't need to hear from some woman espousing about movies, especially video game movies. Women.
I feel like there was something on MR that we missed. Maybe not. Yeah, like Vosh will say man-hater like it's a thing. He'll say misandry like it's a thing, right? Like we've become so like, and you can be anti-TERF without being anti-feminist, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Wait, it's like the Greg Abbott thing. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see what Saberspark has to say. So just so you know, like Saberspark, we've covered Saberspark once before. Seems like kind of a non-political creator. I feel like there's maybe a tad, a little inkling of a rightward trajectory on Saberspark, if I'm being honest, but I can't really put my finger on it. Apparently, Majority Report made a video about Crowder and Alex Jones praising Mario for not being woke. This is really the great... They did?
Wow, I thought this film would be bad, but not that bad. The Mario movie killed my grandma, okay? She was sitting in the theater, and she started going into cardiac arrest, and I thought she was doing a Mario reference in her chair when she was shrinking. You know, like how Mario... Can't do it with a straight face. Y'all like the thumbnail? This movie was mid, seriously. Not great, not terrible by any means. It was...
Seriously, he and I got into it over Trump on YouTube once. I left his Patreon. He's not a bad dude, but he's incredibly touchy.
Exactly what it
was he like defending Trump?
Needed to be serviceable. That's it. I consider this film to be like the Force Awakens of the Mario franchise when it comes to films. That's it. Like, don't forget how much of a reputation follows when it comes to like video game adaptations. Only recently have we seen like really good entries with like Castlevania. But like before then, decades ago, you had like the Mario live action movie. And that was like this.
Okay, but like, I don't know. Like Castlevania was actually good.
own little ball of chaos of its own, but it followed video game adaptations. It made Hollywood go, this isn't it, Chief. This is not it. This film, though, is it. Not to like the nth degree of quality where it's like I cried in my seat. It made me question my existence. My grandma's not dead. It wasn't that. I sat there and
He tried to be like, the left is too mean to Trump supporters. Damn.
smiled. And I'm like, this is fun. It's kind of simple, but it's fun. And that's all it needed to be. Get it off the ground. Play it safe. Lean into your franchise. Do what Nintendo
Last of Us and HBO. I gotta see that one too. Did you see when Hassan went over Matt Walsh taking the political compass test?
does best. Charge $60 for it. Because like going into the film,
I saw a clip of that, Shakespeare, but it was a clip of that packaged with like Matt Walsh's greatest hits.
I was like, these Rotten Tomatoes scores from critics, they're like, 50%, it's terrible. One of the worst films from Illumination. And I'm like, hold the phone. One of the worst films from Illumination? Have you seen their catalog? All right? It's a bunch of mediocre stuff for the most part. Where does the Mario film fall on this list? To me, it's at the top of the list. Like I compare it like right up there with Despicable Me. That's where I would put it. It's not Sing 2. It's not Secret Life of Pets 2. It's not Minions 2. It's at the top. It's good. And that's because Nintendo was involved. And I saw this entire discourse online where folks are like, why are you being
Starship Troopers is the only adaptation I've seen that was better than the source material. I never read the Heinlein book.
so hard on the Mario movie? It's a kid's film.
I was more of an Asimov girl.
And it's like, shut up. I don't want to hear that either. All right? You don't have to get into this weird debate over adults versus kids and who is it for. I hate that we have these situations where it kind of fans the flame of that stigma. It is just a film that is accessible and simple, and that's exactly what it needed to be. As an adult,
Heinlein was an asshole. Asimov was cool.
as someone who's 93 years old, I watched the
I
film.
mean, Asimov was a lib, but yeah, pretty cool for a lib.
And I felt like, hey, I don't feel like I'm being pandered to. I don't feel like I'm being excluded. It feels just completely palatable and serviceable. I was hoping for more, but like I wasn't going in there with expectations where I'm like, this better be as good as All Quiet on the Western Front, you know? No, I wasn't expecting that. It's Nintendo. Nintendo and Illumination, a good combo when it comes to making something that's like widely accepted and playing it safe. Nintendo has a powerful fan base. Oh my God, dude, Nintendo fans love their Nintendo. When I was in the theater, folks were cheering and laughing and having a wonderful time. Like, the Nintendo fans were so hungry for something that was just competent. Just give me what I want. This film was just slam dunk after slam dunk of leaning into like the brands and the inside jokes and what makes the Mario franchise iconic. The music, the bad guys, the characters, the sound effects. It's such a simple, like, again, slam dunk. Just do it. It's right.
Part of me wants to just like, you know, recoil at the idea of seeing politics in the Super Mario movie. I do get what Leguizamo was saying, though. I do get what Leguizamo was saying, that like it's not like he was trying to say that, you know, Luigi has to be Latino. It's not like he's saying, you know, anything like that, right? But the idea that this was made in 1993 and due to the efforts of I've been trying to, was it the director or the like somebody involved in the movie that like basically made Leguizamo as Luigi happen. And the fact that, you know, you're gonna do the remake or the next iteration of the movie is with a wider cast than the cast in 1993, which, I mean, if you don't know, like 1993, like there, you know, it like you even go back to like 2000 and like things get a lot wider, right? And as much as people, you know, complain about representation for representation's sake, or, you know, people, you know, characters getting changed or whatever, like there just was not like that, you know, it was like it was white, and like nobody even noticed how white it was. Nobody even thought about how white it was. Asimov is more than just a writer. He was a climatologist and a biochem? Oh my God! I didn't know that. I actually really liked my biochem professor. Despite having conflicts with my biochem professor early on, I really didn't like the guy at first. But like we came to a mutual respect of one another by the time I was done taking biochem, which was a lot. I spent a lot of time in biochem. But yeah, like, so that being said, I like Biochem, despite the fact that I really hated it when I first started learning it. Japan is really reluctant to do diversity. Director of Final Fantasy 16 said he was going to have white characters in the game. He was only going to have white characters in the game. Yeah, and like it seems like they've decided to make like Final Fantasy like a male-centered enterprise. Like, right, the 2 times, like, let's see, when have they? You could say that Final Fantasy VIII, despite the fact that the main character is a guy, that like you had a very strong like female presence in Final Fantasy VIII. Obviously 13, you know, it did have a wait, I'm not even sure how it works, because like lightning doesn't lightning kind of disappear in that series and then comes back later? But like a lot of Final Fantasy 13 was focused on lightning, right? And then Final Fantasy X2, which some people hate, but I really like, mainly because I want to have dress spheres. I want dress spheres to be real, and I want like everything about that movie to be real, and I want to go across Spira girl bossing everyone in my airship. No, Japan is super racist. Mario is a Japanese franchise, obviously, so they won't even do any changes to Mario. Not every Japanese company is reactionary. Yeah, well, I wonder what the culture is like at Square Enix. Pick Me behavior tells us what Game of Thrones with women who stay in their place and still get assaulted like it. Yeah. God, like I couldn't ever watch Game of Thrones because of the very first episode. Like it, you know, features like non-consensual sex, and as somebody who has been put in a situation like that myself, it doesn't. I can't just like be like, oh, okay, well that's just the story, right? It's not. It's traumatizing. It's messed up. Like I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it. Only other Final Fantasy game I can think of with a woman as a main character is Final. Oh, you're right. You're right. Wait. You are Terra. Is that right? Is that the main character? Terra is the main character in Final Fantasy VI. I started to play that. I started to play Final Fantasy VI and I never finished it. Maybe I should do that on stream or something. I don't know how people feel about that though, because like, you know, RPGs are kind of a commitment. I want to do like most of the story. Maybe the grinding I can leave for off stream, but the story I try to keep it on stream. I try to not do any story aspects like without chat, and that just kind of becomes a problem. Yeah, Persona 2 was a problem because of all the grinding that I had to do, and you know the fact that that's not super compelling in and of itself, but it kind of needs to happen. And oh, I wouldn't like House of Dragons. It's as gruesome as the original Game of Thrones. ASOIAF is a pretty biting critique of male supremacy. GRRM is very far left, but the show didn't capture it, nor the books anti-capitalism. I didn't even know about that. Wait, I'm trying to remember the title of the books.
There, just do it effectively. And that's exactly what this film did. And when it comes to Illumination, I don't have the highest opinion of them, but they can market a movie. They can make a film. And I would
Minecraft is my favorite. Yeah.
like to think that Nintendo being like quality control on this will probably like improve that. Do this, do that. Like you got Nintendo, they can be sticklers when it comes to like particulars for their franchise, for their company, of course. And I think in combination with Illumination being like just an absolute machine when it comes to churning out product, it's like, okay, okay, well, here's your product with Nintendo flair on it to really punch it up. At the end of the day, it works. Is it good as Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? No. Is it good? Yeah, I think it's solid. Not perfect, but solid. And like leading up to this film too, there was so much like just discourse.
Is 55 really a bad score on Rotten Tomatoes? Like, what is their average 50 or is their average like 70?
With like Chris Pratt voicing Mario. And I had my apprehension, I had my doubts, and I kind of still hold said doubts. His performance was just like, okay, I can see why they went this path, because you can't have the entire film. That would be grating. I'll be real. It works for the games. With Charles Martinet, who, by the way, they give him a shout at the start of the film and at the end. Because you get this commercial where Mario's like, is the Italian voice too much?
55 is not a good score.
And then Charles Martinet's like, it was great. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. At least they're like acknowledging Charles Martinet. I appreciate that. Also, there were some other voice actors in the movie like John DiMaggio, Cree Summers. But of course, like the main listers are the, celebrity voice actors, your Chris Pratt, your Charlie Day, your Seth Rogen. I will get that in a bit. But as far as Chris Pratt's performance, it was just like the film, serviceable. I didn't feel like he really brought too much to the character as like, wow, that's what a performance. It was like, nah, he did fine. Charlie Day as Luigi was pretty damn good. Jack Black as Bowser, very good. But for Chris Pratt, it's like, it was fine. It was okay. Moving on.
About the Leguizamo thing, it's worth remembering that the movie was distinctively not very Mario. The game company was already distancing themselves before the movie was completed of the original.
Now, as far as
I mean, yeah, it definitely doesn't feel it doesn't have the same like I could tell from the like the movie posters and stuff, like, right, Mario's not, he's not in his red suit, Luigi's not in his right? Am I right about this? Like, they sort of took it and made it like less otherworldly.
The synopsis of the movie goes. I said the word simple.
Rotten Tomatoes classifies 55 as rotten. Okay.
Before. And that's really how it is. The people who wrote this movie were like, let's just go with what we know. It's already in front of us. Princess Peach, Mushroom Kingdom. It's an isekai. Mario and Luigi start off in Brooklyn in the world of humans, and they get teleported through a pipe into like Portal Land, and then they get separated. And I'm like, okay, well, at least the film started in New York and didn't end up in Actually, wait, hold on. It did. Well, wow, I'll be damned. It did both. But at least it started in Brooklyn instead of like the Smurfs or Alvin and the Chipmunks, where it always inevitably ends up in New York, which again, at the end of the film, they do end up back in New York, but it doesn't sting as much because they're Italians in New York. That's kind of normal. I was surprised too, because the film, as far as like character arcs go, it's about Mario with his self-doubt, how his family doesn't think very highly of him, except for like Luigi, how everybody's like, you're small, you're a squirt, you can't really do much. But he has like this never say die attitude. He keeps getting up over and over again. Also, he's got a close bond with his brother, Luigi, of course. Mario's family, I'm like, has this ever been explored before? I'm like, I don't know, but hey, I guess it's fine. Got this Italian family just completely ripping into Mario. Though I was like, what is Mario's age as I'm watching the start of this film? Because I'm like, he could have been 20, in his 30s, in his 40s. I thought it was cool how they were being nice to millennials like me and acknowledging that Mario lives with his parents. Now, look at Mario's room. It's just fully decked out in geek stuff. There's a Star Fox R-Wing. Tons of shout outs and Easter eggs as far as like other Nintendo properties in this movie. You got Duck Hunt. You got like Knockout. I think on Mario's laptop there was some Zelda SFM like animation with like her
Punch Out
in her yoga pants. You can see the love for the franchise, for the brands, for the games, for just Nintendo in this movie. When I saw the R-Wing, I'm like, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie. Star Fox. It's Star Fox in the year of our Lord 2023. I'm amazed. I kind of sat there afterwards. I'm like, am I easily impressed? And I'm like, who cares? I'm having fun. So the story is about Mario and Luigi getting separated. They get stuck through a pipe through Brooklyn and ended up in Mushroom Kingdom for Mario, and then Luigi and Bowser land. Bowser wants to capture the superstar. He gets it early on. He wants to use it to convince Peach to marry him, which is, of course, like Bowser wanting to steal Peach and get her to be his wife. That's part of it. But they also play Bowser to be very like, almost like a soft boy, where he's like, is Mario like, is she like blushing around Mario? Like that kind of Bowser I kind of love, where he's a bit of a softie on the inside. He's a bit of a paper tiger where he talks.
I don't know, okay, so I don't want to make comments on this having not seen it, but I'm a little concerned, right, by the fact that it's Jack Black as Bowser and one of the subtexts is he wants to steal like Princess Peach, right? And you know, this is the kind of thing that like would just be like naturally, organically a part of a story back in the day. But now when we look at that, we're like, yeah, he wanted to steal Peach and force her into a relationship. Yikes, right? And look, like, if you want, like, that's an evil villain thing to do. If you want to have an evil villain do an evil villain thing, fine. But something about making him Jack Black, like, worries me. Just because, like, Jack Black is so charismatic. Like I said, I haven't seen the movie. I don't know how Jack Black plays Bowser. But you kind of, like, if you're going to have the kind of Jack Black villain that I'm used to seeing Jack Black as, it's like the villain that you kind of like. And like I don't know, like I said, I haven't seen the movie, but I'm just it makes me nervous. It makes me worried. Like about like I don't know. Don't worry about it. It's all a play. Peach had Bowser's kids? What? Oh, okay. What? What? Wait, seriously? So wait, Peach and Bowser were a thing, and then she like broke up with them, or what? There's proof in the games that Bowser's kids are Peach's? I did not know that. Okay, so... It's not like as, R... word that starts with R as I thought. Okay. It's a whole thing. Look up Koopa Kids. I did not know that at all. So wait, they were like the rulers of the kingdom or something?
It's a big game, but then he completely collapses because he's like a little nervous boy on the inside. I'm here for that. I like that Bowser. Peach, man, as far as her character goes, like folks are like, girl.
Peach is into Bowser. Okay, well, or was into Bowser? Wait, so wait, she was into Bowser and then he became evil? I had no idea. Like I said, I haven't seen this before, so I hesitated to comment, right? I don't want to like say, like criticize a movie that I haven't even seen, and obviously like a canon that I'm not even super familiar with, right? I didn't really find anything woke in the Mario movie. I really enjoyed it. There is a meme about Peach on Mario with Bowser because what people were saying was woke is they thought that Peach being able to defend herself, being able to fight, being part of the action, and not just being like the character that is Mario's goal to save, right? That's what conservatives thought woke was. That's why I was wondering, like, have we lost ground since like the 2010s, like, right? Because like, you know, we look back to Gamergate, and in a lot of ways, Gamergate's this massive overreaction, like, you know, harassment of people based on like perceived feminism. But now it feels like you can't even say feminism. Peach is a playable character in Mario 3D World. It's been there since the 90s. Okay, wait, so can somebody just like walk me through the whole lore here? Please ignore the game Super Princess Peach. Is it bad? I honestly, I didn't realize there were so many Mario games, right? I really only knew about, like, Mario Kart. And obviously the, you know, the Mario games proper. Gamergate, because a woman broke up with her shitty boyfriend and dated some other guy. Yeah, and a bunch of Redditors coped about it, and it just went on from there. But, like, it feels like we haven't really recovered. Like, the mythology, if you listen to, like, a Xander Hall, like, if you listen to some of these, like, lefty content creators that talk about Gamergate, you would think that it was, like, the Dark Ages. It descended upon us, like you know, like Voldemort or something, and then, you know, it was beaten back by a group of plucky teens and their dog or something. Like, I don't know, like somehow, like, you know, that Gamergate was defeated, and it feels like it really wasn't. It feels like we still haven't recovered from Gamergate, and it feels like even the harassment that happened during Gamergate, I've seen it repeat itself. I've experienced it repeat itself. You know, it wasn't about necessarily me being a girl, but it was about being trans. It was me being a trans person who stands up for trans rights, right? And that was too much for the debate lords on Twitch poll, right? This is Gamergate. I know it should be more gay. I was making a smart out joke because the game Peach. Oh, Peach has to save Mario in that game. People forget about it, huh? I've never even heard of it. Without going too heavy into the plot, spoilers, think of Mario as literally a modern reboot of the 80s cartoon. Oh, wait, so the 80s cartoon is the one where he's like... Wait, is it a cartoon? I thought it was like a live-action show. Wait, no, wait, I've seen the... Yeah, I think I know... Yeah, wait. Now I'm confused. There was like a... Okay, it was like a live-action show, and they'd show the cartoon. That's weird. That's kind of weird, right? Like, you could imagine there being like a live-action show of Mario, and they watch cartoons of other Nintendo stuff, but it's weird that a live-action show of Mario would, like, feature them watching cartoons of himself. So that's the cartoon that you're talking about, okay. And that's kind of what it feels like as a reboot of the 80s cartoon, but obviously with the... Live-action show is 50% animated. Wait, they turn animated and they go into... Wait, so that's the idea, is that, like... Oh, that's so confusing, though, because, like, the live-action part, they're, like, in New York City, but then the animated part, they're in the Mushroom Kingdom. So do they, like, have to go in there every day or something? There was apparently over 200 Mario games? Oh my god. Well, yeah, there's, like, random ones. Like, wasn't there, like, a Mario Tetris or something where he's got pills? It was, like, a cartoon and live action was completely... Oh, they were separated. Okay, so they're separate stories. I mean, I guess that makes more sense, sort of. It's... Yeah, anyway, I'm not going to argue with it. Dr. Mario. Okay. The 80s cartoon, they are from Brooklyn as well. They go down the warp pipe and enter the Mushroom Kingdom and meet Princess Peach. Although they call her by her original Japanese name, Princess Toadstool. Dr. Mario, yeah. AKA Mario Tetris, Mario Golf, Mario Tennis. Yeah, there's lots of Mario games, and of course Mario Kart.
Boss, and I'm like, I hate that kind of lingo. I hate it so much. I just watched the movie, and Peach wasn't like particularly like mind blowing for me. Luigi's the one who's captured, not Peach. Now it's Peach and Mario and Toad taking off to go find Luigi and recruit the Kong army to stop Bowser. Again, they play it very as a matter of fact. Where like Mario shows up to the castle, and he's like, I'm here to find my brother, and Peach is like, hey, I'm gonna go get the Kong army. By the way, it's a Kong army. Let's go. Not before we get like this 1980s rock and roll, like I Need a Hero. You know, they have Take On Me. They've got like AC/DC in the film. I thought that was kind of weird with the music choices. Because like the rest of the soundtrack is fantastic with this orchestral...
Can you send it to me on Discord, Catalina?
Orchestral Mario music, and it's like, that's wonderful. I'm going to listen to the soundtrack for this film on Spotify. But like the other songs that they brought in, like Take On Me was playing when they got to Kong World. I'm like, why? It seems out of place. So a little bit of Illumination like kind of peaks here and there as far as like, that seems like Illumination called that shot. But whatever, I digress. So Mario, you know, he gets knocked down.
People do not like Illumination, I take it.
But he gets up
and this is like Despicable Me. I'm trying to think of the other like movies Illumination has done. What is it? If it's a YouTube movie, you can just tell me the title. Or YouTube movie. What am I saying? A YouTube movie. Yes, I love to watch YouTube movies. If it's a YouTube video, then you can just tell me the name of it, and I can search it up. But we got burned out on Minions, Despicable Me. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that was way popular. There's also a Mario anime film, but it's not very good. It was never released in the US. Now I have to see it. It's on YouTube with subtitles. We should watch that. Actually, yeah. Yeah, because just to like, okay, so what are we like? We're at 2 out of 9. If we get 7 more subs, I'll go for like, 2 more hours. But we're sort of coming up on the end of this. But yeah, we can watch this on It's just Super Mario Brothers Super Show. That's the kind of thing that we'd have to watch on Discord. But we should have a Discord night, and it could very well be tonight, right? The One Piece rap. Oh, I love the One Piece rap. I love the One Piece rap. Wait, I can't watch the One Piece rap, but I can watch the parody of it. Wasn't really much adult humor in that movie, but there were a lot of Nintendo Easter eggs. In the you're talking about the anime? I want to watch the anime version, and we can also watch the Super Mario Super Show, right? But yeah, if somebody or if multiple people can pull together and give us 7 gift subs, we can go on and do a little bit of Hassan on Emma Vigland, and pick up some of those lost pieces on Sunny V2 and and even a little bit more of the Young Turks, because it feels like I haven't entirely covered that saga. There's so much with that.
Again, and he tries to, stop Bowser.
Oh my god, thank you, Ian DJ Cooper. Thank you for the sub.
And get Luigi back. Peach being more of the guide. She has this, I can do, I've been raised by the Toads, I'm pretty strong, and I'll explain the world to you, Mario. She almost seemed like she was a tutorial. Just a little window that pops open saying, here, Mario, this is what you do next. Toad, comic relief. Same thing with Donkey Kong with Seth Rogen. I thought that was fine. Though I'm pretty sure Seth Rogen has in his contract he has to do his
That's a resub, but we'll go ahead and cut it. So it didn't go into the bar, but we'll go ahead and count it as as if it did.
Laugh in every film the same way that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has to win in all of his films and Bryan Cranston has to wear his whitey tighties at least once in his productions. I made that last part up.
That's not true. Although if it was, then Malcolm in the Middle would have been way more interesting.
But ultimately, I was a bit disappointed.
You can watch the Super Mario. Well, the problem is I'm on YouTube as well as Twitch.
And that Luigi was
Speaking of which, where are we at, YouTube? How are you doing? YouTube chat has kind of gone silent.
Didn't we see much of him throughout the film? We got more Donkey Kong than Luigi. I like Charlie Day as Luigi, but he was just kind of gone.
33 likes. Can we get to 35 by the bottom of the hour? By what is it, 9:30? Oh my god. Oh my god, so Zara gifting Firebird a sub, that makes us, it says 3 out of 9, we'll call it 4 out of 9, right?
Throughout the second act, he's just gone. And there's a question of pacing in this film. It seems so okay, moving on. Here's the stakes. We're moving. And it's whoa, here we go. Army's taking off. Or taking off to Bowser. Or Bowser's now.
Okay, so like I said, there's some weird stuff about Saber Spark where I don't know. It's not horrible, but I sometimes get the feeling that I'm talking to kind of a somewhat right. I don't know. I'm not gonna call Saber Spark a chud. I don't think Saber Spark is a chud. Somebody in her earlier described it as Saber Spark was people are being too mean to Trump fans. And that's the kind of thing I mean, right? So Saber Spark's not my politics, right? I get the feeling that me and Saber Spark probably would not agree on much as far as politics, but as far as just giving the movie a review as here's how it wasn't anything special, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world either. Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. He's not a chud, he is a dingus. I feel mean calling him that, but I get the feeling you're probably right.
Ambushing guys. It just happened.
Oh my god, thank you, Anonymous.
A lot of things just happen. And I'm
oh no,
maybe
are we hype training? We're hyping. We're hyping the train. Well, that's
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters. Speaking of rebooted 80s schlock. Oh my god, I shouldn't call it schlock. Some people probably really like Ghostbusters. I liked one character from Ghostbusters. Can you guess which one? Discord. Here, let me help you. Did it work? Oh no, it's like mods only, isn't it? That's what you're looking for. It froze. Like button, call out. Yeah, exactly. If you haven't liked the video already, hit that like button. And what are we only... So, like, what does it say? It says 5 out of 9. That's really 6 out of 9. Alright, we're gonna get... I'm gonna add 1 to that score. So that means we need... 3 more. 3 more to extend the stream. But either way, we'll be doing Discord after the stream. So I want to watch some of this Super Mario stuff. I don't want the Ghostbuster stuff. Wasn't there a Nintendo game for Ghostbusters? I seem to remember the Angry Video Game Nerd. If we get 3 more, you can definitely get the Weasel. Yeah. There once and it sucked. It was bad. Oh my god, there it is! 2 more. Okay, wait, so we just need 1 more now. Habibu, thank you! Thank you for the subs. JR Wolf and True Dwabi. You just got gift subs, courtesy of Hobby Hoop. Meow. Okay. Goal attained. Oh wait, and Hype Train extended too. Let's make let's see if we can I think I needed the exercise too. Nice, good. Yeah, you would put stuff like that in resources. Oh my god, Javier, congratulations! That sounds awesome, Catalina Gearbox. Dragon Princess, thank you for the 100 biddies! Meow! Here, let's, what do we got? Weasel Assembly? You put it in video? Weasel. I'm trying to rock out to it, even though I've only got one head. Like I don't have stereo. I just have the music in this side because my cord is busted. My cord got busted. What a weasel! Put new headphones on your throne. Yeah, I need to set that up. That's another thing that I need to do. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Okay, let's extend this out a little bit with Klobuchar. What's Klobuchar doing? Oh my god! Thank you, Zara! Continue Pink, Von Grabstein, Cariel Air Sparvier, Davidia Games, and Misty C777777. You just got gift subs. Meow. Wait, you just extended the hype train? Damn. That is some serious hype right there.
Speaking of free speech and
this is something I've been trying to cover for a while now, right? This is the breakup of Elon Musk. Elon Musk breaking up with Matt Taibbi.
Open access to information. We had a bit of a falling out from some of the two biggest free speech warriors in the country.
And I'm gonna keep
in Elon
jumping through
Musk,
this
the guy
hype
helping
train.
Narendra Modi censor in India, and Matt.
I have gotten people's feedback that they don't want the hype train to last for forever because, you know, they came here for content, not necessarily for music and bouncing around on a trampoline. But I will keep bouncing around while we watch Hassan and Emma. If I can hit the button right. There we go.
The free speech warrior and journalist who used a billionaire as his source, allegedly. And
I hate to see my two favorite kings fight like that. You're right.
Right. Participated in like a limited hangout that if Taibbi had been working on behalf of the CIA and they said, hey, here's a bunch of information, not everything is being given to you, and also you have to publish it on CIA.gov and so to give us publicity because we want to show that the CIA is rebranding. We're now very much pro.
Who doesn't like hype trains?
Democracy.
I think they just like don't want them to like last for too long. I've just seen that people leave the stream if if I dance to music for too long, I don't know. I enjoy like anytime I get some exercise, that's a good thing for me.
In South America, and we're gonna help you. Elon Musk, please come. Taibbi, please come and help us make that case. It's a little different because that's the government, but I would think that if you're on the left, you understand that major social media companies and capitalists and billionaires also have a detrimental effect on society, not just intelligence agencies. That's kind of exactly what he did, except he just did it with Twitter. And now Elon Musk threw him under the bus in 0.2 seconds after he embarrassed himself defending Elon Musk to the other great Hassan, Mehdi Hassan on Peacock.
What a weasel.
Yeah, very sad to see where Matt Taibbi has gotten to. I used to be a big fan. Another frequent.
We've got a lot of Vampire Squid fans, right? The party and the hype is what gets people to give more. That's why James gets hella subs and Polly's hype trains don't finish level 1 are you saying that you want me to, like, I don't know. What does Polly do for a hype train? How does Polly handle a hype train? Doesn't Polly just like continue with the content though? Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Polly gets back to the content.
Guest on the show, Alex Perrine
But
and
it's
Matt
still a hype
Taibbi used
train.
to
It's
have a
still
show
hype.
called The Tarfer Report. That's how big of a fucking fan I was. I used to listen to them. And honestly, I mean, Matt Taibbi
and you will see me jump harder and higher and faster and maybe even like break a hole in the roof with the more subs you give.
vocal
So
fry makes it unlistenable. Like,
that's why she doesn't get subs. Oh, you think she should like lean into the like. So what do you want from the hype train? The other thing that I'm dealing with is YouTube. Is watching too, and like I don't want to take too much attention over from YouTube because like it is like you are like I love both chats. Okay, I'm a YouTube girl. I started off on YouTube, but Twitch has been very kind to me. Some of Twitch has been very kind to me. Not the Debate Bros so much, but. Level 3 completed. Level 3 of the hype train complete. Oh, level 4. We got 48% at level 4. Well, I mean, like, it's all about you, chat. It's all about you, and it's including you, chat, that aren't talking. Like, right? If you're not talking and you have a strong opinion about the hype train, even if it's not one that you see currently reflected in what people are saying, especially if it's not one that you're seeing currently reflected, like if you think that like, okay, do the hype train for like 3 minutes, but like just like leave it at that, let me know, because it's all about you. It's all about, what you enjoy. We did it. Thanks for all the support. Yeah, thank you so much, Zara. Thank you so much. Dragon Princess Hobby Hoof, Jules, Anonymous, all the people who gave. Thank you a lot, and it definitely helped. Like I'm saying that from the perspective of those that you got out of the ad break as well, because I'm sure they appreciate it most of all, right? I'd say this: you can't celebrate hype trains without directly hurting YouTube audience and exposure. Yeah, I don't know. Unless I give YouTube something to do too. Wouldn't that be cool if I somehow integrated YouTube into it? I know it's like a different culture over at YouTube. Like YouTube is more like, generally like streams on YouTube are like, I'm going to stream, I'm going to talk about this one thing for like an hour and then I'm done, right? But I don't know. They've been enjoying, some people on YouTube have been enjoying my streams a lot more lately because YouTube is pushing the stream out to a lot more people. Some of you might be those people, so just let me know what you want, what's good for you, what's fun, what is vibe, and what is a little too much, because I appreciate that sort of feedback. It makes them feel left out. So if you're gonna you have to be really subtle about it. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is I don't want to get away from the content like too much, right? I enjoy jumping, I enjoy dancing, I enjoy hitting the boxing bag, but like I don't want to take away from what you're here for. So
sorry for the misinjury, but straight up, he is like a hard listen. And that's how big of a fan I was. And honestly, it's really sad to see him fall from grace like this. But I think he's caked up, so he's doing all right.
He's very caked up.
Good for him. But
he's very caked up on that Substack.
The thing is, they
make YouTube fight.
I mean, they just
make YouTube fight against Twitch.
Want to make money wherever they can.
Well, YouTube, if you want to fight against Twitch, because they just got some major wins right there. They are definitely ahead today. But where are you at as far as likes, YouTube? You're at 34. You're at 34. Can we hit 40 in 23 minutes? Can we hit 40 likes? Can we get 6 more likes on YouTube by the top of the hour?
I feel like
because those likes, you have no idea how much that helps. It's amazing. It's like unbelievable. It's hard for you to imagine because it's just a button on a screen. It's just a little thumbs up button. It doesn't feel like you're doing much at all, but YouTube takes that into consideration as far as when they're gonna push my stream out to other people, and especially after the stream's over, who's gonna end up seeing that stream, who's gonna get like the thumbnail in their homepage. A lot of that depends on whether you hit that like button or not.
It's like half genuine ideological separation from the rest of the left, which they, I guess, somewhat were a part of. They certainly were a part of, and when I say they, I mean Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi, and partially because there is some money to be made in that other direction, and partially because they have big egos and they feel like they're not getting the respect that they deserve, or they never got the respect that they deserved under the Trump administration. Like somewhere along the way, their brains fried. And seeing Matt Taibbi, of course, run defense and do corporate PR for Twitter is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Corporate PR.
It's very wild. It's very wild. I'm not saying it isn't correct, just how I felt. I enjoyed Hype Train's No Guilt for not giving money, or I got to enjoy music and dancing and silly videos and songs.
For Twitter's new boss, who is a billionaire, is pretty wild. These guys have done such incredible work. Li Fong as well, especially, have done such incredible work talking about like dark money, tracing it back, and talking about how a bourgeois state designed for a capitalist purpose is always going to yield results like this. So then, like, cutting out the middleman, which would be the government in this circumstance, and going directly to the corporate mega donor and doing PR for them is in some ways worse, I think, than than working even with the government, I guess, because the government is bad because it works at the behest of corporations. It's not that like all forms of governance are bad and wrong and immoral across the board. I'm not some libertarian weirdo.
But they are.
So,
that's the point, though, Hassan. Like, the reason that we're kind of seeing that play out right now.
Greenwald definitely is.
Now, Taibbi's criticism of Occupy Wall Street doesn't seem to be, when you look back on it now, tethered to any real leftism. It was just an opportunity because libertarians are the ones that constantly want to undercut the government, and they'll focus on the national security state because that has the broadest appeal to leftists like us. I mean, look at how we view the Snowden revelations and Greenwald and how much that did for him in terms of currying favor with the left. That's all gone now. But yes, the left wants to undercut the national security state because we believe in other elements of government and because the national security state is anti-democratic. The libertarian mindset is, no, that's a part of the whole thing that we want to take down, and corporations are not that's a separate entity that we trust more, frankly.
It's just odd because, like, the massive social media companies are obviously mingling with national security interests and basically give everything to the American government or whoever their foreign allies might be, or whoever their foreign owners might be, for any given matter. I think there were examples of this with respect to Saudi Arabia, like unmasking, doxing, finding Shia Saudi nationals on U.S. soil, if I'm not mistaken. And now they even have a bigger vice grip on Twitter. Same with China, really. I mean, I'm not an.
Meow. It's so weird only hearing in one side of my headphones. That's gonna drive me nuts. I did order another cord for my headphones, so hopefully it's gonna come soon, so I won't have to put up with this for too long. But yeah, I'm got so used to hearing things in stereo. When the Weasel song comes on, every time NCC says Weasel, he gives a little bark. Oh my god! Really? Every time I say Weasel, Neville barks? That's adorable. I mean, weasels are mythological creatures, and they're amazing, even though they don't actually exist in real life. Like, if they did, that would be so awesome. Like, I would definitely hang out with weasels all day.
Anti-China person by any means. Many people would say that I find Xi Jinping to be the top Xi and a legend in his own right for all of the glorious work that he's done.
Many people are saying
with high-speed rail. That's what other people say about me. I'm not saying that that's what I represent or anything. But even then, I mean, this guy has Tesla facilities in Shanghai. The Chinese government does have a lot of power over him. They could get access to whatever they wanted to, whatever kind of compromising information they wanted to. But I guess for Matt Taibbi, it's okay because it's like Elon Musk doing it and they used to be friends. I guess it's okay when all social media offer backdoors to the federal government, whether it be the NSA or whether it be the CIA or FBI. That kind of stuff would have been really interesting rather than the weird palace intrigue surrounding whether or not Twitter employees were stopping Hunter Biden's penis from being released to the public.
Which is totally understandable asked by the Biden campaign. They were also not in government at the time. And again, the stuff that we now know that Trump was making requests as president to take down Chrissy Teigen tweets, which, like, if the principle of what he was reporting on was consistent, that would be in some ways a bigger story. But like you brought up China, and I've been raising the alarm on the show for a while about the ramp up in anti-China rhetoric as like being basically
used to have ferrets.
The only bipartisan consensus in Washington right now. They were able to get the CHIPS Act through basically just by making it a Chinese competition bill when you could have had a straight up domestic investment onshoring bill. But they're like, no, we have to do this in the xenophobic way. And then the whole crackdown on TikTok. Do people realize what the United States' record is in terms of data, stealing people's data here in the US? We have an informally connected relationship with our government and our social media companies as opposed to the direct Chinese government investment in TikTok. But it's like, it's, in my opinion, essentially a distinction without difference based on the way that our data actually had been dragnet hoarded by a lot of groups like the NSA.
Yeah, one of my favorite conversations surrounding this is like, one of my favorite things about this entire story is that China could just basically bypass having ownership over this massive social media company and just go to the data brokers directly, and it would probably be more cost effective for them if they wanted to do like rampant surveillance on U.S. citizens. They could hire or purchase a Israeli surveillance technology that the United States also is currently commissioning while simultaneously saying you shouldn't do that to your allies, to Israel. Or they could utilize Palantir probably. I mean, I don't know. Actually, Palantir might not work with China, but I guess like if you give Peter Thiel enough blood boys, he'll let you have it. He'll let you use it. So there's so many different ways of surveilling U.S. citizens. We do it regularly, like as in like the United States government does it regularly. They do it to their allies. And then also on top of that, these data brokers basically release all this kind of information to law enforcement, or to any kind of corporation that wants to sell you, balding medication because you talked about it one time. So it's just, it is what it is. I think it's just competition. They don't like that, TikTok is a very, very successful social media platform, and that very successful social media platform isn't owned by the Silicon Valley tech giants. In some ways, I think this is in some ways, I think this is the federal government trying to, sell this off to an American owner, partially so that they can control it, and partially so that they can give like a gift to Silicon Valley, I guess.
Yeah, do you think that Meta's repeated lobbying efforts and campaign contributions had anything to do with the nature of those hearings? I mean, of course it did, right?
So,
like,
yeah.
Instagram is terrified of TikTok, and Instagram's owned by Meta.
Yeah, for sure. I think that definitely plays a role, and xenophobia also plays a role. It makes it feel. It makes.
I always think it's funny the way that TikTok, or the way that Instagram kind of became TikTok, you know what I mean? Like, Instagram classically was about pictures. Like, joke was like you take a picture of your food before you eat it, or maybe take a picture of food that you're not even eating just to flex that, right? YouTube Shorts too. YouTube Shorts, the YouTube Shorts are just like weirdly conservative, like that it's almost like the inverse image of TikTok. But yeah, YouTube wanted a piece of that. But why did Instagram become all reels for like 2 years? Like, I guess it's what he's saying. They're afraid of them as competition. They want to keep up. They want to like have an inroad into TikTok's audience, since TikTok has an inroad into theirs. But
politicians feel like they're doing work. You know what I mean? This is the political equivalent of you opening up the Excel spreadsheet and crunching numbers as soon as your manager is walking behind you, and then immediately you go back and switch over and you start watching the Majority Report in your headphones as soon as they walk away. That's kind of what they're doing as well. So it's like a win-win-win situation. You get to beef up anti-Chinese, xenophobic narratives, which is good because a lot of Americans are very chauvinistic and very imperialist, and they have the sense of entitlement where they feel like we are the number one country on the planet. How dare the Chinese come after us and threaten our global hegemonic power status? So I think that plays a role in garnering support from constituents to some degree, especially constituents who vote. TikTok is everyone uses TikTok, but it's overwhelmingly younger, right?
Yeah.
And those guys don't vote, as we know. So that's probably another motivation, but definitely I think Meta and its lobbying efforts played a role in this as well, for sure.
No. What is this about?
Back with my buddy Dan from the internet of the Power Report and Audio Face podcast. All right, so let's get right into it here. We both worked at TYT at the same time. I would say we were considered to be pretty good buddies. I mean, I consider us that, and
some would say.
We would strategize a little bit. We worked together and had solidarity with one another.
Sorry to be Sam, but I gotta adjust I feel very close. There we go. Our heads are the same size now.
Perfect.
We're all good.
All right. Well, so then let's just, tell people what you did, how you had to work with screaming, crying Jimmy Dore on aggressive progressives and others.
I mean, yeah,
joking.
so, no, it's all good. I mean, so yeah, at TYT, I really feel very privileged and blessed with what I got to do. I literally was just this is a time you definitely can't do this anymore because the internet's too wild.
Same,
but I was just
I love my time at TYT, yeah.
Yeah, I was a very virulent commenter back when TYT was on, Al Gore's internet, aka Current TV.
Mm-hmm.
And I made friends with one of the social media producers. She's now Shauna Naomi. She works at the Los Angeles Times. Wonderful individual. But yeah, I was just like a very virulent commenter there. And so I was like, hey, I would really love to just like visit the studio and see Jank and also JR, who I talked about in the earlier part.
Cool.
And yeah, they let me. They totally just like, yeah, yo, here's the address. We'll DM you. That shit's not gonna happen anymore. Sorry. But yeah, I got a great opportunity. I was able to like, make inroads with that. And then while I end up going to UC Berkeley at the perfect time, as folks like Ben Shapiro, The Daily Wire, Dennis Prager, Milo Yiannopoulos were doing a specific strategy where they would go to college campuses and try to ambush, much like you with me with the Jimmy Dore question, they would try to ambush folks about different like hard left-wing issues, and then record that on video and then go like, socialist destroyed by Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro destroys college student. And I'd be like, this is a game and I know exactly what this is and I'm going to destroy it. And thankfully, Jank and Anna and John Idarola and also shout out Brett Ehrlich, Hassan Piker, they saw a lot of potential in me and they tried to integrate me into their shows. Also, I'll shout out David Kohler. They integrated me into the company even while I was working in college. And so once I graduated and I came back down to Southern California, there was a place for me. And so that's where I got more acquainted with you. That's where I kind of learned a lot of the things. That's why I learned to get this wonderful little shirt.
I almost forgot about Brett. Is Brett still part of TYT?
Microphone that I have that I can share with you so we all sound nice and crispy. Like that's
now.
Where I learned a lot
Brett
of
was
the
one of my
content
faves.
skills that I have that I'm able to share with different companies, individuals. I now do Good Morning Bad News on TikTok and Snapchat if you see those stories and content. I do Power Report, like I said, my own stream and podcast with Bam and C's and Sean and Yasmin Khan and a number of other like TYT contributors and people in that space. And Emma, you've been a guest on one of like the most popular episodes too that I really enjoyed about like what the
very popular
left looks like. Look, many people are saying this. Many
people.
But enough self-adulation. Folks can check out the Letter Hack. Also, shout out to him. I did his stream where I got drawn as an artist, which you should totally do as well because like he does a really good, very flattering, I would say, artistic piece of you while talking to you and interviewing. So that's a great thing. Check out his channel. So you can get all the self-adulation.
We had the Letter Hack on recently.
Yes, for his Mondo Hollywood, right?
Yeah, Mondo Hollywood Land, his comic. It was very
Mondo
he's
Hollywood.
A great guy, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely. We love him. So check out that stream for all the self-adulation. Jimmy Dore stuff. So yeah,
I didn't mean to throw this on you. I just figured
it's all good. I'm all good. Yes,
you've gone like on a tweet storm about your time working with him, and you worked very closely with him. So I'm mining you for content here. I mean, this is what true friends in this space do. So spill the tea.
I'm gonna mine you. I'm going to spill the tea, but I'm also going to hide Dorsey. We're going to get 2 clips out of this bad boy. And I don't know if you're ready for this, but we'll do it anyways.
Yeah.
So, and you probably know what we're talking about. We've talked about this before. But on the first thing, so yeah, without getting into too many details, but to tease some details I may want to talk about in the future, I made a deal with the devil. And so part of that deal was being able to work on, be one of the founding producers of The Damage Report, which is like one of my like most proudest accomplishments in life.
Great show.
With John Idarola. John Idarola, great human being, wonderful guy, great ally, wonderful person.
Absolutely.
And then No Filter with Anna Kasparian, depending on the day, friend of the show. And
no, definitely, yeah, no,
he's
friend of
still on
mine for sure.
The Damage Report.
No, yes, totally. And I have to balance a lot of different things when it comes to her, but again, this is about Jimmy Dore. So in getting to do those like great opportunities where I got to work with these really awesome people, this was when Anna Kasparian was in her F. Dave Rubin era, and I got to like fuel a lot of that. And I will also take a little bit of credit that I don't often do on air for saying that like I definitely wasn't successful in all of this as folks can maybe tell on any given day. But I tried to introduce Anna to folks like, she already knew of Michael Brooks, but I tried to like incorporate more of that into her media diet. Folks like Richard Wolff from Economic Update. I tried to push her a little bit left from her, you know, like her more liberal ways that we all kind of come from. I mean, I think you and I have talked about how in our past, we both share like Bill Maher as a person who in the aughts was someone who was actually considered to be on the left. But over time, we saw that especially his religious takes were not so much anti-Christian, they were just like anti-Muslim or like so like we grew out of that. But people need these platforms ultimately to figure out where they're ultimately going to land. And I'm thankful for my experience at TYT for that. But my deal with the devil was also working on Aggressive Progressives with Jimmy Dore. Not my finest hours for sure. And folks can check out the story that I think was covered on a little bit of Majority Report before for that. But my number one thing, and I think Emma, thankfully you've like also quoted this at times, he just doesn't read. That's all I want you to know about Jimmy Dore. He just doesn't read. I would spend hours of my day producing stories for Aggressive Progressives, giving him these angles and these takes. I can say a lot worse things about him. Honestly, I had a really funny rapport with him that, again, I talked about on the Letter Hack show, so shameless plug for that. But I would give him stories, and 90% of the time, he would go, okay, I could talk about this story about union workers, or this story about labor, or this story about, you know, something that would progress the, you know, more left than the main show cause, which was what Aggressive Progressive / Agitprop with Hassan Piker that I ultimately ended up producing as well.
Yeah, I mean, you see a division here between the kind of aggressive progressive that Jimmy Dore is and like somebody like this, right? Or somebody like Emma, somebody like Sam. With them, their distinction from TYT is there's a little bit more leftism there. But with Jimmy Dore's thing, it is just a little bit more ire, a little bit more vitriol for the perceived enemies of the left. And it becomes a function of hating Hillary. And this is the same place that Chapo runs off, right? This is the same place that, you know, what's wrong with Chapo in some ways is like a milder form of what went wrong with Jimmy Dore. Now with Jimmy Dore, it's like, you know, it got to the point where he was bringing on Boogaloo Boys, and like, I mean, he's basically a friend of like Infrared Haas now, right? He's full on like he's like a Nazgul that doesn't read. He's a Nazgul who doesn't realize he's a Nazgul because like Dan from the internet was saying, he doesn't read. But, you know, it's the same kind of thing. It's the same kind of thing. If you're not so much for Bernie as you are, like, against Hillary, like, that's gonna get exploited by people like Haas. That's gonna get exploited. You're gonna find yourself in, like, similar company. Oh no. And the end of the day, like, you know, ideology that's based on like loathing, it's just not very worthwhile. It doesn't really get you where you want to go, right? Ideology should have some overarching element of strategy to it, rather than just it's reactive, right? That's the main problem with Jimmy Dore progressivism, or, you know, Peter Coffin leftism. You hate the PMC more than you care about the working class, and it shows. And it always seems to lead in the same direction.
That's the whole purpose of that member show, was to do something that was a little bit further left than the main show's topics. most of the time, Jimmy Dore would just opt to talk about his vacations in Italy and, conveniently omit the fact that he would cuss out Francesca Fiorentini and specifically single out other women who worked at TYT for interesting reasons. But yeah, like Jimmy Dore can have a good sense of humor. I think he's just seen the checks come in. I really do think this. I believe, in my own personal opinion, that he's seen the checks come in. He's like, oh, well, whatever. And so he's going where the wind blows. We've seen other pundits do this. And I mean, there's a lot of speculation that folks who watch this like leftist media space do that I think is wrong and baseless. But a lot of stuff, you just got to call it like you see it. and if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it's a grifter.
It's a duck.
So,
all right, well, there you go. That's our kind of history together and some of our background working on that stuff.
Damn, that was like pulling teeth. But yeah, I mean, like some people really don't like the drama. And also like Jimmy Dore, like he's not just somebody that you can just kind of like, like he'll come after you. So I can sort of understand being a little bit reticent about criticizing Jimmy Dore, even if you have massive disagreements with him.
Candace Owens had on...
This is more content that we didn't have time for on Friday. This is Emma talking to another TYT alum, Francesca Fiorentini, of the Bituation Room, who I really like. I really like Francesca. Of all the TYT family, she's one of my faves, and hopefully someone that... Wait, is she even with TYT anymore? She might be a free agent. Am I right about that? That's why I don't like millennial men very much. They're not progressives. They're progressives. Yeah, like it's almost like it's hate fueled. They grew up with extreme racist, anti-woman gamer culture, and they bought into it. Yeah, and they want to continue like leftism, like kind of without, like of just like feminism was a mistake, and they'll support things like trans rights, but only in as much as it lets them dig their nails into somebody like a J.K. Rowling, not for good reasons, right? But, basically because she smells like a feminist. And at the end of the day, she actually isn't a feminist, and TERFs are not feminists, right? That there's something really misleading about that effing TERFs, but they'll sort of use their opposition to TERFs as like a fig leaf over their sort of anti-feminist takes.
What's this guy's name again?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, he's kind of like a marginal presidential candidate for the Republican Party. It's like...
He's like the 2024 Andrew Yang.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Wow.
Kind of rich guy with designs on making a name for himself with like a certain subset of people, branding himself in a way that gets him like
she still goes
ahead
on
in his career with conservatives, so he has no chance to win, obviously. But this is just like an expensive kind of PR exercise.
Yeah, they're not reliable allies.
And
Agreed.
he was on with Candace Owens, and they talked about Ron DeSantis. I found her take here to be interesting because I say this a lot. Candace Owens overcompensates constantly. She's always going for the toughest take, the most extreme take, the closest it is to the id of the base, whatever she can do to make up for the fact that she's a woman and that she's a black person in a company that hates women and hates black people. Like that is how she tries to stay ahead of the game. And I think she's tapping into something that she's reading from some of her viewers, which fits into like how DeSantis is kind of falling apart here.
I don't have an issue with Ron DeSantis. I'm just a gut player, and I just my gut instincts about him is that he's very practiced and he's very rehearsed. And that's all I've said. I haven't really given a reason. I haven't been able to eloquently state what you have just so brilliantly stated right there about Ron DeSantis. I love him as a governor. I said if I lived in Florida, I'd be voting for Ron DeSantis. I think he's done a good job as a governor, but I don't trust him on the world stage. I said I don't trust him to be America First on policies. And I do feel that he is beholden to his political consultants. He's beholden, more importantly, to the donor class. And I feel like that whole weekend with Trump, he's talking to see how maybe talking to his biggest donors of like, what should I say? Because his biggest donors hate Trump, right? That's why they're getting behind him, because they're so done with Trump. Right. And so he doesn't want to upset them by not saying the right thing. And I felt that with him and was unable to explain that to my listeners. And I'm just so grateful that I asked you that.
That's an interesting question, right? So what she's proposing is the fact that a lot of the people backing Ron DeSantis, if you're a DeSantis fan, it's possible because you just hate Trump. And you literally want the Republican Party running anybody but Trump. Maybe you're worried about hitching the Republican Party's future, to Donald Trump's future, which, honestly, it's kind of limited, right? And there's no, there's no replacement. But also, maybe you're one of those never Trumpers. Maybe you're one of those, institutional party people. I mean, that's entirely possible. I don't get the feeling, though, that Ron DeSantis is that person. I don't get the feeling that Ron DeSantis is moderate, and I don't get the feeling that Ron DeSantis is against Trumpism. I feel like Ron DeSantis wants to do Trumpism better than Trump did Trumpism. I feel like he's like, this is a great philosophy. I agree with this. I hate trans people. I hate, all the groups that Trump's constituency hates. But Trump's not a strategic guy. He's going from the gut. He's reactive. He's not, he's just kind of too dense to be useful on some level, right? And because of that, you wonder what Trumpism, you wonder what MAGA philosophy could do if it didn't have the baggage of Trump. And maybe that's true. Maybe some of the reason that Trump didn't succeed, the way that he wanted to was due to Trump himself, right? So there's that too. I mean, like, my analysis of Ron DeSantis is that you couldn't give him enough money in the world for him to be reasonable on like trans issues. Like, there's no way that he's ever going to do that. He is tapped into a base that hates trans people. He hates trans people. Like, given, more power, he would do bad things to trans people. But Candace Owens seems to think that maybe his heart's not in fascism quite enough. I don't know.
Question, because that's exactly how I feel instinctively. And I think that you are reading that correctly.
Instinctively. Interesting. This also comes as Florida Republicans are speaking to the Miami Herald, saying that they are getting impatient and they want to support DeSantis, but he needs to shit or get off the pot, essentially. And, like, what is he wait? I don't think he's going to run at this point. Sam had said that months ago, and I was like, are you serious?
He's like torpedoing any goodwill he's had by continuing to drag this out. I think you're right in the sense, almost, what's the point of him doing it now?
Yeah.
Wait till 2028.
And he should, because one, challenging an incumbent if Biden runs again, no matter how geriatric and middling his approval numbers are, is a difficult task. Plus, with the state of the Republican Party right now, it doesn't seem like they're still able to leave the Trump cult behind. So that
I'm curious what people think about Biden, though. I'm really curious what people think about Biden. Like, do people think that 35 people have liked the stream so far? We're at 36 now, actually, so we're looking for 4 more. Can we get there, is the question. YouTube, you can redeem yourself. Although, like, honestly, YouTube's been showing strong lately, so YouTube, you have nothing to be ashamed about, right? You're the plucky underdog that came up this week and actually, like, kicked Twitch's ass a couple of times, which, like, I wasn't expecting. I was legitimately surprised about. So yeah, YouTube, you got nothing to be ashamed about, but if you can hit that 40 likes, that helps me out immensely. And that bodes well for your future. Because, like, look, if you're over at YouTube, like, I don't really care. Wherever you like to watch the stream is a good place for you to watch the stream. Some people, I was a YouTube person at one point who you could not get me to go over to Twitch because you kind of got to, like, sign up for Twitch. You got to sign up. It's all this stuff. It's strange. It's different. There's, like, all this. There's all these little emojis. You're like, what does that mean? What do all these symbols mean? I don't understand, right? And you shouldn't have to move over to Twitch if you don't want to. I'm not a single platform streamer, so you shouldn't have to feel obliged to stick to a single platform yourself, right? Did I hear about Demons and Imps? Wait, who was that? Who said that? A Florida Republican that called trans. Literally playing right into Demon Mama's hands there, right? See, like, if I type in Demons and Imps, I'm probably gonna get Florida Demons and Imps. For some reason I thought that was DeSantis, but there's somebody else. Damn. I mean, talk about tapping into that id.
A Republican state representative here in Florida this week was giving a...
But yeah, you're only 4 away from hitting 40, and like, look, here's the meta, okay? Let me be real with you, YouTube. Okay, here's how it works. My YouTube stream is like larger or smaller based on the amount of people that it reaches. So in other words, do people see my thumbnail in their home, like on their homepage, right? Or do they not, right? And a big part of that is how much engagement that I get. A big part of engagement is how many people like the stream or not. So when I do a stream on YouTube now, it stays live as a video, meaning that it's got the potential to have reach. If YouTube thinks it's an interesting video, in other words, if you've given it those likes, right? If you've given YouTube that indication that it's an interesting video, then it's gonna pump that video out to more and more people. And those people are gonna see that video. Not only are they gonna see that video, but they're gonna see my next stream, or they're gonna sub and they're gonna see my next stream because of that. So they'll be in chat with you the next time, so it'll be more interesting. Because honestly, like, it's a little bit more active in Twitch. Overall, it's more active, and that makes sense. I've got like almost 4,000 followers on Twitch. I only have 1,500 followers on YouTube, so there's gonna be a difference there, right? But you can make up for that difference by hitting that like button. You're basically saying, go team YouTube. You want YouTube to be bigger. You want the chat to be, better. You want more things going on, more action going on. And eventually when YouTube gets its crap together and adds more cool things to it, it'll be a more, interesting experience, all in all. So, right, that's what you're saying when you're hitting that like button. You're saying, I want NCC on YouTube to be a thing going forward. I want it to be a bigger thing going forward, and I want to bring more people in, because like overall, when we talk about the reach that YouTube has versus the reach that Twitch has, the YouTube reach is always going to be bigger naturally. So you can kind of help even that out, and I love it when it's like a competition between Twitch and YouTube. Now the long-term game, okay, and I haven't talked about this in a while, but we do have a website, right? It's going to take a little doing to put it together, because I'm not Vosh. I don't have the resources of Vosh or Destiny or somebody who has a website. I'm not going to utilize the services of White Nervosa. I hope you understand why. Yeah, this is somebody that tried to take my channel down. I don't trust her at all. I don't trust the Vosh network. I don't trust any of these people, right? The only way that we're going to be able to have a website is if we do it ourselves. And once that website happens, then it's like we're going to take YouTube and we're going to take Twitch and we're going to bring it together on the website, and you're gonna have an experience that's better than both of them. Because like, right, on Twitch, I'm limited. Like, I can give you the weasel, I can give you the meow, they're animated. I can give you the NCC did nothing wrong. These are all animated, but I'm tapped out at 5, you know, at 5 animated GIFs. I can't give you more than that. On my own website, I can give you like unlimited animated GIFs. I can give you like, you know, everything that goes on Twitch can be done better on our own website, right? So that's what we're gonna do, is we're gonna try to be as big on Twitch and as big on YouTube as possible, and then we're gonna pull those together into No Comment Chick CC. Come at me, YouTubes. That's right, Globbits is always ready to throw down against YouTube. YouTube, if YouTube got its crap together, it could. Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, Twitch is showing a lot of signs of just not being very. Even Kick is giving Twitch a run for its money.
Impassioned speech about how much he just hates transgender people, while the body was debating a bill that would criminalize transgender people using public restrooms of the gender that they identify as. During his diatribe, Republican Webster Barnaby decided to go completely off the rails with his bigotry,
So this is Webster
likening
Barnaby.
transgender people to mutants from the X-Men comics.
Oh, this is the mutant
before
guy.
eventually calling them
This is the
demons
mutant guy.
and imps. Here is the video. Again, this is Webster Barnaby.
Jules, you bring up a good thing. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch have like different benefits too. You know, yeah, it kind of depends on what you're going for. The Twitch, you know, with a sub, you got access to all the videos. But you, it's like a limited time. With YouTube, you have access to all the older streams too. So that's kind of cool. And you've got access even without a sub on YouTube to the most recent streams, right? They don't go private until a little bit after. So but either of those, oh yeah, that reminds me. I've got a new video coming out. I don't know if I'll bring it out Monday or Tuesday. I try to stay off my streaming days just because then that means I've got like a video directly competing with a stream, or a stream directly competing with a video. But I might just bring it out on Monday anyway. It's out now to YouTube subs and to Patreons. I'm gonna get it up on Twitch right after the stream. It's gonna go up on Twitch because I've been trying to do that more to make sure that the Twitch people aren't missing out on getting to watch the videos early. But this is the first in my Young Turks series. Now, what this video is like, as opposed to just like a live stream, right? Because you can watch the live streams all you want, and those come out like immediately and they stay up. They're always available to you on YouTube, right? Even if you don't have a sub, they're always available to you on YouTube. But what the videos are is like it's like almost a curated version of the streams, where they're a lot more watchable. Anything that's just like kind of like distracting or not really what we're talking about gets cut out of that. So you kind of, it's just a more, you know, it's like a better watching experience on the videos. And they're also there to, like, you know, kind of show other people that aren't currently subscribed what they're missing out on, and bring more people into the audience. So so that's why I work so hard, and that's why I'm such a perfectionist too. That's what kind of has kept me from putting them out as quickly as I'd like to, because I'd really like to have at least like one video out every week, if not more. Oh my god, look at that, look at that. We've got torches all over the place. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the other cool thing about it is I get to hone my craft as a video editor.
From the state of Florida, this was in the Florida State Legislature where he made these horrific comments. Take a look.
I'm looking at society today, and it's like I'm watching an X-Men movie with people that, when you watch the X-Men movies for Marvel Comics, it's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
But wait, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But in the X-Men comics, the mutants are like, you're kind of sympathizing with the mutants. And although you don't want to see, mutants, use their power to like, dominate people, a lot of what the X-Men is like non-mutants kind of like persecuting mutants. Like that's a big, in fact, that's kind of the overarching theme, right? I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, right? I'm trying to imagine. Yeah, it's like saying it feels like we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles running around, and we really need to get like we really need to make them into turtle soup. Like, you're the Shredder. Okay, I get it. You're the bad guy from. You're the enemy from. I don't know. You know what I mean? You're putting yourself in the bad guy. If you want to like have a comic book view of the world, right? You've just like kind of identified yourself as the bad guy. What is up with that? What is even up with that?
And, some people don't like that, but that's a fact. We have people that live among us today on planet Earth that are happy to display themselves as if they were mutants from another planet.
Whoa. I didn't know.
This is the planet Earth, where God created men, male, and women, female. I'm a proud Christian, conservative Republican. I'm not on the fence. Not on the fence.
Well, it sounds kind of like you're the one who's like, it sounds kind of like you're the weirdo then.
There's so much darkness in our world today.
Yeah. Look,
so much.
Look, here's what's disturbing, all right? And here's what's like basically you made your own viewpoint look bad because you embraced a comic book outlook, a comic book perspective on the real world, right? There's something about your Christianity, there's something about your conservative values that lend themselves to a flattened, cartoonish perspective on this is the planet Earth, this is the real world, and you are out here using comic books to grok things, to understand. You understand it like a comic book. It's not, it's real life. It's not a game, it's not a comic, it's not a cartoon, it's 3 dimensions. It's life, it's my life, and you're messed up cosmology makes you look like a freaking, I don't know, comic book bad guy or something. I don't know.
Evil in our world today. And so many people who are afraid to address the evil, the dysphoria, the dysfunction. I'm not afraid to address the dysphoria or the dysfunction. The Lord rebuke you, Satan, and all of your demons and all of your imps will come and parade before us.
Parade?
That's right. I called you demons and imps who come and parade before us and pretend that you are part of this world.
How very Christian of you,
Yo,
Mr. Barnaby.
If anybody's not relating to this world, it's Barnaby here. It's Barnaby. His name is Barnaby! That's like literally like a bad guy from a comic book. Barnaby, seriously, does he know what dysphoria is? Look, here's the deal with dysphoria, right? As much as it's nice to have something to, you know, like a medical coding that allows you access to medicine, and sometimes, like, you know, it's gender dysphoria, like is the code that gets like rung up, right? Defining ourselves as like using there are some negative things about defining yourself as with a, you know, a mental, like something that's coded as a disorder. Like, it's not called gender identity disorder anymore, right? But it's got that flavor to it, right? And this is something that Philosophy 2 brought up. Now, I'm not excusing what he says by that. Like, oh, well, you know, we like, you know, like, no, I'm not excusing it at all. But it is like, it is something that right-wingers will actively use. Like, oh, I see. So there's this mental illness associated with it. And it's not classified as a mental illness, right? But it's a, you know, the medical code, right? That, and I don't know. I just mean he used the word weird. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just like, yeah, he's just reading the word and being like, he's just digging up dirt on trans people, basically. You know, like, what do other chuds say about, oh, dysphoria? And this is a mental thing, and this is a, you know, this is a bad thing, and like, okay, well, if you're, it's just the way that like lends itself towards the trope against trans people. He is dehumanizing trans people to make, G-side easier.
You're sitting there, attack.
Like that guy calling Chris a character, they're talking about real people. He's a real life bad guy, yeah. You're reading him like a liberal. He's talking to people who hear him say, these people are like something out of science fiction and it ain't real.
Attacking people for existing, dehumanizing them to the point where you say they're from a different planet. You yourself were born in 1959, and granted, you were born in England.
That is like a different
You only moved to the United
planet.
States in 1991, but I want you to think, Mr. Barnaby, for just a moment.
Barnaby.
When you were born in this country, people who looked like you couldn't go to school with people who looked like me. Again, you didn't live in the United States at the time. I'm not well versed on how bigotry worked over in the United Kingdom, but as a lawmaker here in the United States, as a naturalized citizen, I assume you know a little bit about American history, and you still feel absolutely no real remorse
kind of weird about this
for the way you're speaking about these people, when again, African Americans were spoken about using virtually the same kind of language during your lifetime.
I'm not sure.
It's not like this is a foreign concept.
I'm not sure I like Farron's approach. I can't identify it, but something about like Farron's approach here kind of rubbing me the wrong way. I can't really put it into words.
For you. But you've learned nothing. Nothing. And speaking of learning nothing, clearly you're actually not that familiar with the X-Men comics, because kind of the whole point of it is how these individuals are persecuted simply for being born different. I mean, that's the overall theme of the X-Men. I know they're superheroes and all that, but it's the bigotry and prejudice that they face. Like, that's the cornerstone of that comic, and many have said it's a very good allegory for the way that the LGBTQ community is treated here in the United States. So I guess it is fitting that you would try to invoke that, because you're doing exactly what those comics have people doing to the X-Men. And then you took it a step further. You invoked your phony religion, because there's nothing Christian about you. You say these people are demons, they're imps. Those are the words you used. And sure, this asshole's come out and apologized, but it doesn't matter, the damage is done. You're sitting there debating a bill on who can use a frickin' public restroom as if we are back in the days of segregation, which is where these states, Republican-controlled states, are taking us with these bathroom bills. Oh, we don't want these people using our bathroom. My God, it's a public frickin' restroom.
We are 2 likes away from having 40 likes on YouTube.
People are going in to relieve themselves, hopefully washing their hands and leaving. There's not been a single incident in this country that I have been able to find of a transgender individual assaulting someone in a bathroom. Not once in this country has that happened.
But you can probably find a lot of incidents of transgender people being assaulted in a bathroom.
But that piece of legislation, by the way, is one of 10 currently being debated in the Florida state.
Barron has a problem of reaching exclusively to moderates without a care of nuance.
State legislature that directly attacks members of the LGBTQ community. One of 10.
Who wants to go full fash with a downer like Ron? Who wants to go full, with a lesser Himmler? They want to have, Trump gives them the vibe. Trump has the vibes, so.
Because our legislature here is filled with people like Mr. Barnaby. Bigots, hateful SOBs. I mean, it's really all I can say about these folks. They're all Mr. Barnabys, and they can apologize all they want, but he meant what he said. He believes that. And when they show you who they are, you need to believe them. Hey everyone, this is Aspen.
Trans people are drying their hands on... Oh my God, that's right, are drying their hands in the restroom. That's really dangerous there. Hey,
Yo, Obama, want to hop on Minecraft right now?
Have you ever seen these? Have you ever seen these presidents, the AI presidents, like, play Minecraft?
Now I got a few hours away from Melania.
Sure, homie,
I'm not sure how I feel about these, right? It feels like it's kind of humanizing Trump.
Let me just text Joe.
No stop, don't text Joe.
Too late.
Shit. Okay, so who's gonna buy the realm?
Not me. I bought the realm last time.
What's a realm? Oh my fucking God, this is what I was talking about, Obama. I guess I'll have to buy the realm. It's not like it will hurt.
Aspen makes the video A+, yeah.
My $8 billion
Aspen's cute.
Maybe this realm will help start your 7th bankruptcy.
Shut the fuck up, Biden. You don't even know how to count.
Guys, can we just load up the realm?
Okay, I bought it. Let's hop in. All right, I'll start mining. Obama, can you get us some logs to build the house?
Sure, but what will Joe do?
Yeah, I can help.
I guess you can go find us a village or something.
Okay, I'll start looking.
All right, I got us a couple stacks of iron. I'll start making some armor.
Okay, I'm just finishing up the base. Just gotta fill in one more wall.
Guys, I found the village.
Holy shit.
The other thing about this that I really don't like is that, like, I think it's kind of as a joke, but they make Trump the most competent Minecraft player. Like, he's also an asshole, and that part's clear, right? But
finally, you do something useful for once. What are the chords?
The what?
Oh my fucking God.
Joe hit F3.
Holy shit, are these hieroglyphs?
I'm just gonna top to him.
No, don't we promised we wouldn't cheat this time.
There's no way he's gonna be able to find the coordinates.
Joe, do you see the X, Y, and Z? Tell us those numbers.
Oh, I see them. The coordinates are 14,600, 71, and 3,700.
All right, I'm gonna check it out. Obama, finish up the base.
Gotcha, homie.
I wonder why this village is so small.
Oh my fucking God.
What?
He found a witch hut and thinks it's a village.
Oh my God.
Wait, how is this not a village?
Joe, do you see any fucking villagers? The people with the big ass nose and look like your wife.
Yeah, I saw one of them earlier.
No, you didn't show me.
Yeah, see, he's right here.
That's a witch,
no,
you
it's
dumbass.
a witch.
Oh,
it's
that
a
must be
witch.
why I'm dying of poison.
I hope he kills you. I'm going back to the base. Damn, the base looks nice. Where did you learn how to build houses like this, Yemen?
You're not funny, bitch.
All right, whatever, but where are the beds?
I'm killing some sheep right now, but they're hard to find.
All right, I'll just get some food then. Hey, Joe, I found your wife.
Really, where is she?
Next to your mother.
Wait, how did you find them in Minecraft?
You'll see.
You fucking bitch.
Okay, enough of this. But this is the presidents in Minecraft. Somebody wanted to watch the Thought Slime video.
After editing Mildred here, Abby's video quality is going to be, let's say, subpar because the internet at her CIA safe house was spotty. Also, the lip syncing, you know what? It's not going to be ideal all of the time. We can't always
39 likes on YouTube. Can we hit 40?
get what we want in this
Can we
world.
get it to 40?
Hey, while I got you here, now might be a good time to mention content warning for some pretty severe transmisogyny in this one. Some of the worst that I think there's been in a cringe corner thus far. And if you've been watching this series, you know that is no small
pretty
bar
bad,
to clear.
yeah.
Enjoy.
Have you heard of the Daily Mail?
No, never.
No, never. Okay, well, the Daily Mail is
Hold on. As the only person here who is not disgustingly English, my understanding is that it's a very bad right-wing newspaper. Is this correct?
Yep. You're pretty much getting it. Would you be surprised to learn that people sometimes go in the Daily Mail and tell lies?
No.
No.
Would you be surprised,
Occasionally.
disappointed to learn that people go in the Daily Mail and tell lies about transgender people?
British press telling lies about trans, but surely not.
Doesn't sound right. I'll take your word for it.
Titles in the Daily Mail are never just like really short and snappy. I think the only short and snappy title they've ever given was when they were just like, Hitler's great.
Well, Mr. Beast has really changed the title game when it comes to Daily Mail articles. Like, it's all about narrative in title now. And
They should have added at 3 a.m. Challenge surprise
Gone wrong.
gone wrong gone sexual.
Uber
on
driver
the end of
sucked
it.
me off, yeah.
I was frozen to the spot in shock. It was said to intimidate. How a friendly chat in the ladies of a London pub turned menacing and plunged a Tory councillor 22 into the clash between trans rights and women's safety.
Hold up. There's just so much information that I just got blasted with.
I know. The titles are awful.
Firstly, what do they mean? What is
That's a
this?
title?
22 surely does not refer to age.
Oh yes, this is a entirely normal-brained 22-year-old Tory councillor.
Okay, so maybe the Tories across the pond are a little bit different than the ones we have here in Canada. They're all like old white guys here. Why would a 22-year-old be a Tory? It doesn't make any sense. Is her name Tory? Is that what?
You know in Game of Thrones where like the White Walkers get the baby and then they like infect, like they touch its heart and its heart turns to ice and then it like turns all pale and white. That's why people are Tories here, is at a very young age they were taken to Tory headquarters and they were just turned into an anti-person.
I mean, I guess like the real answer is that some people do just grow up like very, very privileged, and like a lot of people have like wrong political opinions when they're younger. So and that also like
Abby, you're new here, but we don't like to approach these things with that level of good faith.
sorry, that's kind of my thing.
Yeah.
Is like trying to be both sides, like trying to be compassionate, trying to be fair.
No, it's here around here we point and laugh and go hee hee ha ha.
Should there be an apostrophe there? Should there be an apostrophe in ladies? Doesn't this imply that the conversation was happening inside the ladies themselves?
It's a conversation between two wolves inside a lady.
So this is Ruby Sampson has written the article about her experience in the ladies of a London pub.
Oh, it's autobiographical.
Yes, she wrote it herself. These days, I don't feel safe going to the ladies' loo alone. Oh, well, she got the apostrophe
See,
in
ladies
there,
has an
so
apostrophe there.
Yeah, you know what? It's just sloppy, actually. That's a statement I never thought I'd make. It sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm neither shy nor fearful, but after my experience at a Westminster pub earlier this month, that's how I feel. Frequented predominantly by civil servants, the Marquis of Granby is near where I work, but it could have just as easily been any pub in the country.
She's making it sound like a Dracula attack. I'm going to make an assumption here, context clues, that why she is scared is because she saw a trans woman who may or may not be you.
Well, let's get there.
You've got a choice of two, Mildred. Just like common narrative structure suggests it's one of us.
Check off strap.
If you put a queen on the shelf, she must go off.
It was a Wednesday night and I was attending an event upstairs. Before heading home after a pleasant evening, I went to the ladies' loo, which has 2 cubicles. I emerged from mine at the same time as the woman next door, who, at about 6 feet tall, towered over me. She wore a skimpy top which made her shoulders seem bigger, and she spoke with a strikingly deep voice. A trans woman.
As if we're supposed to pause to go, dun dun dun!
The lavatory was cramped, and I had to stand directly behind her while waiting to use the wash basin, which, that doesn't happen when real women are in the bathroom with you. You never have to wait to use the only sink there is.
Cis women don't wash their hands is the thing. It's a male affectation.
Nor are they ever 6 feet tall, nor do they ever have deep voices, no.
Then they've just included a full body length picture of Ruby for some reason.
Sick coat though, to be fair, that's a nice coat.
Yeah, I can't deny I was a bit shocked, but yet there was a sense of novelty. So yes, you've never met a trans woman before.
That's such perhaps this person will amuse me whilst I'm taking a piss. Like, ew.
Oh, a minority in the bathroom. How novel. Ooh. I thought, this is going well. I'm handling the situation fine.
Very normal
situation. It was as she moved toward the door to leave that it happened. I remarked that we had no choice but to awkwardly shake our hands dry, and she turned to me and replied, I'm going to wipe my hands on my penis. With that, she disappeared.
In a puff of smoke.
As if she was never there at all. It's purely a figment of my imagination.
With that,
The weird thing about this is like the way that it's being characterized, it actually doesn't sound like it doesn't give the feeling that like there's like a physical threat, which is basically what she's trying to imply. It's like a psychic attack. Like the idea that she said this thing to like get in Ruby's head. I've seen them playing a different game.
Absconded with all of my jewels.
It would have been extremely funny had the trans woman in question actually said this. It would have been very funny and like a very funny trans joke. And also I can imagine that being said as a way of like trying to put a cis person who's obviously like nervous about being around a trans person because they're transphobic at ease. Like that's quite a funny icebreaker actually.
Until this, our conversation had been quite positive and pleasant. Now I was frozen to the spot in shock. There's no doubt in my mind this was a threat of sorts. Why would you assert that you had a penis in a female single-sex?
Would somebody make a threat and then leave the bathroom? What is the threat? What? Yeah, I wish somebody would make her explain that. I wish that her editor would have been like, if you're gonna write this story, like, well, this is so wait, this is a Tory MP. She's not a journalist. It's almost like an op-ed. And her op-ed is that I had this very strange experience with a trans woman that proves that trans women are not okay. Right? It's like a messed up thing. Like, can you imagine if this was just like swap around the marginalization to other ways you could be marginalized, right? And ask yourself like how you feel about that, right? Like somebody writing an article of I had an experience with a member of this group and something bad happened. So maybe we should reevaluate our disposition as a society towards this group. Maybe this group who we are all trying to move towards accepting is a group that we shouldn't be accepting after all. We should be, we should be pushing them out of proper society. And that is essentially the proposition, at least the first proposition, that these, rightoids are, the trans people don't belong in polite society, right? We shouldn't have to deal with them.
Face. I felt like I'd been flashed as the penis image was put in my mind by her announcement. It was said to intimidate.
How have you done that to the reader then?
The penis image is in my mind now. Thanks, Ruby, for flashing us all with this. The close proximity made it much scarier still.
Look. If you got two people, a trans woman and a cis woman, right? And you got this idea of like a penis and it's gonna disturb one of them more than the other, it's gonna be the trans woman. Most likely. Both in terms of like, I don't know, like TERFs will kind of like put the implication on the idea that the organ itself is a danger, is a threat, is a signifier of violence and domination. But to a trans person, it is that, and it is also, you know, symbolic of, you know, well, dysphoria sometimes, you know, some like discrimination against us. Like, I don't know, there's so many things in there for trans women that just like, I don't know how a cis person could even understand like the significance and yeah, even the threat of, right? It's just like it's a weird thing to say on so many levels.
What if she turned violent?
What if she had a gun? Well, she didn't, I hasten to add. But
Wait.
like, what if she did?
The gun like in the penis?
What if she read me a mean tweet? It would be 10 minutes before my friends realized I was missing. I don't know if that's meant to mean that she did actually stay in the bathroom for 10 more minutes in shock at the...
It sounds
40.
like she's
We got 40.
saying, what if I was assaulted or killed? No one would come looking.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's right. You know, like congratulations, YouTube. We got it to 40 likes.
For me. I imagined this trans woman coming out of the ladies' loo with her hands covered in blood and then wiping the blood on her penis.
This brief but deeply troubling episode played on my mind for the rest of the week, and I found myself examining all sides of the debate over whether men who self-identify as women... Wow, where did that mask go? Ruby, I liked your mask so much.
Yeah, see, now we've done a bit of a switcheroo here. We've done like a magic switcheroo, because instead of going from trans woman, you've gone to, oh, it's a man who's pretending.
Who, I reflected, would want to hear about this, and who would care?
End the article there. End it there. End it right after that sentence.
Cabinet Minister Kemi Badenoch, if people are unfamiliar, probably the highest ranking government turf we have right now, has been vocal on this issue, and I wrote to her about what happened. Doing so made me feel a bit better. I also wrote to the pub.
You wrote to the pub?
One thing I didn't do, however, was tell the police. I didn't want to be accused of transphobia for saying this person was in the wrong bathroom.
Well, but what crime has been committed here?
She was made to think of a penis that's essentially like being flashed.
But even if this had taken place, it's not a crime.
How can anyone have this few problems?
I mean, Tory councillor.
Touche.
Well,
I feel it important.
Like, I feel like the Tory councillor is trying to imply that it was like sexual harassment, right? I think that's the implication, right? That you know, like, I mean, could it be said? Like, it doesn't make sense.
To state that I support trans people's right to live an authentic lifestyle and agree with people that people with gender dysphoria should be able to change their gender after 18.
So much to fucking unpack here. First of all, she says she feels it important to state that I support trans people's rights to live an authentic lifestyle. As we will see, that does not include accessing the correct spaces. So immediately, like, wrong. I haven't even finished the sentence. Change gender after 18. This is a fucking big bugbear of mine, and like, I have absolutely zero fucking tolerance for this kind of fucking bullshit, right?
Well,
because it's everywhere in the US, and I'm fucking going off. If you put a queen on the shelf, she must go off. Right, it's everywhere in the US and the UK. People, children shouldn't be able to change gender. In the UK, children are allowed to get abortions without their parents' consent. The reason for that is the law acknowledges the sad possibility that sometimes some parents don't love their children. And then if a kid who's under the age of 18 goes into a doctor's office and says, I need an abortion because my daddy made me pregnant, and the doctor says, I have to tell your daddy about this, there's a non-zero chance that child ends up dead. The same is also true with blood transfusions. If a child wants a blood transfusion to survive and the parents have a religious objection, the child has a right to consent to that medical procedure without the parents say so, because the law respects children's right to decide what happens to their own bodies in a medical setting. And if
this is the kind of thing, 10-minute warning, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have to end it. Like, we're gonna try to keep this stream under 6 hours from now on. So that's like, so in the United States, like, this kind of thought is taken for granted. There is so much of a consensus that the children, and I feel like it's an unconscious consensus, right? Because when I say this, you're gonna say this is wrong. But I'm going to tell you with all seriousness, most Americans believe this without thinking about it. Children are property of their parents. Right? We've changed the fact that, you know, maybe it's not as popular to think of a wife as property of her husband, but the children are definitely property of the parents. The parents have the right to, you know, like with some exceptions, like of like violence or, you know, abuse, like, right? The parents are allowed to do what they want with their children. And that's kind of messed up. And other places don't see it like that. I don't know, just something to think about.
You agree that children who are cis should be allowed to consent to abortions and blood transfusions without the need for parental approval and under the age of 18. You don't think that trans children should be allowed to do the same thing with regards to medical transition. Then you are fucking definitionally transphobic. Fuck you!
That is a great example of the type of thing that is a real problem, and hearing those things contrasted with what this woman is complaining about is just the full gamut of the human experience right there.
Yeah.
You know?
We've whiplashed from like very, very, very fake problems in that it didn't happen, wouldn't be a problem if it did, and was entirely constructed, to like, right. But single-sex spaces are paramount to women's safety. Sex and gender are different.
I'm fucking stopping again, right? Again, I'm fucking furious that we've given them any fucking ground on this issue, right? Trans people, not all of us, some trans people, I would include myself in this, and Sophie, I think you do too. Some of us do in fact change sex, right?
Yep,
Clue is in the fucking word, okay? I am in fact female. I had to go through a lot of fucking bullshit to get here.
Yep.
It wasn't always. I'll grant you that. I wasn't born that way, but I am in fact female now. Believe me, motherfuckers, right?
Cis women self-identify to go to the women's bathroom. No one checks their fucking their trans license at the door. Like, it's not a thing. No one checks any paperwork to go. It's all self-identification.
If there was a magic fucking door frame that only allowed people of the female sex through, I'm fucking walking straight through that motherfucker. I'm walking straight through it. It's not gonna ding, because I am in fact of the female sex. Get over it.
If someone wants to use a different set of pronouns, I'm completely accepting of that and always try to accommodate them.
No, you're not. You isn't.
We will check in on that one in a second, because in this article, the anonymous transgender is she and is her, etc. But we will get to a second document in a minute.
I just find it very difficult to believe that someone would respect a trans person's pronouns if you also refer to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman. I just don't believe that.
A lot of cis people think that our problems begin and end with people using the correct language. And I think that belies cis people's fear of saying the wrong thing. And it's like, to be perfectly honest, I don't care if I leave my doctor's office and he says to the nurse, that bloke is off his fucking rocker, right? I care that he gives me my goddamn medicine. But I care about like actual shit. Like, yes, if somebody misgenders me or use the wrong pronouns, then it's like gonna upset me mildly. Probably I'm just gonna be like, you're an idiot, like look at me. But like, yeah.
When I was in Armenia to get FFS, because the NHS doesn't offer FFS, right? So already I'm halfway around the world to get a surgery I need. I had a serious trouble like getting around town in Yerevan because so many taxi drivers, they wouldn't even bother. They would go like, and like pull away, just like drive away immediately. This is the shit that I care about, the shit that actually like impacts my life. I couldn't get around town a lot of the time. I had to do so a lot slower because it involved like waiting for the 6th taxi to pull up, and a guy who's like more desperate for a small fee than he was transphobic would accept my fare.
Well, I think rhetorically, the reason that they focus so much on language instead of shit like that is, number one, they don't want their audience to know that trans people are experiencing those kinds of problems because it's inherently sympathetic. And number two, like having to use language to treat a person with respect is literally the only way that it could possibly affect them.
It's George Orwell, it's 1967, it's Animal Crossing, iPhone, Vuvuzela, etc. Women are in danger of being said, I will wipe my hands on my penis in the bathroom, because there isn't an open dialogue about the erosion of women's spaces. People are too afraid to speak out for fear of being cancelled.
There is a dialogue, but the dialogue is just cis people lying to each other. It's like totally fucking disconnected from reality. There's like so much of what is called the trans debate is just cis people like holding a torch under their chin and going, ooh.
But it's also like you're doing it right now. You're quite literally talking about it right now, Ruby. Like, what do you mean no one's having the dialogue?
People are too afraid to speak out for fear of being cancelled. Men's spaces remain single sex while the alternative is mixed gender.
What?
What are you talking about?
What?
You yourself, hang on a minute, you yourself said two paragraphs ago that sex and gender are different. So not to be like a buy your own logic, bitch, but buy your own logic, fucking proofread your article.
I guess she just believes that like fucking jacked trans dudes with beards are all using the women's bathrooms.
Yeah, how would you know? If they're indeed single-sex spaces, that would preclude Ruby from going into one.
We're just gonna have to wait for Ron Sampson to write an article in the Telegraph about how some terrifying man told him I'll queef my hands dry.
Gross.
Anyway, politicians need to note the multitude of examples, such as mine, and much worse, and take action. That's the thing about my experience. It could easily become the norm, an everyday occurrence.
Your experience of
So, like, this is wild, and we're gonna have to cut it pretty soon because we are coming up on time. I need to raid into somebody else, but we're like, this is it could happen to anybody else, like, right? Like, this could become a normal daily experience. Like, this is the idea that, like, 3-minute warning. Jeez, I gotta get. If trans women are allowed to use the bathroom of their choice, then we could be in a situation where we're gonna raid into Computer. Should be pretty fun. I can't tell what they're watching. It looks like they're playing Minecraft. Is that Minecraft? I can't tell. Yes, they're playing Minecraft. Yes, Minecraft to Minecraft. But like, what? So like, you're gonna like that trans women have this power move that is like talking about drying off our hands, or somehow mentioning the part of our anatomy that for a lot of us makes us very uncomfortable, makes us very dysphoric. This is wild. We are continuing in Discord, correct. Yeah, this is weird. It's weird that they think it's a power move. I never considered all the little things that trans people have to go through every day. Luna, wait, is Luna streaming? Is Luna streaming? Okay, yeah, sorry, we missed Luna. We also, USA Hole is another person I want to raid sometime. I gotta give, maybe I'll hang out there for a second or something, cause like I saw them streaming too. But yeah, we're gonna raid into Computer. Get in that robot, and I will see you all tomorrow. We'll clean up what we didn't finish last night. Anyway. Hi, Bodies. We just raided into a really awesome streamer named Computer on Twitch. Go check them out. And I'm going to cut it here so that we don't go overtime.